Hello,
I'm out.
friends. Hello, everyone. It's Big Deno and Bucks. Hello, Bucks.
Hey mate, how are ya?
I'm tremendous. I was literally just saying I should probably share with you the little run sheet that I sort of semi put together, but
Sure.
let me just text that to you in the chat.
Mate, we've got what is it? We've got a wallet full of cash and a pocket full of dreams, mate. You're driving this. You're driving this haul. You just tell me what we're doing, and we'll go for it.
Okay, you should be able to access that now. It's very very bare bones, mate. We're as you
Loose?
know,
Is it about as loose as a Crimson Brush
it is
stream
literally
schedule?
about as loose as it can get now. Sounds good, says Mossy. That's good. I need to add my chat doc. There we go. Good. All right, we've got a hype train. Morning all, morning all.
Easy. This is actually the loosest schedule I've ever seen. It's a total of
6 lines.
three lines that have substance.
Look, let me put it like this, mate. Our strength, the thing that makes us wonderful and a great combination, is just we just throw it out. We're just loosey goosey, you know.
Yeah, we are.
We just call it like we see it. We're a whale biologist. Futurama joke,
Yep.
in case anyone got that.
Sometimes we'll be on a wild tangent, but if you stay with us, we promise at some point we will circle back
To something that's actually
to
relevant.
something that's got some kind of relevance to it. Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so before we really get kicking into any judging, etc., I thought I'd give everyone a very quick rundown of our plans for today. But before we get into that, let's introduce the two people. Bucks, I thought it might be fun. How about I introduce you and you introduce me?
Sounds great.
I'll go
Easy
first
done.
because I've been thinking about it for a little while. But Andrew Buckley,
Yeah.
miniature enthusiast for many years, many years, remembers the glory days of pewter models back in the Golden Demon White Dwarf era.
Mhm.
Very recently turned his hand to display painting and has taken the Australian display painting scene by storm, winning gold medals at all of the major events, Crimson Brush, Guilds Inn, Arc Open, and most recently won Best of Show at the Arc Open, which was a fantastic achievement. He started to focus his efforts more on building our community, working in the judging space, and he's also one of the loveliest people I know, one of my best friends, love him dearly, Andrew Bucknell. Here he is, friends. Welcome.
I feel like I need to like come in off screen and like wave to the crowd and like just become a talking head immediately. That was an overly flattering introduction. And the fact that you had one prepared and have thrown me under the bus with nothing prepared, that's fine. But
That is,
I can
that's what we
I
call a
can
classic
introduce.
stitch up.
Yeah, that's a stitch up. But like look, the host that doesn't really need much more than what he's got, right? Well known across the world, worldwide international superstar. Has a great gun flex. Has been present also in the miniature painting and gaming world for as long as I can remember. Has played on the international front and succeeded on the international front through gaming. Decided that that was not enough, so he wanted to challenge himself on the painting front, put himself in the dojo for a few years, honed his craft, and effectively traveled the world to win a silver medal at Monty and Scale Model Challenge in Masters, as well as numerous medals in his home country. Once also achieving some of his own personal goals, decided that it was time to reboot the Australian painting scene and has led the charge ever since, heading up our national event, the Crimson Brush. We're going into our fourth year now doing it, I believe. The event has gone from strength to strength, and it has been partly or maybe majority due to your unwavering dedication to building this event. Of course, you're a very passionate man about board games, and Kingdom Death would have to sit at the top of that. You have an incredibly painted collection of Kingdom Death figures that I'm sure everyone in the stream has seen you paint over your time. And obviously, we are now here to judge Kingdom Death 2024, the Gambler's Chest. It's going to be a good time.
You've outdone yourself, mate. To just This is why I have absolute faith in you, mate. Because I gave you no warning on that, and you've landed me an absolute treat.
Off the rip.
Well
It's a
played.
quick start to the day.
Well played. No, so look, one of my great mantras, which is absolutely not my mantra, but it's start with why. So why are we doing this? Well, I'll give you a couple of reasons. So first of all, our last experience doing this was amazing, and I think Bucks and I both were excited to have an opportunity to do that, and that's number one. Number two, I'm really passionate about both the Kingdom Death game and in general, community in general, but also the Discord. I've been involved in many Discords across my time, and I've not been in many where the general vibe, the sense of community, the attitude towards bringing in new people and everything is as wonderful as it is in Lantern's Reign. So I just want to be able to give back in whatever way I can to the kindness and support that's been shown to me. It is the earliest Bucks has been up recently. He was up at 9:15. Can you believe that?
I was.
So, yeah, I think it's just really important to celebrate. What's the right term? Celebrate good behaviour where you find it. We spend so much of our time talking about things going wrong that we don't spend enough time celebrating. In my work, I like to call it catch people doing the right thing. So to be able to celebrate this community and support them is a lot of fun. And the second reason, I'll let you come in a sec, Bucks. It's really important, I believe, to be transparent in judging as much as is possible. Now, recently there's been some discussion around a certain painting event, very famous one, where there's been some contention around the judging. So there's an economies of scale challenge involved in said event, which we aren't faced by here. But I think the goal of any judging panel of any event should always be to increase transparency as much as possible. So that is my third why we're doing this as a live stream as well. So over to you, Bucks. Why are you doing this? Any thoughts you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to add to your last point there, I mean, it's communication and communication both ways, right? Everyone can always get better at communication. From entrants to organisers and vice versa. So this is what we choose to do in order to increase our communication. It's something that we do at the Crimson Brush as well. And as Trent said, we're fortunate enough that at this point in time, we are still not quite big enough in this instance to be able to face some of the challenges that come when you've got thousands of entries. But, while we can do these things, we will do these things. As for myself, I love coming along to this event. I guess it's an event now. We've done it a couple of times. Something that you talked about there about rewarding, great behaviours that you see in the community and wanting to be a part of that and share that load, share that experience. Something else like that should be said is that we get to take something from this too. It's not all give. The act of judging is a responsibility we don't take lightly. And it's something that both increases our knowledge of miniature painting and helps us share it. So it's a two-way street and it's always an honour to be having these sorts of opportunities. And I just want to extend a big thanks to the Kingdom Death Discord, the Lantern's Reign, for having me back. I had such a great time and learned so much the first time we did this. And with the likes of yourself and Ridav, Mr. Kovalchuk.
And Millennia.
That was really good. And Millennia. I didn't get to do a stream with Millennia as she handled you guys handled the intermediate, I believe. We did the beginners and masters. But just to be a part of it, it's always great. Always inspires me to want to get to some Kingdom Death stuff. I still believe that Gold Smoke Knight is maybe the greatest Kingdom Death model of all time. So if anyone's painted that one, look for some Bucksy bias around that. But shall we rip the Band-Aid and get started?
We will. So our plan of attack, by the way, the picture that we've got in the background there, that's the old master, which is me, giving out my knowledge to the young survivors out there in the world, in case anyone was wondering why I chose that picture. So we've got three categories. We've got beginner, intermediate, masters. We're going to judge them in that order: beginner, intermediate, masters. We are also going to award a first, second, third in each category. And we also have two other special awards to give out per category. What those awards are, we have not decided. There's no clue. It could be, this is my favourite one, and I'm just going to give that award. It could be, something that Bucks and I just come up with on the fly.
So, well, one thing that I think we could really like toss around straight away just popped into my head, and this just tends to be how we go about things. But when I think of Kingdom Death, I think about immersion, right? I think about
Good.
atmosphere, and I think
Yes.
about immersion. So I think that we probably need to consider some kind of shout out for that because it's a really big part of what the game is. And hey, lanterns, lanterns rain.
This is why
You
I
know,
bring you on, Bucks. This is just magnificent from you. All right,
so let's look at that.
let's see if we can. Okay, so if I've done everything right, you should now be able to see something appearing on your screen very shortly. Boom! Okay, so this has been wonderfully organised, and we'll do our shout outs at the end, I'm sure, but wonderfully organised by several people in the Discord. PhD, Millennia was involved. I think there was a few other people that chipped in, so much appreciation to those people. I don't think many people realise how much goes into organising an event, regardless of the size of the event.
Takes a village, as we like to say.
It does take a village. So thank you to all those people. They have pre-organised all of the categories for us. They have also, as you can see here, randomly allocated people's entries. So we have no idea whose entry is who. We're just going to go numerical order in this first one. So we're going to start from 0 and go to 8. There will be no alphabetical, there will be nothing. It is all completely random. So apologies if you are hoping to get in early because your name starts with A, you've missed the boat. Unlucky.
It's not going to happen. Yeah. I've actually not seen a single entry for this
Very good,
competition.
very good. I've looked at 3 and that was so I could make sure that the stream would work. So we have 9 entries in beginner. We have 9 minus 42 is 31. In intermediate, and 56 minus 43 and 13 in master. So we are commencing with beginner, and we shall start with number 0. So
Firing the pool.
yeah, absolutely. One thing that we will try and do for people that haven't viewed this or experienced this before, Bucks and I try to cater our feedback to the category and level. So you will probably see us be a lot more supportive and constructive when it comes to beginner and intermediate entries, whereas we'll probably be more critical and ruthless when it comes to masters entries.
Yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to that we may be a little bit more lax on technical execution in beginners and intermediate. However, as we scale up into masters, it will be something that we have some expectation on.
For sure. So let's kick in. We'll have a look at our first entry. Now, Bucks is probably going to watch this on the stream, so he may be a little bit delayed, but he also has access to the folder himself. So this is entry number 0 in the folder number 0, and this is, we'll go over here. Let's see a front on. Here we go. So this is one of the narrative sculpts from the Gambler's Chest, and it is a dragon something. I can't remember his specific name, but he is wielding a blast sword, and he's wearing some dragon and a blast shield, and he's wearing some Dragon King things. He's probably ascending the steps to the Dragon King's throne, which is cool. For Bucks, the story behind the Dragon King, he's got a lot of nuclear stories. Like his body is made out of nuclear stuff. So I think
I've seen the Dragon King painted quite a few times. It's it seems to be a fan favorite, and you can immediately spot it from the armor typing, right? The horns are so significant when it comes to that.
But I think that's why we've got these yellow and orange bands to look like nuclear strips. So I'll let you kick us off, mate. What's your thoughts on this piece?
I mean, as a beginner standard, the things that we tend to look for is to a degree a cleanliness about the figure. It's certainly not at the highest standard, but we're looking for clear and defined elements. We're looking for an understanding of volumes or an understanding of light. So for me, for this one, things that I think are solid. I think there's solid focus in the right area. I can see, pretty clearly the chest region and the helmet. Whenever you're dealing with a sort of limited palette like this, where we're really realistically we're playing in brown for the most part, right? Like most everything is some form of brown or yellow. Two colours that I like very much as a Mighty Hawk supporter in Australia. But yeah. I mean, I can see a clearly defined focal point. I think things that I could see that could be worked on a little bit. I think if we're ever going to take the liberty of doing some freehand on miniatures, and often when we talk about freehand, people think it's elaborate designs, but at some point it's got to start somewhere, and it's usually with some basic shapes. So I think if these are lines, as you were suggesting, they could probably be a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter. I do appreciate that there's an attempt to get some color on either side of the yellow stripes to create some volume and make it look like it's curving around the leg. Uh, bones are always an interesting one because there's so much texture involved in bone, and there's also lots of color nuance. It shifts, depending on where it is, what light it's in. But for the most part, this is pretty readable as bone. So, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think so. It's a color palette that matches with the story of the figure, which I like. One of the things we'll probably touch on many times is photography, and
Yes.
you can definitely see the challenges in a miniature competition that's done purely online when you look at this piece. I mean, this is probably the best of the three photos, but we've got an entire leg there that's in shadow, and it's really hard for us to judge where the painting is working and where it's just the lighting, the natural lighting. So I try to focus when it comes to this, particularly this category, on the areas where you can tell that the photo is not overexposed, where the elements that are in focus are clear, and we judge the painting on that. So I like the definition of the blast sword there. I agree with you. The color palette is natural and harmonious. Bone itself, as you said, is a fantastic color to bring lots of different nuance into. It's not always just, off white. Sometimes you can get some greens or some dark reds in there, and that can actually look really interesting. So
Purples, blues,
absolutely,
anything can really
any
go
color,
in there.
any
It's a
color.
it's a color that works very well atmospherically.
Yeah.
Speaking, I had a feeling, Trent, that we would be talking about photography.
Oh,
Now, I went and I thought, what can I do in regards to photography? I was having a poke around, and I was looking at a great Instagram account that I'm going to link in the chat. This is a predominantly a Necromunda Instagram account, so a little bit of a different subject matter. But there is a fantastic 3-part post about taking pictures that I'm just going to link as we go, and hopefully anyone who does receive some feedback surrounding taking photos can lean into some of this and maybe get some assistance from it. Because I had to read through it, and I found it to be incredibly beneficial. So I'm just going to grab the link now.
that's good. So last
And
year we handed out awards for what I termed potato photos, and so the term potato photos will make a comeback. We may select some other vegetable today, and utilise that to describe photography. But oh yes, that's a very good. I'm actually just looking at that now.
yeah, super good. 3 parts. Last thing on photos. Like taking photos is obviously a completely different skill to painting miniatures. But as you go on your miniature painting journey, to some degree, you will also develop a photography set of skills surrounding photography. So as such, we will be expecting more from our more experienced painters when it comes to photography.
Agreed.
The two skills grow together.
We'll come back to this piece in terms of whether it is in contention once we have a better understanding of where the level sits. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right, number 1. Let's have a look here. Which one should we start with, Deno? Okay. Ooh, this is a sculpt from the Gambler's Chest, the Dark Eye. is the name of this sculpt, and she is a fantastic model. So we'll just reiterate, what vegetable would you like to use today, Bucks? Corn?
It is a challenging photo, no doubt. I do appreciate that clearly, as we mentioned before, atmosphere is such an incredibly important part to Kingdom Death. And our painter here has decided, you know what? Let's just get some photographic atmosphere in and just cut this bad boy half in shadow and half out. Or bad girl, I should say. But the first thing that comes to mind for me on this one is that, again, our colors are in readable places.
Yep.
However, I am finding that there's a bit of a distinct lack of contrast in regards to shadow and light. And these are fundamental in miniature painting for us to bring the figures to life. So, like the eyeball, it's a bit of fun.
Yep.
It's definitely aggressively staring up.
It's getting a great view of the Jats crackers there of this jet. How good
It
is
is
that?
really absorbing it all. It reminds me very much of that, like the eye reminds me of those 80s, like weird kind of like, this could be an obscure reference, but there's t-shirts where they had like a hot rod and then some kind of weird creature thing riding the hot rod, and the eyes are always massive. Anyway, that's what it
That's
reminds
good
me
reference. Good reference.
of. Yeah, can you see it? You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can picture like 50 of those shirts. That's awesome.
Yeah. So,
I'll agree with you on the value contrast there, and we're probably unfortunately dealing with a little bit of overexposure, which is a challenge. But there's a few little technical things which I think are important to call out. So you can see here we've got a little bit of overlap on the brown from a little bit of this cream color, and I think if you're looking at a painting competition versus just painting your models for an event, for your game, I think these are the types of things that you need to look at addressing before you move into the competition. Just some little technical things like that. And then
absolutely.
And then, as Buck said, your value contrast is where we really need to start thinking about increasing your focus. It's a challenge without with the photo to be able to see how much value contrast we have. But I will call out that the green here in this axe, in the haft of the axe, is actually really interesting, and I quite like that. So where I would probably like to see that incorporated is just incorporate that color element more, maybe on some other areas, because I think that's actually a really nice element.
Yeah. So when we say value, especially at beginners, maybe 3/4 of the chat might know what this means, but there'll be some people in this chat who don't. Realistically, what we're just talking about is is how we dictate light and dark colors and how they appear. So, in this instance, we're not seeing a change in any of the colors, so that's why we believe it's probably, as another term is used, a little flat. One more thing I want to point out is, although we said we're not going to be super nitpicky at the beginners on little slips of the brush here and there, the reason why Trent's brought this one up very specifically is because it's a light color being slipped onto a dark color, so it really standds out. Like if these were between two darker colors, it wouldn't be so much of a problem, but when you are playing around with light colors and dark colors close to each other, there's actually an expectation to be cleaner than you might normally be, because it's so glaring if you do make a mistake. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
I'm just going to grab a photo for everyone to have a look at. Let's hope I'm not a complete spud. No, I am a complete spud. But I just want to use this as an opportunity to really explain value a little bit more. So when we talk about value, what we mean is basically light and dark, right? So this apple is a wonderful example of when we look at what is essentially a black and white object here. Value is the contrast between the light and the dark areas. So this apple, which we see in color, if we were to turn that into grayscale, all of a sudden you can see how much darker in terms of value the areas of shadow are, and how much lighter the areas of of light are. So there's a thing called a value scale. If you imagine that the brightest point on your model is a value 10 and the darkest is value 0, what we want to see when we're talking about value in miniature painting is we want to see all of that scale utilized to create a clear definition, to create a clear focal point, and for you to really actually understand, show that you understand how light interacts on an object. So, this is a perfect example of how color and value are actually separated from each other. You can have something that's very bright and colorful, we call that saturation, that doesn't have a lot of value. And it's actually value, or light and dark, that will create really visual interest and where you need to be pouring most of your time and attention as a miniature painter is on value rather than on color. So little conversation for everyone. There you go.
I'm sure we will revisit this again at least once or twice more across the 4 or 5 hours that we do this today.
Indeed.
Depending on how well we're going.
So for entrant 1, we appreciate your entry, and I don't think it will be involved in the medal discussion.
No.
This is a great model. So this is actually from the KDM Butcher box. This is Forgot, and she is a very cool story. If you have played the KDM Butcher, very cool little story. So kick us off, Bucks. What are your thoughts on Forgot?
Yeah, so I mean, at this point now we move into having some value and some contrast, right? We can see shadows throughout the green, and we can see some highlights through the green. So as we get further along in skill, one thing that becomes a higher expectation is the ability to separate your elements. Again, I said this early on in the first one, but what we talk about when we talk about separating elements is basically finding a way to make each individual component speak. Now, this is the first step in the process of painting. As we get better at the skill, we can then start to play with that, and we can do focal things and all sorts of cool stuff. But at this point in time for this painter, I think that having some clear defined lines between, if you can highlight, Trent, just some of the areas that you're seeing that could use some clear defined lines between each of the components. The big one glaring for me as well is in the breast region between the cloth and the chest there. Yeah, in these sorts of areas here. It just visually speaks. It talks more. We're painting very, very small things, and so when we're painting very, very small things, we need to be able to make all those different features sort of speak to us. Outside of that, one thing I really like about this is the color palette. It's a cold color palette. Something that blues and greens, I know you're a big fan of, Trent.
Love blue
they
and
often
green.
find their way into your paintings, so that's pretty cool. We will maybe at the end touch a little bit on hair and how to do it, but overall, in the beginner's level, I think this is a pretty standout piece.
Solid entry, probably my favourite one so far. There's also one I'll call out, non-metallic metal attempted on this, which is really cool. And these little elements down here, these little lantern tops, that's actually really great. That actually looks like metal to me, which is awesome. The ring chains, not as much, but this golden lantern does look like metal. So when we zoom out, I actually thought this was a true metallic metal initially because I saw that lantern. I thought, oh, that's natural light reflecting off the metallic pigments. It's not. It's non-metallic metal. So well played to this person. That's a very impressive effort. I'll call out some areas for improvement. At the base, to me, we haven't done a lot here with these puzzle pieces. That's an element that actually takes me away from some of the other really nice work that's been done. Because this yellow in particular doesn't actually look refined.
So it's a puzzle on the base. It looks like puzzle pieces.
Yeah, it's
is that
puzzle
correct?
pieces.
Yeah. Okay. Something that I'm just utterly unwavering on, no matter what skill level you are. Please paint your base rims if you're going to use a gaming base. Please, you can choose whatever color. I don't mind. Just paint it. It's something that is too too easy for a judge to just see and say that's going to take it down. And even if this, let's just say this is a gaming piece that you thought, you know what, I'm just going to throw this in a comp, paint your base rims.
Yeah. Rimming, absolutely right.
Rimming.
Very important to be rimming correctly. Well done to that entrant. That for me is our standout so far. So, number 3, what do we got here? Oh, this is the imitation butcher armor. Oh, look, Bucks, I think we've found our immersion entry right now, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got our first attempt at OSL, and we expect to see a few more of these when talking Kingdom Death.
Now, look, I've just got to start with the pink elephant in the room. All right.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this pink bottle lid? Seriously, my guy, or girl, or friend, just do yourself a favour, champion, and get rid of this pink fucking thing and put it on a background that is actually readable, because you've done some fantastic work here at highlighting and creating an OSL effect and creating ambience, and all I'm looking at is this fucking pink bottle.
So we'll start with the feedback is solid. Just buy yourself one plinth, right? One plinth. Blue tack your models onto it for photos. It's going to serve the same purpose, and it's going to elevate your work, and you're going to feel better about your photos and your work as well. I guarantee that. You might be happy with this so far, but get yourself a $10 plinth, chuck it on, and it'll make a world of help. Also, I don't mind the painterly backdrops at times in whip photos and things. I think it's fun. But for a competition photo, we probably want to see either a black or white or grey or blue to white or whatever. It's Scott Earth type stuff. Doesn't matter. Just something that helps us speak to it. Now, in your case, this backdrop's not hurting it too much, so it's not the end of the world.
The pink bottle cap is.
But the pink bottle cap is a bit of a challenge.
That's tragic.
Now we'll move on to so we go to we'll start at the opportune shot, like the best photo, which is to try and highlight OSL at its height.
Yeah.
So this is as we say, the golden angle. And there is some elements of this OSL that I'm really enjoying. The first one I want to talk about, and probably the most convincing part for me personally, is actually the leading arm at the front. The way that light is kissing, the rim light on the arm is really doing its job. It's serving well. So, that's OSL is not an easy technique to do. And you've captured some of the more challenging parts of it.
The opportunity for the OSL is one of the fundamental rules of OSL is that your object, that is the source of the light, OSL, has to be brighter than the light that it is cascading outwards. And unfortunately, we have a bright yellow lantern, and then we have light that is exactly the same intensity across other elements around it. And light naturally degrades as it moves out from the object. And so what we want to see is not the same level of intensity on those areas that are closer. You want to see a drop off. You want to see maybe even an orange version of that casting outwards from there. So it's a wonderful effort, and I think the thing that's most impressive to me is that the placement of the light, the elements, it all looks absolutely spot on. I think it's just the color choice that is not selling the effect as well as it could.
Okay, we've got 4 lanterns as well, it looks like. 3 on the back, 1 on the ground.
Yep.
But all these lanterns are behind our character. So if we can just flick to the front shot again, I just want to see how much light is generating to the front. Okay, not too bad. It's okay. It's sort of coming through the areas that you'd expect it to. Okay, so while we're on the front view, something, again, this is another one, as our previous one about painting the base rims. This dirty, great big mold line that's running down the front of the leg here. This is we got to get rid of these for painting competitions. It's not about being pedantic. It's none of those things. It's about how your model presents when people are looking at it. And that dirty, great big line there, it breaks the immersion of your work. You've done this excellent attempt at a sort of beginner-based OSL, and then this line is staring straight at me. Also, it's not a part of the sculpture, which means that when you're painting, you kind of got to factor where light goes. And a line like this that's just sharp and rigid, it basically will create unwanted shadow, is what it does. So it will more often than not be detrimental to your work to have these featured in the pieces. So just wanted to point that out.
In beginner, it's something that you probably overlook a mold line here or there, but not when it's in a very visible, forward-facing location. It's a real challenge for us to overlook
See
that.
past it, yeah.
And
I mean, there might be one on the inside of the leg I can't see. I'm not flipping the model over to see it, but that one there, that's about as killer as one maybe on the face or on the chest, or
Look, I think this is a very high quality entry, and we'll definitely be discussing whether that gets an ambience award. But it could also be our pink bottle cap award, which is absolutely disgraceful. So good work, beginner number 3. That's a great little entry. So number 4, what do we got here? This is Frog Dog. This is a Frog Dog chick. So this is from the new Frog Dog. Oh, hang on, is it? Yeah, no, I think it is, because that's a vertebraenet. So this is an interesting paint job that I really like the colours here. Purple and green. They are both secondary colours, and so one of my favourite colour palettes to work with is actually the secondary triad, which is a fancy wanky term for you saying purple, green, orange. Your primary colours, red, blue, yellow. It's really hard to get those 3 to work together, but secondary colours, they always seem to look really nice together. The purple and the green works for me. And what I like here is we've got some shading on that leg, as well as some nice patterning with these little stars and moons there. So I really like the colour palette. I think we've got some challenges with the focal point. The first thing that I'm looking at is this leg here. And we don't generally want your forward leg to be your focal point. You want it to be the eyes. You want to be looking straight into the soul of the model. And where we're...
this sculpture is really leaning into it, right? She's pushing her head forward. So it's really telling you, I mean, this is something that we should probably talk about at beginner-based painting, is like your sculpt will lead you. Like if you listen to it, it's going to tell you where to put your attention most. And this one absolutely is screaming sort of facial point, and maybe second is her knife that she's carrying, her little dagger. But I really agree with you, Trent, on this one. It's probably lost in focus.
Yeah, the hair is, that's a real opportunity to bring some high value attention to that hair and stuff. And model choice has to play a factor in your decision to enter a painting competition. It's as simple as that. When you're paying models for a game, it's just paint the model and have fun. But when you're entering a competition, you need to be thinking about, okay, what is this model? What is it? What is the story that it's telling? And then you need to think about the challenges that model has and how you can counteract those. Anytime I see a model that has closed eyes or eyes that are covered, that's almost like I'm not going to enter that into a competition, because it's such a challenge to create a real sense of connection with the model. The other thing that can be a challenge is a face covering. And having half of your face obscured really is a challenge for this. Now, it could have been something that actually helped if this part was absolutely popping, if it was bright, if the eyes were absolutely, spot on, and the hair was really bright. That would have actually been a benefit, because it would have been focusing your attention on that little area. But as it is, the value of those areas are all quite similar, and so I think that face is just getting a tiny bit lost, and I would like to see that be a focus for this particular painter. We've also got a big gap mold line here, which, as we talked about in the last one, bit of a challenge. Your thoughts, Bucks?
Yeah, two things to point out. I love it when we're attempting new and challenging things. So, any attempts at this level of painting to non-metal metallic is awesome to see. Again, we've got some OSL effects playing around here as well. This is probably maybe not as developed as the previous one of the OSL. Just with where the locations of light are touching and why they're touching.
Yeah.
But I would like to point out that I really do enjoy the base on this one. I actually think this is the best base so far for me personally.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess color choice again. We've set the whole table here in cooler tones, and then we've got a sort of glaring red. Now, the red might be specific to the weapon typing for the game. It might be reflecting what monster or creature it's been taken from. It's not about the color that you've chosen, it's how you've chosen to represent the color. So this is quite a bold and saturated red compared to the rest of the figure. If we were going to have a red here, I would probably look towards something a little darker, just so that it harmonizes better with the figure itself, rather than standing out very glaringly from the rear view. So points for trying some challenging skills with non-metal metallic and OSL. Great thought in your base, an overgrown pillar, you don't have to do really complex things for basing all the time. Something as simple as this, just done the right way, looks good.
Yeah. Temperature is a really good observation, Bucks. There's a lot of cold colours in a very cold ambience, and then that red is quite jarring. It stands out.
Yeah.
It can work, but you've got to think about, why and how you can incorporate the red. So, I agree with your observations on the base. For me, that one's in, in the discussion.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, good work. Number 4, 5. What do we got for number 5? This is Zelda. She's this dagger here is called Obsession. It's a golden dagger that people on a hunt can find, and then they want to murder their friends so that no one touches it. It's like the Smeagol, the Gollum of daggers, basically, with the one ring.
All right. So I'm just going to start with something positive.
Great.
That I think is actually, if we can go to the first view. All right. So when we paint skin tones and like this, so they're cold, they're in that purple reddish wheelhouse, and then they go to really, really desaturated tones. This is a very challenging set of colors to paint. And actually, if we look away from everything else and just focus on the stomach, the arm, the shoulders, the breast region, where our values are placed are actually pretty solid.
Spot on. They're actually spot on. Yeah.
Yeah. So credit to you on that. You've done a really good job there. I think
it really should be commended, because that is, when I look at that, I just go, yep, all of those lights, all of those highlights are in exactly the right spot. It's like, perfect. Maybe a tiny little bit more here on this upper hip area, to because you've got the light falling down. We'd probably see a little bit more there.
I agree.
But yeah, it's a really impressive effort, and you're absolutely right in calling out the colours. Those are a challenge.
And it's like, if you look at the focus, and this may be the photo playing a little trick or not, but the lantern arm is not as high in value as the twisting hair arm, right? So it looks like the twisting hair arm is closer to us, which is, whether you've intended to do this or not, this is a really solid execution of focus. Because this is how we do it. When we become closer and more in focus, things render more. We can see light functioning in a more intricate and complex pattern. And when things get further into shadow, obviously they deepen and we don't have as much going on. So that's something really positive I'd like to point out. Now to talk about some things that are going to really, really sort of hurt this one. We're going to have our first conversation about hair. This won't be our last conversation about hair, I imagine. Trent, This is something that you've spoken about
Look,
many times, so I'm going to let you take over on
I
this.
love talking about hair and painting hair because it's kind of when you get it right, it's just incredible, but it's very frequent that we see it not being done right. Um, my advice to people when you're painting hair is go and grab yourself a Pantene Pro V shampoo bottle and just have a look at the picture of the lady's hair on the Pantene Pro V shampoo bottle. And you'll find that there is this wonderful shimmer on the high points of the hair, and then there is some very deep shadows. Hair is almost like non-metallic metal in the way that you need to approach it. You need to have really dark shadows and you need to have really light highlights.
Why use a Pantene Pro V ad, mate, when you've got that glorious mane that you've been growing? You need to give us a flick and we can just catch a.
Yes, it's coming
We can just
along.
catch them light.
It's coming along nicely.
I feel like if Seamus is right here, right now, I'd be furiously typing something about certain hair. But he seems not to be. I could almost hear his keys going.
It's a lion's mane. You're the true mane here, my friend. So, specular highlights is a term that you'll hear used, and it's again a painting term that I don't like to use. I like to describe things better, but the light will change where it is painted on the model based on where you as a viewer are looking at it, is what specular highlights means. So what we want to basically do when it comes to painting hair is think about what our optimum viewing angle is, and then think about where the light will reflect if we are viewing the model like that. And on this particular piece, we would have hair where this band here would be the highlight. It's not going to be the top. It's actually going to be the light reflecting. I'm sure we'll talk about it more, but the hair is unfortunately an area that needs a lot of improvement. And the OSL is probably what's funny about this OSL is that they've actually got the decay part right. That this lantern is the brightest element, and then the light that's on the model is less vibrant.
It's the technique used, right? So we unfortunately when we're doing OSL effects, there's two sorts of schools that we see a lot in miniature painting. We see I create the light and then I try to just put color on an area. This is often only really successful with airbrushing because of how airbrushing atomizes paint and softens it on the transition.
Mm-hmm.
So Trent, you've obviously used this many times in your stream. So if anyone wants to see that, Trent and Chuck go to work. One that I can think of that can be really beneficial for you to check out that Trent's done this with. He painted Mercenary Goblin a few years back, where he did a really bold red light from the back. That was a pretty good example of how you did that. Now, the other way, and the more technical way, and tends to lead to a better effect, is that you actually are painting the whole area that is being touched by light with the colors that it's being touched by, while also factoring in the colors of the initial color of the area and surface itself. So,
and if we look at that butcher, I think you can tell.
Yes, the difference between the two. I think number 3 was it? Number 3.
2, yeah, number 3, yep. You can see the difference in the way of approach, that this is actually focused lights in specific areas, so they've actually painted that element on in a very focused way. So,
yeah.
Hey, look, was it 4 or 5? We really need to just call out separation of elements. We need to see more separation of elements. We've got a pale fabric, we've got a pale skin tone. It's very hard to differentiate between the two. The hair, we probably need to see the hair with an even darker line separating them. And there's some areas such as this near the shoulder underneath the hair there where we need to do that and get that a little bit right. Your base rim, paint it black, get into rimming, friends, it's great fun.
Faces are focal points. We don't get to to an extent, I don't believe we get to choose whether a face is going to be a focal point or not if a face is fully present on a figure. Yeah. If it's not, like we saw earlier, where they're in masks, then you can do things. But when, we fundamentally have to respect that we're painting sculptures, and if a sculpture is presenting you with something that you are not using to its height, there's two options. You can either remove it from the sculpt so that it's not there and impeding what you're trying to do with your story, or we need to exaggerate that feature to get the most out of it. And unfortunately, with this one, I think that the face probably is not reaching the same levels of execution as the other areas in the middle region of her.
Agreed. It's probably one of the better photos we've seen, interestingly. So well done. Good photography. Makes a difference. Number six. What do we got here? Ooh, it's Stampede Glaive Zell. She's a fantastic one. Here's an example of hair starting to understand that concept, but not executing it quite as well as it needs to be executed. But you can see that we've got a light highlight, and if we zoom back, it does actually sort of look like it's hitting the right areas. So interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the quickest way we can sort of give some advice to there is that you've probably gone too quick, too soon through the values in hair. We've gone from red instantly to white, which is if we go straight from dark or a darkest shade to a light shade, we'll get an immediate contrast. But it's a contrast that we have not necessarily controlled.
We haven't earned it.
Yeah, and if that happens, then we sort of, the illusion is broken.
Yeah.
But props to trying it. Like this is what we love to see in beginners. Beginners is all about looking at people trying new things and sort of exploring things, sometimes for the first time or maybe the first couple of times. So some fun things to point out. Freehand stripes. We had some freehand stripes in the very first piece that we looked at. It looked like these ones are a lot more intentional.
Yep.
And I feel like they've been done pretty well. And I like the little striped rim on the base of her garment as well, her flowing cloak. That's really cool. Again, lanterns. This is Kingdom Death. There are lanterns everywhere. We're going to be talking about lanterns and lantern light a lot. Some might say it's the reign of the lanterns.
Oh,
right?
well played.
But in this instance here, this is a very, very, very soft, very, very soft light coming from the lantern. Probably, in my personal opinion, a little bit too soft.
Too soft.
The bonework.
It's what Mossy said to me last night, mate. But
oh no.
Pushing rope.
The head of the staff, the bone areas, really like that. Pretty clearly defined. I can read teeth. I can read all sorts of stuff going on there. But what's happening here is I lost until I really looked that there's a giant goat's head on her shoulder.
That's a screaming antelope, but yes, it is.
Yeah, sorry, screaming antelope. It's it's got horns and a snout. It took me a little bit to see that. That's probably an opportunity for a very, very little bit. Maybe we'll touch on a little bit of maybe color positioning.
Yep.
Not necessarily color theory, but color positioning. So where we put colors on the model to accentuate certain different things.
So
if you put dark stuff against dark stuff, it's
I absolutely love this.
You.
No, you're right. Absolutely love this element here, mate. It's actually quite cool. So I'm going to take a wild punt and say this is an acanthus plant, which is very prominent in the Screaming Antelope Showdown. This character is a Screaming Antelope hunter, basically. She's picked up an indomitable resource and crafted herself this stampede glaive in the background that she's wielding. Those stripes are actually really well executed. That's, we need to keep in mind how small these models are. And to have that element executed as well as it is for the scale of the model is impressive. I like the overall, ambience isn't quite the right word, but everything feels like it exists in the same environment. So I quite like that the overall feeling of the model. But again, I think we need to call out those separation of elements and then your values as well. So one tick on values is the highest point, and the area that we're most drawn to is the head and these little highlights here. However, it's not represented as well elsewhere that the chesticles, they should also have a higher value, being the wonderful orbs of gloriousness that she has. those weapons of mass destruction.
So with the skin, right? I'm going to go benefit of the doubt in this instance, and I think that our painter's trying to play with atmosphere with the skin, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's here. The challenge with this at times is if we're playing with atmosphere with skin really early on in painting, um, it sometimes can just muddy everything up a little bit. Now this is not really, it's not overly punishing this piece, but it could have. It's only not punishing it because there is four values I can see that are really helping it. Both the top of both the thighs, the
yeah,
stomach line, and then her left breast,
yeah.
right? So also coinciding with where the lantern is placed on her body, right? We're probably a bit of light generating out of there. So just something to note when you're trying those things. We still got to sort of maintain a bit of cleanliness around skin. Even very very dirty skin, still it's skin first and then dirt,
Yeah.
not all mixed into one. Do you think that's fair? I
Absolutely
think
spot
that's
on.
probably,
Skin
yeah.
needs to have a softness. And as we move up into intermediate and masters, one of the things we'll probably talk about is being able to render different elements to read as different elements. Skin
Hmm.
naturally needs to be soft and smooth, whereas fabric can be a little more textured and have some differentiation in shape. Same with hair and metal, and being able to render those different elements in a way that looks different is an important component. And unfortunately, here the skin and the fabric and everything sort of feels like it's been rendered in the same way, which is helping in one way because it's making it all feel like the same environment, but it's hindering it a little in us really getting a sense of each of those elements and of themselves. But I like this piece. I think the photography is really well done. Probably the
Yeah, this
best.
is probably our best photo,
Yep.
and also probably one of the better model choices too for a
Agreed.
competition. I
Yeah,
think this
really,
is a very good model choice
really
for a
good model choice.
competition.
So
So
number
good
6
job.
in contention for me.
Yeah.
Numero 7. This is the Leyline Walker from the Gambler's Chest, and this is easily the winner of our shallot photo for the day. Tragic, tragic parsnip effort. It's very, very hard for us to take a model that's been photographed in a very dark environment and really ascertain a lot of areas for improvement. So rather than looking at this angle, unfortunately, which is out of focus and underexposed, we may sort of focus more of our attention on these two angles, which are a little bit
Yeah,
more
let's.
readable.
I mean, the very first thing that we can give some credit to for this painter is saturation. There's some
Yep,
great saturation in this figure. The greens are really popping, and then the magenta is really popping. And this is
yep,
probably the strongest colors we've seen,
yeah,
or the,
yeah.
the most present
Intense.
saturated color and intense colors we've seen. So, a nice change of pace. Let's talk about a point of difference, Trent, when you're entering a painting
Ooh,
competition.
well called.
How important to you is a point of difference as a painter when you're painting? Not when you're judging, but when you're painting.
Uh, I think I I like to do things different. I think it's great to have your own personal style and your own personal way of interpreting things. So, and in a competition element, that's even more of a thing because you usually have such a small amount of time to make a judge look at your model, and if something is
Hmm.
different and unique, that catches your eye. So. It's important, I think, in a judging.
Yeah, I'll always remember your reference when you were overseas competing was something you took back from your first attempt overseas to your second. Was what I noticed was that everything was a bit darker in the hand. So I decided I wanted to start to punch my painting up in value to really draw attention to it.
Yeah.
This doesn't just happen in the hand; it also happens in online competitions. Like this is the most vibrant and bright piece, and we like colors. People like colors. We
I
like to
like
see
it.
colors.
Yep.
Doesn't mean we don't like desaturated stuff, but yeah, it's good to see some color here.
Yep. There's again the OSL component. Great to see in beginner a lot of people stretching themselves into OSL, and this is a pretty reasonably executed. I'd take a punt and say airbrush executed OSL. The thing we talked about before with the light needing to be the brightest, it actually is represented here reasonably well. You probably want to see even more of a drop off than what we're seeing here, but it's all pretty spot on. There's a few things we haven't talked about. One is finish. So the finish of a figure can actually be something that you manipulate. So satin or glossy actually can contrast really well with matte finishes. Unfortunately, it can also be a detriment when you have some colours which are generally a satin finish. Your contrast, your inks tend to be more satin or glossy. And if you don't control that, it can create the unfortunate effect we're seeing here, which is where the model looks like it's wet. And
yeah, it was in the chat there. Like, is it intentional that the model looks wet?
Yep.
If it is, this wouldn't. My advice would be that this is not the technique to use to make it look wet.
Yep.
It's just gloss reflecting light.
Yep.
So
and then the second call out I'll make is we've got that mold line challenge. We're actually looking at the back of the model and seeing this mold line along the back here. It doesn't look like there's any as prevalent on the front, so that's good. Probably wouldn't paint that down, but
I guess with mold lines, it's very simply you're going to put all this effort in to an area, then we're going to look at it. This is something that I'd like to just sort of project across painting competitions. These are three-dimensional figures, and they have angles everywhere. And you, as the painter, as much as you want to control where I look at the figure from, if I can turn the figure, I will turn the figure, right? Because I'm the viewer, and I can choose where I look at your figure from. So what we'll probably see as we get further on in the competition is that when someone doesn't want an area to be really focused, they may put backdrops on their figure. They may do really effective OSL to darken it to a point where it's somewhat irrelevant. These are sort of some of the tricks and tips. Sometimes people will just cut an area completely off that they don't want to be in focus. Maybe halving their figure and putting it onto a backdrop, or slicing through. All these are options. So, but if we can see it, we're going to look at it. And if you've put all this effort into an area and we can see a mold line there, we're going to notice it. Now, one more positive thing I just want to say, you did mention that you felt that this is probably some airbrushing. If we can go back to the back view, I actually think there's some really good examples of some tight airbrushing with the way that the spray, the cone spray is sort of been achieved, right? Particularly on the rear there, yeah. On the derriere, it's on the buttocks. It's actually been controlled really well. Yep. So something that you're really experienced with, Trent. So something we can definitely talk about, being that you have mastered the weapon of choice that is chuck sprays.
Chuck sprays.
Controlling where your spray goes is three-quarters of the battle when it comes
absolutely a skill that you need to evolve.
Yeah. So just some props there. One last thing for this one, because I think for me personally, like this is we've had two examples now that we literally just covered. We have a pretty good example of the one way of doing OSL, and now we have a pretty good example of the other way of doing OSL. One thing to note, though, is that we can't solely rely on the airbrush. So I think around this lantern, if we had have just pushed up towards the center of the lantern in some desaturated, more white, yolky yellows, we would have started to create a really, really, really convincing effect here. So I think that's probably the best we can do with the photo that we've got.
I'm on the fence, right? Because as you said very early on, the colours are great. Like it really punches you in the face with the colours. And you and I, members of Saturation Generation, we love to see colours being utilised. But the photo really is hindering us being able to look at the whole figure. This out of focus bone shabook is probably an important element that we're not really getting to judge. So probably falls out of contention based on the photography, which is unfortunate, but there's a lot of good skill on display on this piece.
And understanding. We can definitely see that there is brushwork and that there is airbrush work. It's just, I think, probably needs those two skill sets need to harmonize a little bit more to create one like combined overall finish.
And consider the finish of the piece as well. So
Yeah, finish is a word we're going to use a lot. It's a word we use very frequently in judging painting competitions, and it has several meanings. So we will do our best when we're using that word to make sure we describe what type of meaning we're going
attributing.
for.
This is Loon. She's a wonderful release that came with a character card called, I can't remember, but it's quite good. And I think this is one of Kingdom Death's greatest models. Like
I'm glad you said that. I'm really, really fond of this model. I've never seen this model before, but I'm like, this model just screams. Like you can do some crazy cool soft stuff with painting, sort of silk flowing garments like this, and this has got a great composition. So great miniature choice. Let's start right there. This is a banger.
Yeah. So, we've talked a lot about value. We've talked a lot about separation of elements, and we've talked a lot about how you can incorporate different finishes. This sort of probably falls on the end where we need to be focusing a lot more on creating darker shadows and lighter highlights. This is a well chosen color palette. I really like dark cloak followed by white fabric. The blue hair is great. It's all of the colors work, but there's not enough differentiation of light and shadow, which is really missing probably the best element of this model, which is those lovely fabric folds.
Yeah, it's a bit of a missed opportunity. I must agree there. One thing that I would like to point out on the front view, this might be actually one of our better examples of hair, funnily enough. It might just be that it is the case because it's quite subtle, the hair.
Yeah, you can
but
see.
where the light is correct. Like when we're talking about volumes, sure, it could be done and rendered with a lot more precision, but for the most part, that's the part that caught my eye early on.
Yep.
I did notice there's a comment in the chat about using the word refinement. I personally am very specific about when I use the word refinement. It's a word that's thrown around and banded around in miniature painting a lot. I try to use the word when it's relevant for it. So we'll keep it in mind though.
I just want to talk about one thing that we sort of haven't really spoken about yet, which is important, and it's the ability to zoom in to a very, 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 very close degree, which you don't get normally in a display painting event in person. It's very easy for us to zoom super in and then be hypercritical of something that's in person you probably wouldn't even notice. Unfortunately, in this event, it is something you have to take into consideration. And obviously, looking here, we can see the eyes are actually a real element that's not quite working. Their eyes can work, even if you make them bigger than the model sculpted, that can actually work. And in Kingdom Death, it can work really well. But the key in eyes, almost the only thing you need to get right is that little reflective glint, right? That shows that eyes are wet and alive and reflecting light. And I think if these eyes just had a little white dot in each eye,
It could help.
These eyes would actually not look too bad. But as it is, they're kind of soaking, making me feel like I'm being drawn into a whirlpool of blackness and I'm about to be absorbed by the devil.
It's I really appreciate you bringing up zoom, right? Because zoom has two ends of the spectrum, and people fall in and out of love with it. You can become so fixated on how well your model looks under hyper zoom that you lose punch and you become incredibly subtle, which doesn't hold up in the hand. Maybe it's better for a photo. So what like everything, right? Like, whether it's a spectrum and we're adjusting as we go. Sometimes we need to pull a lever down a little bit, as you like to say. Sometimes we need to push the lever up. So for this one, I think we've sort of covered the majority of what I'd like to. I don't think this will be in contention.
Unfortunately not. So let's just review. So that one's probably a maybe. What are your picks? For me, I think Forgot was one of the standouts, which was this one. Yep.
So what we'll do is I'll make sure that I am noting from here
well
on in
done.
which ones we like, because that's what we did last time.
We
And
did.
we should have.
All right.
All right. So you just give me the numbers for beginners, please.
All right. So we've got number 2.
Yep.
We've got number 3.
Yep.
Sorry, everyone, for hearing that download. I think this one is probably worth a discussion. Number 4. 5. Probably not. 6.
I don't think so. Or is that 5? That sorry.
Yep.
6.
So I think 6 is.
6 is definitely. Yeah.
And then 7. 7 we'll put in the mix. So let's bring these up on screen and we'll have a little play. Let's see how good I am at doing this on the fly. Apologies all, we're doing our best. And by that I mean I'm doing my best.
That's all right. We can talk amongst the chat while you're getting this done. Please feel free, if you're in the chat, put in the one that you like the most and maybe a little bit about why, and we can get people to talking.
Absolute pro streamer here.
Because this step always takes a little bit as we bring the photos in. This is the trade-off you get for in-person judging.
Is there a quicker way? Where's me transform? No, that's not quicker. Good turnout, decent number of entries, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the Wolves pre-season? Get out of here, Craigsod, with your rubbish.
Well, I mean, what we could do, if people want, like we could do this. We could take like 15-minute breaks, Trent, in between, and just line them up, and then come back with what we think is.
We could do that.
That could be an option if people want. That way, other people along with the stream can have a break too.
We could do that. We're almost done. We've only got 3 to go. We will definitely do a break after this one, so don't be concerned on that front. Big dog's got to eat.
Yes, you are like clockwork with things like that, aren't you, mate? You're like, it's reached this time. I say, I got a bag of I brought the party mix along just to keep the energy high.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good work. I went and got a boost this morning. Oh, this pink bottle cap's just fucking ruining my.
I saw you drinking a boost this morning. There's like certain things that your friends do that you think are really uncharacteristic for them. You sucking on a boost was not something I would have picked, eh? There's just something about it was a bit uncanny.
That's good stuff. Yeah. No, I love a boost. Absolutely love a boost. Me and Mossy.
Yeah, the more you know, the more you learn.
Quite partial. Boost is a company in Australia, by the way, for all of our international people that just do like juices.
Fruit drinks.
Yeah. Like they make drinks out of fruit and stuff. It's fine.
Sugar, right? It's a sugar just like you're fronting as fruit.
It's just a drink, that's all. Okay, here for me are our top 5 and all of our prizes, I think, will probably come from these 5 pieces. Do you concur?
Yeah, I'm going to just have a quick look and just make sure as we've got all the ones we want.
Yeah.
Give me one sec.
I see our number 1 piece is Forgot. I think that's the best rendered piece.
Forgot would be the puzzle.
Puzzle base.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. So she's number 1. Imitation Butcher is probably my number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I'm either Zell or the Frog Dog is number 3. I think possibly the Frog Dog might just edge it out. That would be my 1, 2, 3, I think. Now, Open to your thoughts.
All right. See, I think that the number 3. I like one and two, but I think 3 is probably a conversation between the antelope as well. So maybe we can hone in on those two there. And
Yeah. So
do we need to
does
chop it up over this?
yeah, that's fine. Does
Yeah.
Imitation Butcher for you challenge Forgot for our number 1?
No.
Okay, I agree.
So
So
just because although it's got a relatively convincing OSL effect, that's realistically its key feature. Whereas I think I'm seeing a little bit more on the Forgot.
I really
Um,
struggle
they
giving a first place to a piece that has a mould line that's so visible.
Yep, and I will counter that with because we're not just going to favour the one that we want. I really do struggle to give it to a piece that's base rim has not been painted. Um, so they both. So in this instance, they've both got a pretty glaring defect. So let's just hold that in.
Yep.
Um,
So I think
can
they're the
we
top
bring?
two, though.
Okay, well, I feel that Antelope might not be struggling from, or is that imitation? Which is what's the Antelope called again?
So her name's Zell.
So
Stentorian
Zell,
Zell. Yep.
Apologies to all the diehard Kingdom Death people. Uh, Zell doesn't have these defects, and I mean,
I can't give it to Zell based on
yeah,
the
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 skin and the
skin
hair,
tone. Yeah, and
yeah,
that yeah, it's 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 probably my favourite of
mm.
the pieces here, and I think
Well,
yeah.
let's preface with at a beginner level, we're looking to reward, not detract. So let's just say that friendly warnings for future competitions with the mold line and the basing stuff, and let's look at judging pieces on their merits.
Agreed. Good
Uh,
call. So for
and
me,
in that,
Forgot
yeah,
is our winner.
yeah.
Nice colour palette, clear, different elements. We've got a clear focal point. I think the strong OSL on the Butcher is maybe covering a couple of little technical issues in some of the other areas. It's extremely well executed OSL for the most part.
Well, we say point of difference, right? And there is a point of difference on the butcher. So imitation butcher. So I think I'm pretty comfortable now with where we're at in first and second, but I think there is a discussion about the last two.
So I think my preference would be to give this award this an award for basing. That's
Yeah,
our favourite base, I
yeah,
think.
for this
So,
category. Yeah,
yep. And then I think this piece, the Leyline Walker, should get an award for just saturation generation.
that gets the saturation generation award. You know what? We fight. We look at the pros and we look at the drawbacks for each piece. I I think you might have had it right in the first 3. I think that when I start to break it down, we've got freehand on both the third places. I think that they're at about a similar level.
Yep.
I, I think that
So we're back here.
yeah, I think hair goes one way, the face goes another.
Yeah.
Ah,
They're, they're, they're both very comparable in terms of their.
they are. They
Yeah.
are. I prefer the weapon work on the antelope versus the other one.
Let's go with
Mhm.
Frog Dog because of the OSL, because
Yeah.
we want to talk about ambience, right? And we want that to be our focal point.
Yeah, let's do Frog Dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
With very, very, very close between the
It's
two.
yeah, that could have gone either way, and we'll then in turn give the Zell an award for basing as well because of the
Yeah.
acanthus plant and the thematic storytelling involved. So I just want to sense check: are we are we having the OSL be a negative in our conversation here? Are we saying Because if I look at those two side by side, aside from the dirty pink bottle cap, I think the Butcher has more impact.
It does absolutely have more impact. It's Can we? Is it? I think there's a better photo of
Forgot.
the Forgot. I think the front on view is a better view and
Mm-hmm.
more flattering. I don't think we've got that. We're being fair here with their golden angle.
Golden brown, texture like sun. Coming up.
Yeah, it's always a bit of fun when we do first, second, thirds.
Well, I think this is an important conversation to have, right? Because this is what happens in judging. You know,
Yeah,
at some point, it moves away from being objective issues and it starts
yeah,
becoming subjective. And one of the things that we need to really highlight is we're so impressed by people putting their works up and saying, "Hey, I want to be judged by my peers." Um,
we
Ultimately,
celebrate that.
we're just two
You're a winner.
guys, right? We're just two fucking
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
and our
Could be two
opinion,
any other two people
our opinion,
tomorrow. Our opinions might change tomorrow. That's the
yeah.
other thing. So, all right. So in this instance, with what's polling in one and polling in two, I think we've got a clear case of one has been technically painted better,
Mm-hmm.
and one has more impact and atmosphere. So, what would you like to? This is I'm just a guest here with you, my friend. What would you like to reward?
It's a great question. I think I'm actually leaning this way. I think I'm actually leaning towards let's reward the ambience and storytelling of the butcher
Hmm.
as our number one,
Hmm.
and let's go forgot in number two, and then the frog dog in number three. Zell gets a award
A
for great
pacing
pacing,
award.
thematic,
No.
and our saturation and generation award goes to the Leyline Walker.
Excellent.
You happy
I'm
with
happy
that?
with that. I'm happy with that. I think
Lock it in.
that's a pretty good result there.
Well done to everyone in beginners. No doubt it's a nerve-wracking time. I'm sure for many of those people it would have been their first time entering.
Yeah, it's absolutely it's not an easy thing to have people talk about something that you've put time and effort into. So Trent covered it a little bit before, but really we thank everyone for putting their work forward in the beginners category. Often beginners is very daunting for the
Yep,
first time, so you don't know what to expect. So keep on painting. You're doing great. Keep pushing yourself. You know, if this is your first competition, I really hope it's not your last. I hope you could continue to keep going.
yep.
And yeah, I'm sure we'll see you again in future Kingdom Death painting events, and maybe
Agreed.
see you in different categories along the way.
And it's important to note, right, that without beginners,
Hmm.
competition doesn't really have any meaning. you know,
No, no,
it's like
it
there,
doesn't.
there has to be a
The
spectrum.
lifeblood of events.
Absolutely. So we'll take a 5 break now before we move into the intermediate section. And yeah, we'll catch you all very shortly. We're back, friends. Bucks and I have just satiated our desires for food and other.
Tea. 3 teas before 12 o'clock. We're on fire. I'm not going to
Get
sleep tonight.
amongst it. Yeah, we might be having toilet breaks for you, mate. So,
Mm-hmm.
but we will kick on into the intermediate category now, and should be up on screen. Beautiful. Great. So intermediate, we will be a little more focused on technical ability. We'll be a little bit more probably analytical. Critical is not a word I like to use. I think constructive is a better word. But let's see. And again, we
Concepts.
Yep.
More concepts.
Conceptual. We probably won't make any deliberations until we start to get a sense of where the actual level is in terms of what we think is in the mix. So this is intermediate entry number 9. This
Let
is
me get my notepad ready.
a narrative sculpt from The Gambler's Chest, and it is called The Murderer, which is actually one of my least favourite models. So, the reason it's one of my least favourite is because the actual figure is so uncomfortable for me. There's something about his proportions that are uncomfortable, which I think is actually all intended from the sculpt. It's intended to
Has
make.
Has he got an arm in his hand? Is he holding an arm he's hacked off?
Yeah, he's a murderer. That's a
Yeah.
foot. He's got a leg. He's chopped
Oh,
off
it's
a
a
leg.
leg?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, well, with that knowledge of what this character is, picking a very cool and somber color palette is a great choice.
Yep, agreed.
Um,
I think just seeing this right now, you can immediately see
Yes.
the level has increased.
Yeah.
And you can see things like what we were talking about with the OSL and having that degradation. You can see that that's been in play here. You can see a little bit more value, a little bit more consideration towards, where your highlights should be placed and creating more contrast. But I think there's still a lot of room to improve on this one when it comes to things like value, separation of elements. One thing that jumps out to me, right? So we've got this blue fabric down here, and in terms of how much value shift there is across the fabric, there's not really any. It's almost probably maybe two colours, two different tones on there. And I would like to see a lot more work put into creating, fabric's such a wonderful element to paint because you've got these clearly defined folds that you can really use highlights and shadows to reinforce.
Yeah, we don't ever want to see fabric be an afterthought, right? Like it's such a, you can do so many things, and I'm not saying in this instance it's an afterthought. I'm just saying something to bear in mind for painters. Now, I'm going to just point out a couple of things like that we can immediately see an increase of skill and knowledge and practice in. Starting with, we've got a texture in our scarf.
Yep.
If we have a look, we've got some styration and texture in there, going for that sort of dense weaved vibe. We've got a much more considered attempt with the OSL, as you pointed out, and we've also got a more intermediate level understanding of non-metal metallic and how light is interacting with its surface.
Yep.
I think this person has entered their miniature in the exact right category. So, hey, just want to shout out that from a judging perspective is really great to see.
Yep.
Like people looking at their own work and figuring out where they fit. That's not always easy to do, and it's something that can be celebrated too. I really quite like the painting of the skin on our victim. I think that's quite nice, but having it be super close to the painting of the skin on our murderer here is probably a missed opportunity, in my personal opinion. This corpse would have lost an incredible amount of blood, if not all of it, from the wounds it suffered. So having it in the greys and purples and desaturated versions of those is a really good choice. but also having that in the murderer is probably just making everything look a little bit same. Whereas we could have probably brought a little bit more life into our living character on the figure. Now, that doesn't mean you have to change the color scheme in any way, shape, or form. It just means that we can, through subtlety, whether we use some glazing or some stippling, or we can introduce maybe some pinks, some reds. We can introduce some purple tones, and we can do this in facial focal points. So, as we like to say, eyes and nose, right? Eyes, nose is the two most common ones for this.
Yep.
Sometimes cheeks. I think that could have been an opportunity missed there.
Yep.
We can only judge what we can see. For me, we've not seen any other piece at all yet in this category, so I'm going to refrain from saying where I think this should be, where this should be. I'll just say for anything that's in broader categories where we've got lots of entries, we will look at this again later to see where it falls in the pool. Also, just as you turned it around there, this is what the example I was talking about before about a lantern. Having that desaturated yolky yellow turn to white in the lantern is a much more convincing effect.
Yep. I'll just touch back on something we spoke about earlier. Finish. Blood is one of those wonderful elements that you can have a glossy finish, and that creates a visual contrast between the non-glossy elements, which can be really interesting and engaging to look at. So we will come back to this piece. I think it's
the blood splatter. The blood splatter's good.
It's
been controlled really well. So we'll come back. Anyone that's in the first couple, please don't feel like you've got the raw end of the stick when it comes to where you are in the line.
You have.
Yeah, you have. But we know that, and we will return to it.
But that's actually quite a cool piece. I think I like that. That's
I think that's actually cooler than you first thought. And hey, that's one of the advantages on judging side as well. Maybe something that you've seen and maybe overlooked. You get to have a more closer study of it, and usually you end up talking yourself into it, right?
Yep.
You're like, actually, I think this is pretty cool.
I don't mind that. So here we have another Stampede Glaive Zell, and I think we're very, very early now, but we're going to be cooking with some parsnips on this fucking piece. What about the photography? It's not ideal.
No.
And it's a real shame because I like a lot of things that I see about this right now. I like a lot.
Let's just keep these two views. We're going to just eliminate that upskirt.
That's an upskirt. That's the eyeball. That's the eyeball from before. Look it up.
Right there. Yeah, we're going to cut that one out, but we're going to go to the other two. Yeah, this is a really nice figure. This figure is growing on me every for the 2 times we've seen it so far, and maybe we'll see it a couple more times. But
I've actually done her. She's great. I did her on stream, so if you want to see my version, go and have a look. It's great.
Yeah. So off the rip, what am I liking about this figure? Did you want to kick us off on this one, Trent, or do you want me to start on this one?
There's a lot of things, and I'll just quickly highlight again my tertiary color palette. Orange, green, purple. I really think that secondary color palette is really, really nice color palette to play with. This is a again, right level for this entrant. A lot of really well executed elements. It's just such a shame the photography is letting this down because we've got natural shadows there that are actually detracting from the figure and not allowing us to see the work that's been done. If we focus on this leg here, which looks like it's the most exposed, well exposed area, and to a lesser extent the chest, this is a really nicely executed skin tone. We've got highlights in exactly the right spot. We've got nice shadows. We've got a transition. We've even got some pink tones, which I love to see. A little bit of that subsurface scattering, I believe is the official term. It's really, really nice skin tone. And then we contrast that with this really excellent dappled stippling color. I'll call out a few little things that I think we could improve with this particular element in a little bit. But overall, I think this is a really great paint job that is really hindered by that photography.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to touch on with the photography there that you pointed out is it's not at the state where it's impacting our ability to judge you, but it is impacting your ability to present yourself the best you possibly could. Because I think your photo has done you a disservice of the painting that you've done here.
Agreed. Yeah.
Now, that said, let's focus on some of the things that are really enjoyable about this. Uh, Love the subtlety when we come to the OSL on this. This
Yep.
is probably so far
Best.
my favorite that I've seen.
Mm.
I like how it's interacting with the skin. I like the density in which it's interacting. And I like that the texture in the skin is visible through the glow. And this is the sort of thing we've been talking about with the complexity in OSL is how deep you can go with it. And this is a great example of getting on in that journey. Counter to that, on the opposite side, I don't feel it's the same level of effect there on the cloth. So we've got one side on the leg and then the other side of the cloth. I think that is breaking the illusion a little bit there, but not enough for me to take my eyes away from the element that I do really like. The staff in this instance using the a green detail in the bone. I guess it's like a loose glow or an emittance of light. Or no, actually, it might just be splatters. It looks like it might be like it's been
Yeah, not sure.
belted
It's
into a few things.
interesting. It's interesting though. I like it.
It is interesting. I like it. Often it would be some form of like oxidization, right? I mean, and that's usually in relation to metals, but sometimes we do oxidizing paint methods on different things and it works. It can work pretty well on bone, like pushing colors in and around. And a great example, as we spoke about earlier in our session here, about having color move through bone. Actually, our opening piece that we did in beginners, having color in your bone is beneficial. This is a great example of it. It adds interest. It's visually stimulating, and it looks like there's a lot happening there. It's good.
This is a really well, like the separation of the elements. You can really see what we're talking about now because each of these elements is clearly defined, and that is actually really helping because if this wasn't clearly defined, the photo would be hindering it more than it is. So
I would say that for us, separation of elements or occlusion shadows, however you'd like to sort of go about it. For me personally, this is right on for the category that it's in. This is sort of what I would expect, if not a little bit more as we get closer to the sharper point. So however, let's talk about textures.
Textures is a wonderful skill that a painter has in their arsenal, and I think it's always exciting to see a painter start to experiment and do this sort of stuff. Where we're falling down here, and it's something we'll talk more and more about as we progress, texture and light don't stop existing, even though there is a recess on the model. I think this unfortunately really takes me out of the illusion that this is creating by not including that textured element in the center here. Now,
I guess we call it, Trent, texture for texture's sake, right? This is an instance of texture for texture's sake. Texture is two things, right? There is texture in how you do your brush strokes to tell your story, your painting style, and then there is texture. There's texture to replicate some form of surface.
And we saw that with the murderer and the fabric.
Yeah, correct. So this one here is confused for me. I'm not sure if this is texture one way or the other.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can just be an effect, right? Like a special effect. Some people like to paint celestial cloaks where they put, galaxies and things in. This could be something like that. However, for me, I can't visually understand it. So this is definitely a point for improvement and something to think about in the future.
It's great to see an attempt at something.
Yeah.
And it's continue refining and working out how you want to utilize that effect, because I love the orange to purple transition, the concept of it.
Yeah, the colors are fine. It's
Yeah.
that's the appealing part of it is the colors, but the rendering and what it's trying. You as the painter are trying to tell me, the viewer, about what it is, and if I clearly can't figure out what it is, then maybe we've been lost in communication a little bit.
Good call.
And in a painting competition where it's about the viewer looking at your work, that's where you need to be a bit tidier. Just want to also point out, I really do like the antelope too. This is an example of some really clearly defined elements around this area.
Let's just get a bit more upskirt happening. I think we need a bit more of that.
And we've started to embrace faces as our focal point now. So
Wonderful.
This is really good.
Good job, entrant number 10. Well played to you.
We shall.
We'll come back to that. We need to get a better sense. Oh, what do we got here? All right, so this is an elaborate entry. This is called the Screaming Armor. To craft this Screaming Armor, you need to have both a white lion and a screaming antelope in your campaign. And that is a couple of elements from that there. So
I really like the monster hunting element of Kingdom Death and how it's translated through their sculpts. It's really cool. Just want to put that out there.
I want to talk a little bit about plinth selection, right? Hopefully what we're doing with this event, what we're trying to do, is broaden everyone's knowledge on a variety of topics, so that as everyone's working their way through here, they're learning more about different things. Plinth choice is a really important part in display painting, and I think when you get it wrong, it's really noticeable. When you get it right, it's not as noticeable, right? So one of the things about plinths with circular versus square or rectangular plinths, when you have a rectangular or square plinth, what you are saying is, this is my viewing angle that I want you to look at, because you're naturally going to hold a model in front of your face, and that's the angle that you look at. When you have a circular one, you tend to turn it around and view it from a variety of angles, because you're just naturally doing that. So
yeah, it's a subliminal thing, right? Like it's just, we don't know we're doing it. So, we talked about ways earlier on to control viewing angles, or to do your best to control viewing angles. What Trent's starting to talk about now is one of the tricks of the trade. Squares tend to keep you looking directly on.
So the reason I bring that up is we have 4 photos here, and we don't have a photo of your optimal viewing angle of front on with the plinth straight on. And to me, that's an issue, because what we want is your understanding of the model and its environment. This is probably our most elaborate base that we've seen so far. We want you to really have considered how that model exists in its environment, and the story that you're telling, and the exact angle that you're doing it. Now, when I look at this side-on angle here, right, that's a great story. This guy's coming up on the white lion cub without expecting it.
It's a bad day. It's a bad day for this white lion cub. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just going to turn around and go, you know what? Don't judge me by my size.
So there's a hunt event which you can get when you hunt a white lion, which is you harvest a white lion cub for its resources, you chop it up, and then maybe the mummy or daddy comes out of the shadows and starts fighting you. So I'm guessing that this is using that particular hunt event as its story. It's a white lion cub chopping it up.
Yeah. So one last thing on the plinth. Having a textured plinth, like before we go into the figure, having a textured plinth is actually gonna wreak havoc on your photo as well. So just be mindful of that. Smooth and black. When in doubt, smooth and black is the way to go for a plinth.
Yeah.
We've got an interesting angle to work from. This is probably the best one here. I like the color palette. What do you think? I like the color palette. I think it's like, this is a better use of red. It's at the top of the piece, which is like pushing me up and down. Like we've got some focal color around the head. Great. It's going to draw my attention to it immediately. And then this is probably the first time we've really talked about this. My eyes are naturally going to move down.
Yeah.
And then they're going to move back up. So this is another example of controlling, attempting to control your viewers' viewing space, really. And you've done a pretty good job of it by
We've
doing that.
also got the tie-in of the
Yeah,
red there as well, which is nice.
yeah,
And I think there's actually also some red on the base too, which helps. Yeah,
yeah,
some reddish
yeah.
tones.
We've also got, I mean, we haven't really talked too much yet about using shapes for focal points. So how to create focal triangles and then how that can lead to more complexity in shapes. I'm sure we'll touch on that later. This is probably an opportunity where we are getting a little bit of it, where it's the non-metallic gold on the weapons and then the hue of the darker horns on the helmet, right? So there's kind of, if you want to draw the triangle up, Trent, and sort of, yeah, so we've got from here to each one of the weapons, and that creates a triangle around the face, which forces us to look into it. So it's two different things happening here to draw us to what's most important on miniature. So whether that's been intentional or not, if it's been intentional, great choices. If it's been unintentional, that just means that maybe you've got a bit of a natural affinity to do those things. Also, really good.
I'm
Um,
I'm very passionate about dioramas, right? It's like my special topic of interest when it comes to
you
miniature
are,
painting.
yeah, yeah,
And composition is something I talk about a lot. And I think my issues with this piece are less about the execution, because I think we've got some really nice, colours. There's red tying in across the whole piece. I think it's a really nicely painted figure, but I really struggle with the composition, and it's kind of really close to being a fantastic composition, I think, but it's not quite there. And this angle's a really good example of that, because I think this would be my preferred viewing angle, right? But the model is just tilting off
Well,
to the side.
if this was to be the preferred viewing angle, then it would need to be rotated. Its left shoulder would need to come forward,
Yeah,
opening up the chest and the face
yeah,
to us to be in line with the way the lion's head is.
yeah.
We'd get a much more clean line. I guess we're starting to bring in lines now as well. Lines are incredibly important when we're doing dioramas or vignettes. Viewing lines we're talking about here. You know what we see from the angle that we're seeing it. This is pretty good intermediate stuff with lines, but definitely has some
So
room for
this is a
improvement.
cool angle, and I think, but the problem for me is the model is just, it's a very dynamic model, and you
Yeah,
really need to get his balance right. He
yeah.
needs to look like he's leaping, and at the moment he kind of looks like he's falling, leaning to the side a bit. So I like the base too. I think the base has got a couple of very nice different elements. We've got some stone faces there. We've got a big bit of rock. We've got some twigs. We've got some
Yeah, can you?
tufts.
Sorry to interrupt you,
It's all
Trent.
right.
Can you flick back to the last view? Because I think we've overlooked something that's quite technical and quite nice. And I think we're starting to see some base color. Yeah, okay. So we've got a flame on the base. Look at that. That's
Yeah,
awesome, and
yeah,
that's generating some nice warmth, and that's reaching all the way
yeah,
up
yeah.
subtly to the base of the figure. I love when we see bases and miniatures
Tied
harmonizing
together.
together.
Yeah.
And this is just one method you can use to do this. Great job.
Yeah.
Great, nice little subtle thing there.
This is actually a really cool entry. That is possibly going to get let down by a few tiny things. But it's a really very solid entry, and absolutely one we'll come back
Yeah,
to.
I'm going to put this one on the list. Okay,
All right,
this will go
please
into
do.
the list.
Number
So,
11.
so right now, good job, intermediates.
Yeah, strong. We'll move on to number 12 though. Oh, it's the herb gatherer from the
The
Gambler's
herb
Chest,
gatherer,
the urban gatherer.
rich herbs.
It's rich aromatic herbs. Ooh, love a little peach right there. Uh, all right,
All right.
let's
So
let's let's just let's
this
just.
is a resin pour. Yes,
It's actually not. The model came with a
it's
little
not.
plastic base that you can put.
Okay.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks very like cloudy for a resin pour, but
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
That's interesting choicing from the company, but cool.
It's a hard model to paint because you need to paint it in a sub-assembly. I elected to just get rid of that. I was going to do a resin pour by myself. So
Yeah,
there are several elements to this that I absolutely love, and then there are several
hmm
elements that are unfortunately going to take it out of contention for me. So
yeah.
let me just highlight something that I think is absolutely awesome. This little sickle is sick. all. It's that's got that's got value, that's got light, that's got really interesting colours. It just pops for me. Like that sickle is just my favourite thing on this entire piece. So we've got an unpainted element here.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this unpainted? Because it's like I don't ever want to make a presumption, but to me, this is unpainted, and
Yeah.
If it's got an unpainted element, I appreciate you putting it into the competition and participating, but it will rule it out pretty quickly.
So let me give you a number one hot tip for a figure painting competition. Finish your model. Number two top tip, if you're entering a digital competition, don't submit entries, don't submit photos that don't help your model look its best. And submitting a photo of an unpainted fabric cloak with unpainted butt cheek is not doing you any friends there, champion. Just give that one a miss.
It gets the peach award. It's a nice peach.
Yeah,
but...
good peach. Interesting sculpt, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the sculpt's really cool. I'd probably just either cut it off at the feet and just take the top of the base and just have her wading through, or do a resin pour. But I mean, even doing a resin pour, it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting take. Cool. Interesting design.
I wish this person had have gotten to a point where they were able to finish the entry, because I really love this element, and I think there's a few pieces on here that indicate, hey, this person can actually paint. Like that little ring around there, that's just popping off as like a little gold ring. I think the face, like where the lights are hitting the face, are in the right spot. It just doesn't feel finished to me, unfortunately. Disagree?
No, I agree fully.
Yep. All right. Unfortunately, we will move on number 12, but we thank you for your participation. Lucky number 13. This is Poots' favourite number, by the way, 13. So, oof, it's a scout. It's a scout of death. A lot of secondary triads on show. A lot of green, purple, orange.
There is, right? It's
I like
popular. It. I mean, you always see colours that trend. A few years ago, magenta was the most trending colour I think I've ever seen. Yeah. But it seems we've steadily moved away from that, but not overly far, as we've delved into purple a lot.
Here's a great tip for you if you're wanting to know if your photos are shithouse or not. Look at the background in each of your photos. If the background looks different colours, your photos are shithouse. So, unfortunately, cameras have a lot of settings that you need to tweak. White balance is one of them.
Aperture,
exposure, blah 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 blah.
Yep, I linked it. I linked it before for your photos, and let's. If anyone can just continue to if any of the mods can continue to just keep relinking that, because I think it's super beneficial.
This is another figure I have also painted recently, and it's actually surprising how small it is. Like, again, you really do forget how tiny these little girls are. So there's some cool stuff on this piece. I really like the green. I think the faces, to me, there's a little bit of, well separated face design there, and that could just be a dry brush followed by a contrast paint. It doesn't have. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you paint. If something works, use it.
Do it, yeah.
And that works. Those faces look great. They stand out. The detail is defined, and those are a really great element.
Well, it's a great example, Trent, isn't it? Of you can't go too far on the faces. If you go too far, you might lose what it is that you've got there. Like if you start painting on light faces, each element could become then an individual face, and it will stop looking like a cloak and start looking like a collage of faces. Now, if that's what you want, of course, go for it. But it doesn't look like that in this instance. So I think you've done a good enough job there. Separation of elements. We're back here again. The areas, it's fine in the areas it doesn't need to be as much fine in, and not fine in the areas it does. Really important. Right? Face, chest, Kingdom Death, chests. Oh yeah, a lot of chest in Kingdom Death.
Get them boobies front and center.
Yeah. And there's always a lot of detail around this area. There's always different cuts of clothing, and there's always ornament and decoration around these. This is something we need to be tightening up on across the board.
Yeah. This is a fine entry. There's absolutely nothing wrong with anything really in
No.
terms of how the painting's been executed, or there's no glaring issues, but it's also there's no glaring standout elements. It's just an okay piece, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, what we're looking for is a few steps better than
And
okay.
I've and we've got a mold line on the front leg again.
We do. Hey, I'll just show one area where I think we can provide some really helpful feedback, and that is this little section here. So, when you're talking about your highlights and your shadows and where you paint things, the question you always want to ask yourself, you want to start with this question first: where is the light source? Right? That's always your first question.
Mm.
And if you can answer that question by looking at a model, you can go, yeah, I can see where the light source is. You've done a good job at painting it. I can't answer that question here. And one of the reasons I can't is I don't actually know what's happening with this little element here. If our light is coming from the top down, then we should have a highlight that runs all the way along this fold and potentially along this fold here. If the light is coming from a specific direction, i.e. the lantern, then we would actually have light hitting those front folds again. And this little piece
Yeah, it'd
here,
fall off towards as we
yeah,
get further away. It would fall off,
yeah,
whereas this is actually just as bright to the base of the texture. Sorry, to the what is it? Dress.
yeah,
As it
skirt.
is this skirt. Yeah.
So it's something to put at the top of your list. Where is my light source? And that question will then feed into answering so many other things that you're going to come across as you're painting. So that would be where I would suggest entrant number 13 throws their attention with
Yeah,
answering that question.
100%. If you're painting volumetrically, it's the first thing you ask. Where is my light source? And it will impact every single decision you make from there on out. Every single one, without a doubt.
We've got Loon back. We've got Loon, entrant number 14.
On a completely different angle, and the model looks like a completely different model.
Yeah, she's a great model. I've really got to buy
That,
her and paint her.
yeah.
Oh, I love a Christmas angle. Love a Christmas colour palette.
Yeah. Okay, for me, something that like I instantly see is the angle that the model's been put on. So but we're probably not going to touch on this a heap in the intermediate, but when it pops up, we're going to. We've got to talk about weight, right? Weight is really important. I think we were slightly touching on it before in the diorama trend,
Yeah,
but when you said it feels like falling, right? Like
yeah.
the figure was falling. This also feels like there's something not right. It's a bit uncanny. The weight distribution between the figure, the way she's standing on the base, it's to me it looks like she's literally just been shot. You know, like
she's copped an arrow to the shoulder and
yeah,
is getting flung
yeah,
back.
yeah. Or she's working on her best Keanu Reeves Matrix sort of,
Bullet time.
bullet time. So it's something that I want to point out before we get into painting, because if the weight of the figure is not distributed in a way that's believable, it can be really, really jarring.
Yeah, agreed.
And do you believe it's the same with this figure as well? Like in this
Absolutely,
instance?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Kingdom Death has some wonderfully static models, and then it has
Yeah.
some wonderfully dynamic models. This one and that leaping, screaming armor are two really dynamic models. But if you don't get the angle of their placement on the base right, the model will not look right. It will feel askew, and that is what's happening here. The loon that we saw in beginner actually felt pretty much perfect, right? Where it was positioned on the base. This additional base with the stone face that they've added has actually impacted their ability to angle the model correctly on the base. So, look, I think there's a few little areas for improvement. I don't think we have enough value contrast as a general statement. I do like there's some really nice stuff done with the face here. I'm zooming in quite a lot, but that we've got some highlights in the right spot. We've got a nice soft face. It's easy for feminine faces to go too harsh on your lines and make things too deep and shadowed. Eyes possibly need a little bit of work, but I think the key piece for me is we just need to see more value contrast. It's just a little bit too monotone for my liking. And we've got a very
Mm.
underexposed photo as well, which is not helping.
Yeah, I think you've covered, for me personally, I think you've covered everything pretty well there. Um,
Entrant number 14, we appreciate you.
Indeed.
15. Oh, this could be a Deno favourite. Look at this. This
Color.
is sick.
Colors in.
Oh, okay. Whoever did this, I would take a punt and say they are a craft world aficionado.
Someone who might be fond of underpainting and how to pack color into a figure. Super ambient, right?
Yeah.
So this is probably our most ambient piece so far.
And sorry, I've been trying to call out each of the models. This is actually red from the Kalinian Butcher vignette.
Mm.
So,
I like this figure. I think this is a nice figure. It's a great model choice. It's nice and open. All of our areas are not obstructed. We can see everything really cleanly. And we've talked about the highlights instantly. The color. We've got focus here as well. So we've got our rendering towards the face and the chest region. The top of the thighs is much higher rendered than the base, and this is very beneficial. It's working for this piece. It's drawing our focus to the area that the painter wants us to look at. Um, I like the
look at
the
this.
liberal,
Look at
yeah, the liberal
this.
and aggressive use of color, particularly the purple blue. I mean, purple must be in right now because we're seeing a lot of it, but this has probably been my favorite use of the color so far. Um,
So where we're talking about different textures and rendering different elements with texture, and what I love here is we've got this very horizontal striations representing that burnished metal, and then
mhm.
we've got really, textural elements here, which is kind of representing leather, and I think that's a really great example of what we're trying to talk to when we talk about that. I think we should probably push a little here in terms of feedback bucks around,
Yeah.
because I think this person has demonstrated some really wonderful techniques,
Mhm.
but there's elements
So
that we could improve.
yeah, so areas. Okay, so when we talk about focus, I'll take it back to an event we were at, where my personal experience for focus is that um, it's a double-edged sword. So we praised it for the fact that it draws our focal point up to the face, but on the reverse, you do probably have to do a bit more with your base than just have it be some splash of color,
Yeah,
personally. So it's really hard because you've got to balance that. You don't want to overpaint it so that it steals focus, but you don't want to underpaint it that it looks like it's been an afterthought. It's
yeah,
probably the way I would choose
yeah,
to say that. Uh, Credit to doing these little tears and rips in the stockings.
yeah.
Really enjoyed that. It could be tighter, the holes. There could be, you could place a shadow line to the lower points to allow some separation in there. It's, rip stockings effectively is just another form of doing weathering, right?
Yeah.
It's this, you use the same methods. Um, Scars, again, another opportunity to introduce further color into your work. When we start to see blemishes and differences in skin. So. Uh, you mate, where do you want to go here?
Yeah, so look, I think this painter's obviously got a great foundation to work on for moving up into masters very, very soon.
Hmm.
The hair is a real weak point.
Yeah.
We've got a really nice specular highlight along the outside here, which is great, but then we do nothing over here. That's a problem. I think we could do a better job of shifting our values in some of
Mm,
these other elements, right? So this blue and then this leather, they're at a very similar value. And what I
yeah.
would like to see is a dark
You'd like
element.
to see one pushed in one
Yeah,
direction and the other pushed in the other. Yeah,
exactly.
when we're talking about light. Yeah.
And then to accentuate the fact that this is non-metallic metal even more, we want to do the same within that confine of that volume completely. We want to have a dark all the way up to a really bright light. And I think that pretty much every element on here showcases a great foundational skill in all of those things.
Yeah. Placement is probably another one for the
Here's
non-metal metallic
here's
as well with the
here's
lights.
two things that can immediately improve. See this here, this little
Yeah.
light. There needs to be a line separating these two elements. That is not
Mhm.
quite right at the moment. This is jarring. This white spot here jarring when you've done such
Yeah.
a wonderful job in all of these other areas to catch
Mhm.
metal properly. And we've just got this splash of white. Doesn't quite work for me.
Mhm.
And then you've got, a couple of little elements here that would deserve some further appreciation, separation.
Yeah. It doesn't always have to be a reason for everything, right? When we're doing lights and stuff, but sometimes there does, and it's like the haft of the weapon, right, on
Yeah,
the backside. There's a wrapping there, and
yeah,
it feels like the wrappings had no
yeah,
attention to it. Also, you've mentioned this a couple of times already. Our lantern source,
yep.
very similar, right?
Could have been brighter.
Yeah,
Yep,
or everything else could have been duller.
yep.
That's the other option too.
This is my
Um,
favourite one we've had in intermediate thus far.
okay. I think for me, there was one earlier on that I thought was pretty solid, but I'll definitely put this number down.
Number 15. I like that.
Number
Well played,
15.
15. You crazy, crazy cat.
I mean, there's an example of using a point of difference, right? That has been very unique to itself. We haven't seen anything so far in the competition like that.
Yeah. This is the boxer from Echoes of Death 4, I think. Bra may be able to correct me there. I think it's Echoes of Death 4.
What a cool figure. I really
Yeah,
like this.
yeah. So she's wielding a weapon called the Immortal Arm, which is
Mhm.
a weapon you can get from defeating a level 3 Crimson Crocodile and occasionally a level 1 or 2, level 2. But this is a really old school photography style, isn't it? This is
Yeah,
Games
the
Workshop
blue, the sky, yeah, the
from the
sky to,
80s.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, and it works, don't change what does, you don't have to change what it's not broke. So it's been an effective way to present figures for a long time. Cool to see it come back a little bit in the
yeah.
in the Mud Mage. Um, White
Luscious
and red.
boobicles. Luscious
Yeah,
boobicles too. Look at that. Mwah.
yeah. White and red. I'm appreciating seeing a change of color palette. We've seen a lot of cold stuff.
Yep.
We're still in the cold, right? It's not a
Yep.
warm red
Yeah,
by
well
any
said.
means,
Well said.
but it's a completely different change.
Mm.
Sorry, a completely different. What am I trying to say here? Presentation of cold. So, uh, separation of elements probably could have been stronger, particularly around the fact this is a challenging one. Whenever we do very, very, very thin details wrapped around things, so usually leg wraps or around the chest, they really, really benefit from having a darker line just under the bottom side. I'm particularly thinking about for the legs here. Yeah, if we put a darker line on the bottom side, not on both sides, but mainly on the bottom side, it will immediately pop them off the skin
Yeah.
and give us a much more three-dimensional look, which
Yeah.
is ideal for this instance.
The base is
But yeah, we do have
a nothing element here, and that can
yeah,
sometimes work.
it's not hurting and it's not adding. It's just nothing.
Yeah,
Um,
it can sometimes be fine to go with a very subtle base. We actually gave an award last year to a base that was literally just painted, with like almost like an airbrush style, but it really worked for the figure. I would have probably liked to see a little bit more on this one. I think it's a dynamic
is
model.
is there an angle for this cast shadow? Like I'm trying to. Is it the
Yeah, so I think this
It's
element
the
here
little
is the cast
tassels coming
shadow.
from the boobs. It's a tassel that's popping off the figure, I believe. No,
Yeah,
no, it's on the leg. Look on the leg.
I think that's cast shadow, or is this supposed to be cast shadow?
Yeah, I
No.
think that's a cast shadow because if you have a look above, those three little red elements hanging on the tassel, I think that's popping up off the figure. I mean, it's too dense, like the shadow. It needs to be much more scattered and what's the word we use here?
Diffuse.
Diffused. Yes. Uh, is there another view? Because
No,
if we
this
see
is
it
the
from
only
front on,
one.
they're
This
the
is the
only
only
view.
one.
Okay,
We've only
so
been provided one photo.
yeah, so this probably would have benefited from a 45-degree angle twist,
This is
opening up the
it's a
body a bit more.
great video. This one, you just spin it around, see the dynamicness of the model.
Yeah.
I'll just call out. I don't think the whites as well executed as it needs to be for this category. If we look at the shoes, right, or the feet, we've got a really nice level of white, intermediate grey, dark brown, and that really reinforces how vibrant and white something is. When we go up here, we've just got the white, and it really loses out in selling the fact that it's white, because white reflects everything that's around it. So you really need to have shadows and interesting color nuances in your white for it to actually read as white. It's supposed to be
Hair,
bone, so I think we could have done a little
yeah.
bit more there.
Hair's fine. Appreciate little drive by on the fun little war paint under the eye. Appreciate that. That's pretty cool too. Leads into I think the fieriness and fervor of the character. The skull is a real missed opportunity for me hanging from the
Yep,
belt.
yep.
And I believe it could be painted as an eye or as a gem, all sorts of things. I think it's kind of caught between everything right now, and I think it would have been a really good thing to emphasize on this figure, being that it's realistically just her and her gauntlet.
Yep.
The only other element you have is what she's got hanging
Yep.
off
Two final
her
points.
waist.
A face that's looking down is really hard to draw your focus. So you really
Hmm.
need to over accentuate the lights, the values, and also that little spot of light in her eye. I think that you really feel the lack of that in this, because I'm not drawn to her face. I am drawn to them big old hooters, and they're really beautifully painted. Like, that's actually probably maybe the nicest skin tone we've seen.
It'd be up there,
Yeah.
that area. I'd like, I'd like to see a really consistent skin tone. So something we've not talked about, but skin, um, it really has to be uniformed across the whole figure. And what I mean about that is not in color as such. You can have lots of different color in skin, but in execution, it's quite important, because it's one fluid
It's one
element.
element. Yep.
Yeah.
Probably dropping out for me.
Agree.
Well done, number 16. We shall move on to number 17, and we have
How many are we doing in intermediate?
still five. So intermediate's a hotly contested category.
No, how many overall entries did we have in here?
30, I think. 30,
Okay,
32,
cool.
something like that. 28, maybe. Uh, I can't remember the name of this one. I think it's Shadow Stalker, maybe, something like that.
Mhm.
Um, she's wearing Sunstalker armor, which is a very nice story.
Mhm.
And what's actually quite cool about knowing a little bit about her um, background. So the Sunstalker is a creature. It has a giant pool where it has its babies in, and so this
Mhm.
base is sort of tying into the fact that it's she's running through some Sunstalker pool, which is great. I
So
really,
from what yeah,
yeah.
you go.
No, I
You
was
go.
just going to say I adore this model. I think it's just got so much dynamism, and the flow of it's fantastic. So
Yeah.
uh,
Pluses for the model choice. I think
yeah,
this is a really well presented miniature. I like the base work. This is now probably my favorite base, and even if it's just what's included, like it comes with that, that's totally fine because the way it's painted is really adding to the figure rather than anything else. So
yeah,
really, really enjoyed that. The photos hurting this one a little bit for
for
me.
sure.
Some of the
Overexposed.
angles overexposed as well as out of focus. I can't really get a good scope on the blade. A well presented figure. It's probably another. Earlier you said on a figure we covered, you said, you know what, there's nothing bad, but there's nothing like overly drawing my attention.
Yeah.
I think this is an elevated version of that for
Yeah,
me.
I really like
Um,
that. That's a well painted weapon, and we've got some nice metallic stuff. It's a real shame that it's overexposed, because it's actually detracting from that element in a big way.
mhm. And it's blurry, right?
It's
So
blurry. Yeah. Folk, just a final observation before we move on. The color palette's really great. You know, green, purple, and orange. Can't go wrong.
Well, I mean, this is another take on it, right? We've got powdery colors now, right? We've
Yeah,
got our powder
pastels.
pinks, we've got our pastels, our powdery pinks, and our baby blues, our soft turquoises or bubblegum turquoise. Like these colors have been hanging out with each other as far as I can remember, right? They work really well together. However, there is a challenge with these colors that constantly presents itself. These colors really struggle at times to get a solid contrast in value, right? Getting shadows into these colors can be tricky at times because of how desaturated and how bright they are. So, for the most part, this person's done a pretty good job. The
Yeah.
elements are separated relatively well.
I actually want to call out that I think this person's probably really actually hurt themselves with this photo, because
Yeah,
when you look closely, right, you can see there's some really nice
yeah,
like highlights and some really well executed placement of lights and what have you, but it's just so hard
yeah.
to really acknowledge it when you've got such an overexposed
Yeah,
photo.
I mean the eyes. These could well be the best painted eyes we've seen
Yeah,
yet,
for
but we
sure.
just can't get in there. So, look, on that alone, I'm willing to give this person the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt in that we know enough about painting, Trent, to know that some of this is done really well.
Yeah.
I'm happy to put the number in the pool, and we'll leave it at that for now. What do you think?
Uh, I think it will drop out based on, the overall quality so far.
I think that's potentially the case, but I think we should merit that the painting itself is
We
is,
can
is
we can
obviously
see the
pretty good.
painting is a good quality. The lanterns are let down, I believe, and probably we might come back to that when we get into masters and what I'm looking for when I see a lantern. So 17, we'll draw a line through it, but we will just keep that in the back of our mind just in case.
Yeah.
Number 18, Cockroach Queen. Gambler's Chest, narrative sculpt. One of my all-time favourite elements in the game is the philosophy that came out in the Gambler's Chest called verminism, which is where you study all the vermin that run around and you begin to worship them and you start to take on characteristics. And this model is a representative of that philosophy, so it's great. Different colour palette than we've seen so far.
Well, we've got some magenta, uh, close cousin of purple,
Yeah,
but the palette has changed in that we've used some warmer tones to coincide with it
yeah,
being the armor choice. Obviously, quite cockroachy
yeah,
in its
yeah.
appearance, which is good thematical choices. Challenging model when the face is pointing straight down to the base. You look like you've done your best to draw some focal points.
Yeah.
This eye, I'll be frank, this eye is giving me a lot of challenge.
Yeah.
Although I
It
appreciate
look.
the
Have you
attempt
ever
to
seen
get it
that
in.
movie Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I've never watched that film. No.
Well, there's boogly eyes. That looks like a
Yeah,
boogly eye.
yeah,
So unfortunately, it's a downside. Great movie, by the way. You should watch it tonight. It's probably one of the best movies that came out in the last few years. That's
yeah.
outstanding. Uh,
So maybe this is a time, Trent, we can sort of bring in that competition and categories are a scale. You know what I mean? And that we're going to have things at one end and things at the other.
for
This
sure.
one for me probably sits more towards the entry point of intermediate slash the more advanced point of the beginners that we saw
Yep.
earlier. Um, so something to think about there with categories. Um, all in all, probably my favorite element on this is the armor and maybe the skull on the back there.
Yep. Whoops, I didn't mean to click off. What I feel it's important that we try and do is give everyone the same level of respect,
Yeah,
and try and speak to some good things and some bad things, which we've done, by the way. I'm not criticising you in any way, but just trying to make sure that we don't just gloss over anything and just move on. I really do like the copper. We haven't seen a lot of copper, and I think that's a really cool point of difference, along with the purple in this warmer environment. I think that's a really great way um, to differentiate yourself, is have this sort of warmer tones. The hair could really do with a lighter specular highlight there. The hair is almost having to represent your face in terms of value, because you don't have that face to draw on. So you're almost having to use that hair as your point to grab people's attention, so that they then look in a little deeper and see the face. And I think we needed to see a much brighter.
Yeah, what's the first thing that you sort of see when you look at this figure? There's two things we usually see. We usually see color, and then we usually see structure, right? So for me, the color is evident. We've already covered that. But actually, the most structural thing I see when I look at this figure is the element on the base, the opening maw with all of the creepy stuff crawling out of it. So this is actually the reason why this is happening is because you've got a big black void at the top of the figure through the hair. So something to note there. That I think
it's not going to be in the medals, unfortunately, number 18, but it is a great model. It is a fantastic model to paint, and Verminism is the best. That is all. Number 19. Oh, the Paladin from Echoes of Death 4. This is a model that I painted recently. All right, we only have...
It's a bit of a change up in style as well, right? Like this figure.
Yeah.
You know, Kingdom Death has a few tropes that go on with it. This feels like a bit of a change up.
Was that a fucking Uruk-hai symbol on the cloak, on the tabard there?
The hand there, yeah, the red hand, bit of a white hand. dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. Purple, green, and orange again. Let's go.
Let's go.
You know what? It's really great to see a color choice in the hair that we've not seen yet. I'm a very big fan of grey hair. It's really quite a fun color to paint on hair, and it's also pretty good for controlling focus. It's also a color that you can then pump extra color into as well. So you have made a pretty good choice actually with the grey, and then the tabard. The tabard being in these greens is quite solid. That something that you could have potentially done is bring that color into the grey as well as a shadow tone. That can be really, really solid and a really great way to create more harmony across your piece. That said, I don't think that it's hurting you that you don't have it. Okay, it's just something that you could do or think about in the future. I think that our if we can zoom out a bit, I just want to confirm. I think execution probably could have across the whole piece probably could have been elevated a little bit. We're probably lacking some separation in elements on this one. So that's probably working slightly against you. Interesting choice. We've got like a metallic, is it a metallic-y river around her with the gold on the base?
It's a river of gold of some description. I'm trying to think off the top of my head how that ties in thematically. I can't think of an instance of molten gold. There's definitely a lot of rivers of blood in Kingdom of Death, but I can't think of a river of molten gold. But
yeah, it's cool nonetheless.
It's cool.
You know, it's a cool little thing.
Doesn't harm, I don't think.
No.
It's the consistent Rust Ocean, maybe PhD, maybe. It's the consistent feedback that we've given in how you get from level to the next level. It's value. It's separation of elements, you know, it's focal points. I'll give a few areas that I really like. I actually think these glowing eyes are really cool. You probably needed to make them a little more separated so they stand out more. But yeah, I think that's a really cool element. And the pastel color palette is not bad. You know, I think again, it's a point of difference. It's fun. It probably just needs overall a little bit more time, practice, etc., to level into the next.
The next level up. You know.
There's a couple of good elements though. The hair, as you said, the highlights nice. We've got highlights in here which are nice in the right spot.
Yeah, I think this one probably won't make it in for us, and I think it goes in similar vein to the last one. They sort of at the start of that intermediate level. So plenty to work on, but some really nice elements nonetheless. Like probably some really nice choices. I think that you've made. So choices
great, concepts great, execution something to work on. So
room to improve.
Not in the medals for me. So we shall move on to numero 20. Oh, okay. Atmosphere Plus. So this is actually this is the same figure that we saw
Yes,
earlier, the
we've done it
Scout.
already before. Yeah.
Yeah, but they've done a fairly elaborate conversion here. So that base looks like it is the one that we just saw with the Cockroach Queen and the face. It is. And then we've got the Scout kneeling down to try and grab something out of that with
Yeah,
a
that critter's
lantern there.
mouth, maybe. Yeah. So we've pushed storytelling and conversion. I'll have to lean on your expertise here, but I don't think we've seen a lot of conversions to this point, have we?
No, we haven't at all,
Yeah.
actually.
So again, separating yourself from the field by doing something different to catch the judge's eye.
Yeah,
Always a good thing.
yeah. Um,
Um,
there's some clear technical gaps with the painting of this. We've got a base rim that is, I believe, unpainted, and then just a number of elements that are, there's black lining that's been attempted, but I don't think it's been executed well.
mhm.
But I will call out the overall ambience with blue and yellow is not something we've seen to this point, and something I'll talk about when we move into Masters is this is actually more correct than other versions of light that we've seen. We have an OSL that we tend to see in miniature figure painting, which is, you have your lantern and then it casts your orange light, and then the rest of the figure's painted normally. That's not really how light works. When
No.
you have something in daylight, if you hold up a lantern in daylight, it casts zero light on you because it's not the brightest light source. The sun
Mm.
is. Here, we've got everything in cold shadow,
Yeah.
and then we've got a warm yellow light, and that is representative of how light actually works. So, this there's a number of things that are actually this is doing really well. It's just severely hampered by, uh, I would say,
Execution.
your
Yeah.
paint job, your separation of elements.
Yeah, maybe you've gone just one step too far in that the whole thing is covered in the same colors, and there's a lot of um sameness about it from the legs,
Mm.
all the way up to the top when we're talking about volumes and shadows and all sorts of things. So
To take that even further, what you've done, what you want to do is all of these cold blue elements on the back. That should almost be black. That should
yeah,
almost be
or like a purple black or a
purple black. Yeah,
violet, or yeah, like you can even make it a red black potentially. There's stuff you can do with that,
yeah.
but yeah.
So this isn't going to
uh,
fall into the medals, but for our 1, 2, 3. But there's an atmospheric question mark that hangs over this one for me. I think it's cool to
yeah,
see the atmosphere and the vibe of Kingdom Death so represented. So
yeah, and great to see conversion too. So
yes, conversion gets bonus points. 21. Oof. Marchioness armor from the Black Knight. Ooh wee. It's a cool model, hey?
this is a really cool figure. I There's just an aura of like an aura of nobility around
Mm-hmm.
this piece, and I really like the color choices I've lent
Yeah,
into
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
This is actually probably my favorite attempt so far at actually the the clothing elements, the red, like this at the back here. I really like it. I think
Yeah.
it's, yeah, really solid. I just want to focus on that for the time being if we can. That there, in the way that our values are working, is giving a reflective sort of
Silk.
satiny,
Silk.
silky, yeah, silky look. And from up close, it's working, but when we zoom out,
It glimmers.
it's really working. So um, props for that. That looks great. Then let's talk about a limited palette trend and how effective a limited palette can be when painting miniatures. Because
Absolutely.
this is basically red, and then we've got
Neutral
blacks,
colours.
we've got blacks and whites,
Yeah.
and a little bit of yellow.
Yeah.
I think it's working really well. I really like this piece. I like the introduction of red into, the red into the blade. I think that's something that we talked about earlier with when we're talking about the diorama and the base, base and figure interacting. Here we've got figure and figure interacting,
Yep.
but in a really solid reflective way. So I'm really a big fan of this. I quite like this
This
figure.
is when you're leveling up from your beginner non-metallic metal into your intermediate non-metallic metal, right? We're reflecting the other environment, and it's such a cool example of that. There's a lot of great things about this piece, and I think whoever did this, this is a strong contender in this category. We've got a specular highlight, but it's probably not quite working the way that it should. That specular highlight needs to follow that curve. It needs to be a little bit more
On the hairline you're
on
talking
the
about,
hairline.
yeah?
Yep, around
Yeah.
here. So what we've got is just a line, and it is absolutely in the right spot, and it is reading the right way for hair. But it just needs to be broadened. I think this is a great example there. That light actually would be casting a wider band than it currently
It
is.
would. I think you're also getting quite a lot of benefit from the shadow coming from the photo as well, because the shadow is darkening the bottom of the hair enough that it's readable.
Yeah.
But I think if we were holding it, what you're saying, Trent, is really quite imperative.
Yeah. One thing
Keep
I will
rolling with
say
that.
that's an area for improvement, I think the gold here at the bottom of this is glorious, and the reds, as you talked about, is fantastic. The metal is doing great stuff in some areas, such as the reflection of that red in the sword, but it's also not right in other areas.
No. It's stylistic at the moment.
Yeah. And let's look at this boot here, for example, right? So,
Yeah.
this line along this inner thigh or inner ankle, that doesn't exist. That shouldn't be there. Around the bottom here.
It's doing this particular type of non-metal metallic is like when it's a really highly buffed, not like metal surface, and it looks very fluid, almost liquid-like in how
Like molten
color
metal.
and shine interacts with it. So I definitely can identify what I believe you're trying to do here. I think you've just got to work at it a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's actually, funnily enough, this type of metal becomes the most complex version of metal when you're doing it.
Yeah.
If you want reference, obviously, for the highest complexity in this sort of metal, Kirill Kanaev's a classic example of this, right? Like, this is where his metal excels when he's doing this.
Great element there.
So keep working at it. Yep. Exactly. Keep working at it. I think there's some placement issues on the blade for where the light is. We did speak earlier about when we use. So if is that the most zoomed you can be? If we can zoom the most possible. A classic example of when we put something really bright next to something really dark on something that should be reflective. You immediately get a reflection, but then when the viewer starts to analyze the reflections, there's a little bit of an uncanniness to it. So placement, super important. They probably need to be a bit wider. There might need to be a few more of them.
Straight to the top for us so far.
Straight to the top. Yeah, that's
Gold 21.
Well done. Well painted. Great choices. I want to say one last thing as well that we maybe didn't mention on that last piece. There was different types of red used.
Yeah. As a great piece. We've landed on a banger here. Look at this one.
Yeah, we have. We've cut into another red, silver, gold palette. Sweet. This is
Brave from the vignette.
Yep.
Kalinian Butcher.
This is one of my favorite figure choices so far. This is great. Great pose. Super dynamic.
He's a full anime style, like hair and.
Yeah.
There's actually a really great little story running through the Kalinian Butcher vignette, which is this guy's meant to represent the cowardly lion. And we forgot that chick who was in the other one. She's meant to represent the scarecrow because she doesn't have a brain. She forgot her brain. This is a well painted model. It's very interesting to compare this red to the red that we just looked at in the last one. What we're missing here is the deep shadows. We're missing the darker elements of red, and so what we're getting is a very flat and monotone red, which doesn't quite fit with some of the rest of the other stuff that's there.
Yeah, it's not really working against it because it's it's in a way it's contrasting well with the armor, right? Like the armor's got depth, so having a bit of flatness in the cloak's not overly bothering me personally.
Yeah.
I just want to say again, this is a slightly out of focus shot, and we mentioned this earlier on another piece. It's out of shot on maybe your best element.
Yeah.
It's the sword. The sword is
Yeah.
so nice.
Yeah.
You've got interaction between the base and the sword. We
Yeah.
have reflective coloring, and it's just out of focus. So you're hurting yourself a little bit there with that. That said, I really like the sword. I think this is probably so far to
Sword's a
date maybe our best
standout.
example of
Yeah.
non-metal metallic in
Yeah.
the competition. So congratulations there.
It's a little bit let down in other areas though. The sword, they've absolutely
Yeah,
smashed it.
smoked it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the breastplate isn't quite reading in the same way as the sword. It doesn't look
yeah.
like the same.
It needs to be a much bigger source of light across the chest. You know, doing too small with your placements, if you do too small, it stops reading. This should have probably come all the way across to at least the middle of the breastplate, if
Yeah,
not further. Remember how you mentioned earlier, Trent? Where is our light source?
yeah,
We've got to ask where our light source is. How is it interacting with each of the elements across the figure? We've got light sourcing happening a little bit here, there, and everywhere. So
yeah,
this to me is a classic example of someone who is clearly quite skilled in painting a miniature um, from a gaming perspective,
yeah.
and is now pushing further into the display aspects and elements and concepts. So
Yeah.
it's a great figure. I think we'll be putting this number in regardless.
Yep.
Definitely some elements to work on. But overall, really good presentation.
One thing I think this one is worth talking about. There's generally two schools of becoming a better miniature painter, right? The first
Mm-hmm.
school is knowledge and
Mm-hmm.
understanding of values of non-metallic metal, of techniques, of
Yeah.
dilution and stuff, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
there's technique and technical ability, and you actually physically doing the fucking thing, right?
Mm.
This painter has that second element nailed. You know, they can
Yeah,
wield
they
a
just got to
paintbrush.
expand their knowledge. Yeah.
So unfortunately, you know, most people that they focus on the wrong one when they're trying to improve. You know, so this painter has got time at the brush, but they
Mm-hmm.
then need to spend more time developing their knowledge. It's sometimes the other
Yeah.
way. People have got all this knowledge and like, yeah, I'm going to do non-metallic metal, I'm going to do this, but then they don't spend the time practicing and implementing those elements. So,
Yeah, practicing breaks, right? Like it's a really important thing. Something that we talk about a lot when we're talking with painters who are a lot further on in their journey, and at a really high level, both technically and knowledge based. Is that even then, taking a break, stopping painting for a little bit, doing some research, letting concepts flow through you, observing how other people do things, asking why you love this trend, asking why someone has done that,
stop why.
let it all in, roll it around, and then you will notice immediately an increase in your painting skill. So that painter there specifically might benefit from having a little break, having a look around, gaining some knowledge, and then attacking their work with a new gusto, in my opinion, personally.
Concur. Oh, it's another Brave.
We are putting that one in. Was that 22? Yes.
It was 22, yes. And you can just write down 23 while you're at it.
And 23. The great number, the
The,
greatest of
the
numbers.
great number. No, 69.
Okay.
Um,
You want to rip this, or am I going to? I'm going
take
to
it,
just
take
say
it
that.
away.
All right, I'm going to say right now, this is my favorite OSL. We've had a lot of yellow, but we've now got a blue, magical potentially flame happening, and it's interacting with the armor really well. This is a really painterly style,
Yeah.
and
Craft
we like
World,
to
Craft
celebrate
World
different
inspiration.
styles. Yeah, potentially. Um, it's really painterly, and it's working for it that it's painterly. Um, yeah,
This
really,
is this is
really quite a
my this
fan.
is my favourite one so far in intermediate.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful example of so many things executed really well. You know, this breastplate, what we were talking about in the last one, you know, this is what we're talking about, right? We've got a
There it is.
wider
Yeah.
light, you know, we've got a
Yeah.
wider area because that is a larger surface, so it needs to reflect a wider light.
Yeah, and it's in line, right? It's across the figure, it's in line.
Exactly.
If we have a look at where the light source is. So this is a really good one to break down, right? So we have, if we can start on the furthest right side of the Curious in the, yeah. No, that image that you had. The first image that we were looking
Yeah.
at. No, the other one. The one that when you said you really like that one there, right? So we can
Okay. Yeah.
see,
Gotcha.
and then if we go to, sorry, his left side, you
Yeah.
can see a depth of shadow. There it is. And then we move into light. We move into the lightest point. We then move back to a depth of shadow, then into the darkest shadow, and then we finally introduce our OSL,
Yeah.
right? This is, I think you moved the mouse backwards on that, but
I
you get
did.
my point,
Yes,
right?
I do.
That is probably right now the highest technical execution and understanding of how light interacts with something that we've seen so far.
Absolutely concur. You follow that in with tying the light source in with every other
Mm-hmm.
element, right? We have the hair reflecting light from the same direction. We have
Yeah.
this shield doing the same thing. We have the sword blade where the highest light is in line with this, and then we
Mm-hmm.
have the gold reflecting in the same way. So, really great execution of
Mm-hmm.
this figure.
We've got some bounce light occurring with the big heart, motif on the chest plate there, starting to reflect up a little bit into the Curious. Painterly. Great style. Good example of knowledge. Really solid piece. Some areas of improvement. We've brought this up a few times now. I can see a pretty distinct mold line on the opposite leg that you're looking at
Yeah,
right now. And probably again with working on focus, you've done a really good job on the focus side, but we have to remain diligent on the shadow side.
yeah,
We can't just leave it in just like base coats. Um, it, it it breaks the overall immersion of the figure. Once we've enjoyed, here's a good one for all painters. Once I've enjoyed the best parts of your figure, right? I'm going to look at the other parts, and the other parts, they don't have to be done to the highest level of your best parts, but they certainly have to be more than just base colors, in my opinion. They need to be passable at a minimum.
yeah. So I will just I'm not I'm trying not to look too much at the chat, but every now and then one jumps out at me, and someone made the observation that this should be in masters. Um, I don't agree. I think
Neither do I.
this is a very strong intermediate. Um,
Yeah,
definitely the top end, right? This is absolutely the top end of intermediate, but
yeah.
there's
It's a
elements
scale.
here that
Yeah,
are just not at the level that you would want to see at masters. So
yeah.
the leather, the
The
hair,
leather,
the
shadow side.
yep, the
Yeah,
eyeball is fine, but we're missing that little reflective dot that sells you that it's a shiny reflective surface. Um, there's separation elements that are not where they need to
application.
be. Yep, and then we've got things like this here. This is just I won't say lazy, but it's certainly not as
I think you can say it. I think you can say it. I
okay.
think it's a
It's
little bit
lazy.
lazy. Yeah, it's lazy. I mean, people are going to need to see the scale of judging, right?
Yep,
So as we get to the pointier end of intermediate, our feedback is going to shift, and we're
yep,
going to start to become more critical in areas as we need to.
yep.
Otherwise, if we're just saying the positive things about every single figure, we're not really judging. We're just praising at that
Yeah.
point. So.
I think
Um,
this is a wonderful example of ambience, and this is absolutely in the mix. My favourite selection so far. So
it's in there. 23.
23 BB.
Michael Jordan delivers again.
Ah, Jordan-esque. Ah, yes, the wonderful, indomitable resource for the Gorm. This is Morg,
Mm-hmm.
and how
Look at
cool!
that poor freaky Gorm.
Yeah.
Gorm still to this day is up there as one of the creepiest figures.
What a interesting. So the underexposure of this photography is kind of actually helping a little.
Yeah, yeah,
Because so the Gorm has an angler fish light on his head, and so it's kind of almost feeling like that's the vibe that this is getting, which is quite cool. I don't know that it's intended, but I'm enjoying how it feels. So he's wearing a suit called a regen suit. is our friend here,
Is that
Morg.
this orb in the center with the veins and things
Just
going out?
the stitched together skin suit.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Or Gormant armor as well, maybe just the Gormant armor. But I'm going to start with the negatives on this piece because I think
Yeah, you can. I've got a couple of positives loaded up, so
yeah,
that'll work.
it's a really cool paint job, right? So I don't think we need to be masturbating this guy to say he's a champion or this person. But the gold is unfortunately really distracting for me because you've got a very cool color palette all over, and then you've got this very bright yellow gold, and it just doesn't quite sit right.
Yeah, stylistically and like stylistically with the painting, sometimes you can save things by having a style about you. In this instance, the gold is just the most dominant thing that you see.
Yeah.
And that will always be the case if you just put yellow and grey together. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of yellow and grey across this figure.
And I actually think this is the best painted hair that we've seen, and I think this could actually be the best face that we've seen. The photo is making that challenge. However, all I'm looking at when I look here is this gold. And that's all
Gold!
I see. Always believe in gold.
So just some nice points of emphasis. The
Amazing.
blood splatters on the blade, really cool. It's the
Yeah.
first time we've seen these types of blood splatters done. That pocket there, is I think we've got now a new contender
Best
for
OSL.
the best executed OSL. We had a painterly approach previously with a different take on it using different colors. Really nice. This here, however, the way that this light is
And look at
with the axe.
Oh, the axe. That's perfect. That's perfection.
Yeah. So with our ambience award here, this is probably the one that I'm leaning towards.
Yeah.
That said, the shadow side again, balancing out rendering on the shadow side. We have sort of faded away into some pretty dark shadow, but I'm still seeing just enough there. The wrappings on the back of the leg, the way that light's touching it.
I really wish we had a better photo of this because I'm beginning to think that this is actually wonderfully painted and we're just not able to really see that. Love the purple tones at the end of that. That's a great way to highlight those things. And
a big detraction for me on this piece, my personal one, probably just the base is really not working for me personally.
Interesting.
It's always a challenge I personally face with it not being mounted on a form of base or plinth. It feels that there's no end to the work. It just kind of doesn't have that presentation. So for me there, I think it's hurting it a little bit. But this is one of those classic ones with really, really high highs and for me some low lows.
That's a great example also, as the final thing, of gloss and matte. Really on the blood running from the eye and stuff, you can really see that difference and feel that gloss and how much visual interest that adds. So, hey, great paint job, great entry. Learn how to fucking take a photo, please.
And some color balancing stuff as well. But 24 is in the mix.
Let's go on to 25. Ooh. This is
Staying alive at 25.
Staying alive at 25. This is Basara. I think this is the model that came in Basara, which is a white box release.
Yeah, it's quite pin-uppy, this one, isn't it?
Yeah,
reminds me of paint. What was the one we did? What was it called? Paint Me Like a Pin-Up?
Paint Me Like a Pin-Up. Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we'll immediately start and say there's a real photography challenge. It's a difficult thing to do, miniature photography. It takes skill, it takes practice, it takes
knowledge. A lot of knowledge in miniature painting, photography. A lot of knowledge.
And when you are entering in a digital competition, unfortunate reality is if you do not have a good photo, your figure will not get the same level of attention it probably deserves because it's just really hard to pick up on that. And that's where I'm finding this one. It's a challenge.
Hey, and we acknowledge that your interest is miniature painting. Might not be taking photos. And for a lot of people, a lot of miniature painters, they don't sign up for a secondary skill in learning how to be a photographer. So we acknowledge that.
I will say
Great peach. Start with the peach. It's a great peach.
it is. This is actually this is Smog Singer armor, and it's actually
Yeah.
one of the coolest armor sets because this hat it absorbs hits from people like it's just like a big gaseous belly that they put on their head, and then you get hit in the head, and it just goes, and it's quite cool. So, but
Cool.
I love the butt cheeks. Yeah, great.
Yeah. Great peach. You got to point out a great peach when you see one, because actually the truth is painting butts is not easy. It's
It
not
isn't.
actually an
It
easy
isn't.
thing. If you make the crease line too dark, we can look like
Smearing. They don't know how
we've
to
had a
wipe.
bad curry the night before.
Yeah.
If we make it not subtle enough, it just looks like one bum, like just one massive cheek. So like it's actually not easy to do. So a good peach.
Well played. Well played.
Uh,
I'd love to see that base rim be black. You know, it's just
yeah.
it's one of those little
No, well, that's
things.
what we were talking about on the last one, right? Is like the reason why do we paint base rims black? Like, start with the why. We do it because it ends the work. It's a cap. It
And it's
like it.
also
it
it's a value thing too. Like it's the
mm,
zero on your value scale that then
yeah.
makes things next to it look more,
Mm-hmm,
interesting. So
mm-hmm.
I'll just give a call out. I think this is actually a really great color palette that isn't really looked into enough. Orange
I've
and
just thought of
purple.
the. I'm sorry. I've just thought of. I've got to say this. I've just thought of the wankiest term, but the base rim. It's really the void between reality and imagination.
Put that in the book that we're writing, mate. That's a Bucks and Deno special right there.
Is that going in?
That's
Is
going
that
in
it?
the book.
That's a killer. Yeah. Yeah. Stick that in your intent pipe and smoke it, Seamus. Yeah. Oh yeah, Timbo. You know that if Timbo's in the chat, just like, oof, you've got me.
Yeah, that's gold
Yeah.
stuff. No, I think purple and orange. Maybe if you added some green, we'd be in a wonderful space. No, I'm being a little facetious there. I actually really like purple and orange/red as a color palette. You can get really interesting contrast between those two.
Mm-hmm.
So I think gold, red, orange, and purple is a color palette that needs to be explored more. Eyes, just need a little bit more work, a little bit more tweaking. There's probably just a few little technical things. I will say this little element here is perfect. Like that's exactly how I want to see that highlighted, in
Mm-hmm.
terms of where the light is, all that stuff. When I was talking before about, having too harsh a line in a face, particularly in a female face, it can actually make it look a little bit masculine, and that's sort of
Yeah,
what I'm
which
getting
is not
there.
which is never a bad thing if that's your intention, Like not all female faces are soft, where there's calloused hard women in the world. But it's about your intention in this
Keep going,
instance.
Bucks.
Yeah.
That's not controversial at all. All right, 26.
Yeah.
Hey, unfortunately, 25 not in the mix. No thanks, Mossy. I'm good on the water, but a little snacko might be nice. Yes, thumbs up.
Yeah, I just think it's something that we talk about a lot is like the softness of female skin, but like it's something that I've been observing a lot more just as I look at pictures of things for reference is like, you know,
There's a
skin
whole lot of
skin
variety in the world.
yeah, like skin over time, depending on what you do in your life, if you're out in the woods chopping wood all day, you're going to look like you've been out in the woods chopping wood all day, sort of thing.
I just
So
want to share. I just want to share a wonderful analogy I heard the other day, which is sort of it's kind of relevant to miniature painting, but it's also not relevant. No, just one, Mossy's fine. So there's these two lumberjacks, right, that are out in the woods.
hmm
Both of them start at the same time. Both of them finish at the same time. One of them leaves for an hour, comes back, and the guy who has an hour break always chops more wood than the first guy. And the
hmm
first guy is absolutely infuriated by this. He's like, what is happening? Like, I work the whole day. I don't take a break. And this other guy always beats me, chops more wood than me. Anyway, so he decides, I'm going to ask this guy, hey, mate, what do you do? And he goes, oh, mate, I go home and sharpen my axe. And so the analogy that I like to draw from it is, we don't always, throwing yourself into something constantly without break, without stop, without taking a moment to reflect and think about where you can learn, think about what you can improve, is not always, take your breaks, take your moments of reflection, take your time, because sometimes that will be the thing that helps you achieve a better result. So anyway, I'm going to let you take this while I eat my carrot and hummus.
No
I'll
worries.
mute my microphone so no one's hearing me chomping. Off you go.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen this figure twice now. This is the second one. And immediate. Lee, something I'm really liking is the attention to detail on the skull in this instance. We've got what looks to be a clearly defined eyeball. Trent's finally got his refracting glint in the eye on the skull. She's been asking for that a lot. It's there, but it's not present on her actual eye. So something to carry over. You've done it well there. Room for improvement on this eye up here. A different patterning around the face. Both have worked really well for this figure. Really like the skin on this one. I did talk a little bit earlier about a uniformed presentation in the skin. Like it's a fluid thing. It's all connected. This really feels all connected. It doesn't feel like each element is in this case separated. Like, skin is the one that we want everything to be sort of feeling as one. So it goes a little bit against what we say sometimes with separating elements. Same color palette. I guess this, if you can fill me in, is this the color palette that's been used frequently with this figure before? Has this been painted in some way? Or
This is from the Crimson Crocodile. So the Crimson Crocodile is white and red. That's
cool.
That's its colors. So
that's its vibes. So,
that's where it's all
thematical,
the stuff.
Thematical choices.
Yep.
Cool. I think we're seeing here that element, now that we've got a turned angle on this figure, we are seeing that those coins are lifting up and are in movement. So that's an interesting one to note from them. So you've helped your friend who also painted this one by showing us that. I think for this one personally, solid figure all round. A very scale model-y approach to the basing. And it's fine. It's working for it.
I feel this one's possibly not quite in contention, and it's just the value issue. There's just probably not quite enough value differentiation. But whilst that works for the skin,
it's probably hurting everything else.
Just hurting the other elements. We look here in this back elements, and it's like I just want to see a little bit more shadow, a little bit more depth.
This one would be like the first, right now for me, this is probably at the top of ones that haven't made it into our
Agreed.
Like, this is right at the top of that.
Agreed.
But my highlight for this personally is the skin. I think this is one of the best skins.
Agreed.
Paint jobs we've seen. So great job on that. Excellent.
27. What's this guy's name? He's also a narrative sculpt from.
Cool.
Fucking hell, how funny is it? I was just talking about lumberjacks and here's a guy chopping wood.
It's just meant to be, right?
What is this guy's name? Last Axeman.
I'm gonna just mute and quickly use the bathroom, but my bathroom's close enough that I can keep my headset on, mate, so I can hear everything.
Definitely don't mute. We want to hear all of the action going on in there. So he's muted. That's a shame. Now, look, I'll speak to this one. Hey, I really love this story here with the Last Axeman chopping wood. Not a lot of wood in the Kingdom Death world, to my knowledge, but there he goes. He's out there chopping it anyway. When we were talking before about optimal viewing angles, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is a much better angle. We possibly could have had that guy just tilted a little bit more just to open up the axe a little bit, but we also don't want to lose the face by doing that. So really love the colours that have been selected here for the tartan. That's quite a well executed tartan for this scale. And I particularly enjoy this leg, the highlighting of the skin tone. That's an amazing job. Where I think we could improve, these elements up here are all a little bit too similar, and what we're starting to lack is a real sense of separation of elements. The best way I've ever heard it described is what you want to think about is a light element should always be next to a dark element, which should always be next to a light element. Because what that does is it really allows you to visualize each of those things as separate.
Framing, right?
Yeah. And so here what we've unfortunately got is light next to light next to light, which is also next to light leather. Whereas if we look here, we've got this dark red next to the leg, and those two things, you immediately can see the differentiation. So it's a good question. Does he sharpen his axe? Well, I'm not sure.
Look, I'm going to just say straight up, putting a putting tartan on a rugged dude with a big axe is a surefire way to get Buxy on board.
Get Buxy in.
I'm an absolute shocker for loving tartan and painted tartan on miniatures. Anything that's kind of got a bit of a Scots vibe really, really does it for me aesthetically. So maybe I'm a bit biased on this one, but I really like it. I think it's cool. I think that the elements that you were talking about there, I agree with, Trent, but I don't think it's hurting this figure so much. Yeah, I'm a fan of this. I'd like to put this. I'd like to put this in.
Please do. I don't know.
What number are we? 27.
Yeah, 27. I don't necessarily think it's hurting.
Yeah.
But what I think is this is how you elevate to the next step.
Yeah.
But I think the tartan is that's a very challenging thing to execute, and that's been done really great. So I would
base work's solid. Like its storytelling is bang on. Yeah.
I just think the face is probably the one area where we need to be drawing a little more gaze, and we're not quite. So.
Yeah, and maybe the lantern glows on this one are a little weaker than some of the others that we've seen. But they will be the conversations we have at the pointy end.
Indeed. 28. Another cockroach queen. All right. Hey, I love to see the look at this.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Okay, so
this is 28.
All of the medals are really done in this nice cold tone, which is great. And then we're taking that cold tone and we're leaning into it more with the hair. So we've got a very overall muted palette, which is nice. And I think that's all working well together. Yeah. It's great how well all of the elements are differentiated as well. You know, you really see each of those pieces individually, which is awesome.
You know, something that I just want to point out here. It's a bit Geiger-esque. This
well, it is.
Paint job.
You should see some of the artwork from Feminism, man. It's fully alien.
Yeah, like style. And the way it's been painted, it's been considered. Like, look at this, like soft, these soft green blues in the bases, like, and then punching up the contrast with a very high value on the points. This is really working for this figure. I think this is a really, really well executed paint job that's doing a lot for it. I love that. This figure clearly has a challenge, right? Yeah, you're circling it. The head can be a real bogey spot on this figure. It's looking down. There's not a lot of face to work with, and you've got a very, very big orb being the crown of the head. I think you have tackled this really well, and I think to this point, this might be, funnily enough, one of my favorite faces in the competition. Even though it's got very little face showing, it's working for it. The two areas that needed to be focused are the nose and the lip. Maybe the top of the lip, not so much. But what this painter has done, I think, has done really quite well. Can you see that tiny little glint on the top of the eyebrow? And that tiny little glint in the cheek?
Yep.
Great choice.
Yep.
Great choice. Like, it's doing so much for it when it comes to the interaction of light in that area.
All right, I'm going to push this person a little bit because I think this is a person who can paint. I'm going to provide two areas for that person to look at. So let's look at this little leather element here, right? The way that leather degrades is based on the way that leather is used. This folds backwards and forwards. It doesn't twist on an angle. And so these little leather striations on these elements here are done perfectly well. That is how leather cracks and folds. The angle of these ones is not. The angle actually needed to be perpendicular to the shape of the thing. And that's actually standing out as really jarring to me because that's just not how leather works in real life.
It's also, this is an example again, if we start to talk a bit more in depth about texture, this is where we've just done a paint stroke to try and tell the texture. And it needs to be more than that. There needs to be thought present in how the stroke is applied to the area, right? So, like, when you talk about the cracks, they would be this is a very small model. They'd be very thin, very, very thin. And there would be more of them. They're probably too separated for me on this instance. So.
The second element that I want to talk about is the hair. And again, we talked about with the last Cockroach Queen, the hair has to do some of your work here at drawing focus. what you've done is working. This specular highlight needed to be higher up, but one thing that we tend to see with hair, hair is super fine, right? The individual strands of hair are so fine, you don't see big dark shadows like this in the recesses, right? You actually see highlights all the way through the hair, because what that does is it reinforces the fact that hair is so fine and that it's actually,
Yeah.
you know.
So what do you do, Trent? Like, this is a great one. The question that always gets asked here is, what do you do when a sculptor has made that choice for you by, sometimes we call it spaghetti hair. What do you do? What's the solution?
Well, some people choose to fill in a little bit of that to create their own less stuff with something like PVA or milliput. However, the way that I would approach something like this is I would actually highlight in the recesses. I would be highlighting this whole thing and basically trying to ignore that very heavily textured paint. And I can speak from experience painting this model because I have painted it. The actual dark shadows are making that hair look more textured than it is in reality.
Okay, yeah.
So
excellent. I think that's great feedback.
That is actually the reason why I'm saying this, is because this hair can be made to look exactly like hair with less deep shadows in the recesses. So, hey, I like this piece. I love the ambience. That's in the mix for you, is it?
Yeah, 100. I've already put the number in.
Well done. 28.
Mood, right? Sometimes I don't think we've talked much about mood, but that had a lot of mood to it.
It did. Ooh, speaking of mood, here's some mood. My mood is get me some of this. What a figure. I can't remember. Is this Morgan? Is this Morgan? No, this is a different one. It is Morgan. Sorry. Yep. No. Cool. I'm getting it right.
I am a fan of bangs.
Yeah.
This
You
girl's
are.
got bangs.
What a great figure, right? And I say that from a actual sculpt and also from the bang and bod of Morgan. What a wonderful example of ambience, of the subtlety.
I think we probably can both just agree off the rip here. This will go into the ambience conversation for this category.
Yeah. I love these little sparkles. It's like she's holding a little thing full of glowing fireflies or something, and they're just sort of sparkling around in there. I think that's really nice. I like how much the face is just like incorporating those other colours, the purples and the magentas and so forth, but I probably want to see the eyes standing out more. The fact that this is the element. So let's talk about one of the weaknesses of OSL, right? OSL rule number one: your highest value has to be the light source. What is the thing that naturally draws your eyes? The highest value. And so when that light source is off to the side, right, that's the first thing I saw. Unfortunately, what we want the first thing people to see is the face. So you have to artificially up the value of the face, even though it's potentially breaking the rules, so that people are looking there. And again, the eyes would probably really benefit from that sparkle, that reflective light, and just really being that central focal point, because then you've got this wonderful triad of three elements that actually is framing your model, the outsides of your model.
So something I'd like to praise on this is the way that the lantern has been done. I really like it. Almost feels to me like there's like fireflies in there just buzzing around, right? And I don't know if that's intentional or not with the dots, but I really quite like that. And I also really like the use of brushstroke and execution on the front view. If we go to her hip, that's receiving the light, the most amount of light. I just think that area there, to me, looks really, really nice. I like the way the shadow's falling. I like the way the light is progressing. I like the fall off of color, and I think the placement is all well. So I would have loved to have seen that sort of carried across the whole figure personally. That attention to detail in those areas.
This one's a real struggle for me because I love this figure, and I wonder how much the figure is making me enjoy this paint job. And it's obviously quite clearly a well executed paint job with nice OSL and a great atmosphere. but I wonder how much of that is being carried by the beautiful lines and shapes in the figure.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd have this in the ambience conversation, and this would probably go to the top, like the new top of the knot for me.
Okay,
How do you feel?
I'll trust your wonderful judgment, Andrew.
Yeah. Oh, we've got it in the ambience conversation anyway, so we will
Yep.
see it again. We will come back to it and have a look. So,
All right, so we have a ley line walker, and we have probably, I would say, yeah. Sorry if you can hear my missus cooking in the background. She's just chipping away with. What are you making, Mice?
I don't think we can hear it.
What are you making?
I
What?
can't hear it.
Fried tofu, wonderful. I'm going to just immediately say this straight off the bat. I think this is the highest level of technical ability we've seen in
Yeah.
this category.
Yeah.
Straight up. So the Leyline Walker was a figure we had in the beginners, which we had
did,
beautiful
yeah.
saturation, and it was a real shame that we didn't get to see the model at its best because of the photography. And this one shows what magnificent negative space and lines and flow this figure really has.
Yeah, separation.
Yeah, puffing away on a bone shabook, just absolutely having a glorious
Really
time.
good reflective lines on the weapon.
Yep.
On her back. Yeah, this is everything you said. I'm in this instance, we could spend a lot of time talking about this now, or we could just put it straight in and talk about it a lot more in the conversation for awards. How do you feel about that?
I agree.
Cool.
That is, I would say, possibly our number one entry thus far that we have observed, but we will see. We will see. 32. So this is Kane from the Black Knight expansion. Old Man Kane. So what we've got here is something we haven't probably, maybe I haven't observed it as much, but we've actually got some photo retouching done here. And unfortunately, I don't think it's actually helped so much as it's maybe hindered.
Yeah, it's quite cloudy, isn't it?
It's actually, yeah, it's gone cloudy, which I'm guessing is probably upping brightness and then lowering contrast or something like that. It's just washed
It's
out a bit.
exposure will get cloudy as well at times.
yeah.
I think it's upping exposure and then downing brightness that
Yeah,
can do this.
yeah.
So.
I think this is my favourite base.
Yeah. This is the
we've
base. This is probably. I'm glad you went there because this is probably the base in the base award for this category. Yeah, in scale, the like all the little weeds and flowers. The blue on the weeds, right, and then the yellow on the flowers is mimicking the color choices on the figure.
Yep.
So this is really, really good usage of foliage.
Yep. Overall, this is a fine paint job, but what we want to start to see more as we continue to improve and move up in the levels is having things talk to each other. This gold has just very faint hints of blue in there, which is great, and this has very faint hints of orange in here, which is great. So we're starting to see that happen, but for me, the blue and the yellow are too jarringly different. I mean, it's tricky because we do want to have the definition of contrast, the juxtaposition of strikingly different elements. So we do want to see strikingly different elements, but on a small figure, on a figure that is tiny, if you take that too far, it actually looks jarring. It doesn't look great.
Yeah. And the orange, where you've placed these orange elements, this probably could have been something that could have been used to unify the two colors a little more. Could have been an opportunity there.
I will say that complementary color of blue is orange, so the orange I think works. I would say that I think if that was all done in a copper or a bronze, this would have shot up the rankings for me. But as it is, I'm really struggling with that yellow, overpowering.
Yeah.
Essentially,
I think you could have still used gold. You just didn't need to be as saturated. That's all it is. Like it's just really saturated because the blue and the orange by themselves work well together. The orange and the yellow work fine together, but all three of them, there's something that's not
a
quite.
little askew. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's solely that the gold, there's just too much saturation in it for this one.
This artist, whomever they are, is actually very, very solid at applying their paint. I mean, look at this. There's that face. Look at that. That's great. Great positioning of the lights and looks like really smooth blends. So it's a shame the photos of whether that's been retouched and it's taken it to where it is, or whether that's just the photography. Maybe they're actually using a parsnip for a camera. I'm not sure. It's a
Now,
shame.
question is is there any view of the blade? Because have we done gold non-metal metallic and
With
then
true metallics,
silver
yeah,
true
I
metallics?
think that might be the case, yes. Because look at the light on that one versus the light on that one, it's in a different spot. So I think you might be right. It's
Maybe.
kind of a
I'm not.
no-no, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. You can do it. There's definitely plenty of examples of doing it. It's just how you do it. It's usually the other way around. Usually it's that you paint the whole figure non-metal metallic and then you
yeah.
do the sword blade. Sorry, you paint the whole figure metallic and then you do the sword blade non-metal metallic. It's a lot of the time you see people doing that. So
All right, we're gonna dive into another Paladin. Look, I love as much as I love the old. I'm going to take a photo while I'm on my paint desk and have my fingers in the shot
yeah.
on the old Games Workshop paint pot while you're at it. Champion, it's a fucking figure painting competition, mate. You can't do that. It's got to be a photo taken specifically for the event.
Yeah. I like this figure, right? This figure's grown
Yeah,
on me just
Paladin.
been seeing it the last two
Yeah,
times.
she's
Super
great.
cool.
I know we've got a few more coming up too in Masters. I think I've seen a couple around.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult model to paint, I think too. Like I've actually done her, and it's more challenging than she looks, but it's got
Yeah.
great shapes.
This region here looks like interesting with the three lines going across it, across the chest there. It's
Yeah, yeah.
cool shield. Is it like a
Uh,
octopus motif shield? Is that what I saw? Is there
yeah,
like tentacles and stuff on it? Is that what
yeah,
it is?
yeah. Octopus. This is so the king. This is from the king armor. She's wearing king armor. King armor's got these weird little sound vibration capturing things. It's pretty fun. These are king's coins. So
Oh, is that? Yeah, it looks like a giant speaker on her chest in that one.
it is exactly what it
Oh,
is. Yeah. So it
okay.
absorbs the sound.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to come up with too many things to say about this that we haven't sort of already spoken to before. You know, the photography is a real challenge.
Mhm.
The overexposure is making it hard to see. It's clear that there's very separate elements, which is great. You know, we can see how those black lines around the edges of those things are making those
Mhm.
elements stand out better. I like the pink on the base tying in with the pink on the
I
fabric.
just love all the colors of this one.
Yeah,
Are
the purple's
really on
great.
some. These are a classic. Well, like we've obviously had a lot of purple. We're
Yeah,
starting to get a lot more pinks and magentas as well.
yeah,
But this figure is a black figure, right? It's black armor that's been
yeah.
done, and then it's a subtle choice. I personally, as a preference, like purple as a role player color. We've talked about this a lot, and here's a really good example of it being a role player. We've got our key colors. The purple is really just helping bridge everything together between the lighter colors and the darker colors. I think this is a great color scheme,
Yep,
personally. Great choices made there. Love the base. Think the base is a really good choice
yep.
too. Totally agree that the photo's hurting it. I think the photo could be hurting it enough that we might not be having a conversation about this later on. That's a real
There is no
shame.
further conversations for 33.
Yeah.
So it is all unfortunate, but so be it. It is the competition. It is the nature of the beast. Whoa! What is this? It's another
Hey,
Paladin
they're popping up.
popping.
Our first backdrop.
It is our first backdrop. Wow, this is very cool.
Wow. We've had so many different takes on these colors.
Yeah.
This is atmospheric 101. Everything, it's a
Yeah.
limited palette. Everything is covered in these colors, and then it's how you use these colors to tell the story, right? We've got realistically we've got variations of purple browns, and then blues, and then some magenta, and we're good. We've got got our hair as well being in the grey. So
I
a
tell you
good
my
way to
challenge
draw
here.
focus to the head.
Oof. I think the front on angle
Yeah.
is not quite the optimal viewing angle. I think she just needed to be turned slightly in. I'm not sure. How do you feel about this element extending past the background? I think that
That
actually doesn't work for me.
I think that's fine because I think it's probably pointing forward IRL. Like if you had this in the hand, it's going to be leaning forward a bit more, which I think this is getting the compression of a 2D photo is probably stinging a little bit, but it wouldn't be there. See how it's got a real lean to it.
We're getting into quite advanced sort
Yeah.
of topics here because this
Yeah.
is, there's obviously a very strong entry, and so I'm sort of trying to look at it the lens of, okay, well, where does this person need to improve?
Yeah. So if we start on some of the things we like, and then we'll get into it. We'll get into the weeds on and some improvement stuff. So, when doing backdrops, we often see foreground being rendered more than the back, and that's been present in this piece with the lanterns at the front.
Yeah.
I think you could probably got to go on one step further with the rendering towards the lanterns right at the front.
Yeah.
They're quite painterly. The color palette is nice. I like the hair.
Hair's great. Eyes are great. Face is great.
Hair's a good choice. Yeah. The lips, not for me personally. Yeah. Something we note with miniature painting lips, even if you're doing a makeup or a lipstick or something, both the lips can't be at the same level of value. Otherwise, we get smooched, puckered like super lips.
Yeah.
There needs to be one brighter than the other, and it's usually this area here tends to be brighter, and then the bottom lip because the light is catching down onto it. So something to note there.
So I'll say I love the painting, the style, the the painterly is a great word. I love it. I don't love some of the light choices, like the placement of where the lights are. I'm not sure if the intent is that the light source is from below. It looks as though the light source is coming from here, from like this bottom area.
Yeah, there is a bit of confusion because I guess they're all lanterns behind it, which would generate a light source too, right?
Exactly.
So there's just a bit of confusion going on. It's like a lot of complexities, maybe all kind of swirling together. Where
we see this one, and we've got a shadow on the back there, and then we see, this one, and we've sort of got this is in light, which is great, but then this bit's in light, and then this bit's in light like it's coming from the back, whereas. So and then the lens is also in a different spot. So I just think that when you are going for something as ambitious as this piece is, you really need to be probably even more thoughtful about your light placements, because it's going to be the make or break of your execution in your piece.
Yeah, very much so. Hey, do we want to talk about effort, Trent, and what effort is? Because in painting competitions, effort is it's like a scale that people can reach. So if you go to more effort than everyone else in the competition in regards to things like doing backdrops and trying some crazy colory type things, it's going to be something that stands out quite a lot. Whereas if everyone is sort of on that same level, then naturally it's going to blend, right? So I think what's standing out a lot about this piece is the amount of effort that the person's put in. Now, effort doesn't always just equal reward, but in this instance, the effort that's been put in is really standing as a positive for it, in my opinion. How do you feel about that?
No, I agree completely. I think it's clear this person's really put time and effort into their entry, and they've really tried. They've really tried. Like you can feel it.
This has got a lot of display principle in it, right? Like we've got a lot of thought is evident. Could execution be better? Yeah, of course it could be. But we're talking about intermediate painting here. I think 34 is going to get its number put comfortably in.
Very much
we'll be
so.
having a discussion about it very soon.
Well said, my buckso. Well said. All right, we've got about 5 to go in this category, so we're making good headway. Longclaw Lenore.
Longclaw, what a name!
Yeah, that's her name, Longclaw Lenore. She's one of my favourite things. I am not sure what is happening on this face, but she looks like Beavis and Butthead, my friend. I don't know what's going on there. She's got the.
How does it go? That's how they do it, isn't it? Something like that.
So look, to this entrant, I would say there's a number of fundamental elements that we need to work on improving. We have a very clear mould line here. We have some issues with the application of paint and creating sort of a smooth blend. We've got some issues with the separation of elements. There's
The hair is a bit patchy.
Yep. There's some attempt at your OSL, which is great to see. I would say there's some attempt at some non-metallic metal, which is great to see. And we've got some basing stuff, which is cool. We've got a nice black rim, which is great. But I think it's probably a fundamental get back in, get on the brushes, keep chipping away.
This is a practice that we talked about, sometimes needing more knowledge. This one's a more practice, but we definitely, you can see that you have made some conscious choices and some thoughts about what you're doing. You just keep going.
Yep.
Keep going.
Keep painting.
The journey is long. Keep at it.
And keep watching Beavis and Butthead.
Some might say that Beavis and Butthead is on the screen right now, but who's Beavis and who's Butthead? That's yet to be determined.
I'm the Butthead, mate.
Yeah, you're Butthead for sure.
So this guy's called Tough Guy. His name's Tough Guy. That's his actual name.
Tough Guy. Yeah, right.
He's another Sunstalker armor wielding 2 denticle axes like an absolute mad dog. Great to see some different body types.
Yep.
That's what I like to call the big Deno physique. It's glorious.
Yeah. The post-40 physique. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Something that's incredibly glaring to me that I'm going to open with. Now, it's not a negative, but it is something. We've talked about separating elements. This is where separating the elements might go one step too far, in that the lines are very thick and they are very black. When we separate our elements, we need to think about the subtlety in doing so. This would have really benefited from using a black red rather than a pure black. It would have softened the transition between the skin and the teeth, and it would have stopped it as being as glaring, right? So mixing colors with our line, which most of the time will be black of some description, is really, really valuable when doing this.
Yeah.
Moving on from that, let's get into some of the things that are quite nice. I really like the reds. The reds are cool.
Reds are good.
Reds are good.
Good to see
color
some
palette.
True metallic metals in there. That's always nice.
Love some true metallic metals. Something to note with true metallic metal, it's controlling the shine is a big part of the process. And I think on some areas you've done pretty well, and on other areas there's room for improvement. How we do this is usually by using obviously opaque paints, matte paints. To do so, usually in either glazing form or contrast paints or whatever. Anything that doesn't have a shiny property will knock it down, and you usually want it to be somewhat translucent so that it creates a bit of a shift, a bit of a gradient, so to speak.
This particular artist looks like they've come very much from the Games Workshop school of miniature painting, right? Looks like Citadel paints, because we have that slightly satin finish.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got much more of a global sort of lighting rather than
4 points.
Yep, your directional lighting, and that's not necessarily a negative, right? That's just an observation.
No, not at all. It's just a different way of doing things, So.
Yeah, but I would agree with everything Bucks has said, and I probably just want to see a little bit more of the reds in the skin tone. I think we've got what I would say is a very pallid. Skin tone.
Maybe not even red, so just color. I think you're looking for more color, because you've got so much red. Red might be a bit too much, but there is other colors we can bring in. You could have slightly changed the skin to be a bit more tanned, or you could have put some blemishes or all sorts of stuff in there. But overall, a pretty good figure.
Yep, it's evident this person knows, what they're doing in terms of, you look at the front, you look at the placement of the lights, everything's pretty much in the right spot. It's all feeling okay. I don't have this in my medals because I feel this photo is not really showcasing the model to its best, and that's, I think, because it's a compressed photo, maybe a little blurry.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Just on even without the photo, just on the presentation alone, it's a really gamey figure, and it looks nice.
It look amazing on the table. It look amazing
when we're in that display field, that competition field. We're probably looking for something just a little bit more.
I've done that one. I've gone way back. 37. We're on
Yeah,
to
all
Deno.
right, 37.
One of your best. All right. Ah.
The golden potato. All right. So, my memory of potatoing, right, was not as strong. But now that I think back,
They've run with it, mate.
that we did talk a lot about. Well, you specifically talked a lot about potato pictures.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
great to see the spirit of the community and the fun that can be had. This is talk about a point of difference, Trent. This is a
This is
great
your
way
point
to
of
get
difference.
noticed.
But what's even better is he's chowing down on a
He's
potato.
chowing down on a potato. And the hair as well. The hair choice is it's
Oh,
just outlandish,
oh.
Like
So
it's
this
like maybe what would happen if you and I was combined into one person, Trent,
it is.
and with your personality,
It
just
is. So this is great. This
it's good
particular
fun.
model is a Marrowist,
Yeah.
which is cool.
Front runner for Generation Saturation Award, this one.
Hey, let's look at this. I'll say this right in with the most respectful way I can. This is almost like a Frazetta style
Yeah.
leg with these really like greyish tones in there,
And yellows, like
and
real
yellows and
Frisbee
stuff.
is obviously very yellow. Yeah.
That's so cool. This, however, I believe is a gigantic mold line.
Yeah, look, that one's criminal.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
absolute travesty.
Yeah.
Um,
How dare you just disgrace such
and
an
I've
elegant piece, the
yeah.
potato god himself with a mold line. You should know better,
And what is
Potato
happening
King.
here with these elf fingerprintos? Like, what's going on there, champion? Give
Oh,
that a
that's just
miss.
that's painterly right there.
I see, I see. Um, look, I'm giving this an award irrespective just from
Yeah,
gloriousness.
it's getting the saturation generation, the generation. Which way
Uh,
are we again? Are we saturation generation or generation saturation?
we
I can
can be
never
whatever we
remember.
want, mate. We're Sat
But
Gen.
this is the Sat Gen Award for sure.
Yeah,
For community, embracing community spirit
yeah,
and executing on an idea as outlandish as this.
yeah.
So,
Well played, well played. So
thank you,
we've given out
because
parsnips. We've
yeah,
given out parsnips for bad photography
yeah,
as an upgrade from last year. But the fact that this guy's munching on a gigantic potato, and that potato is as big as my head, so jeepers.
well, look at his form. Like he's
Yeah,
going to be harvesting big taters,
yeah,
man.
yeah. The ladies love a vascular man, so well
Yeah, yeah.
played.
Vascularity is at its height. Well done.
Well done. That's exceptional. What's
There's
38?
no. I'm reading the chat. There's no mold line. It's just a big muscly vein. You know what? If we would have passed if it was painted like a big muscly throbbing vein. Get some purple and pinks in it, and we're.
Oh,
Please don't cut that part. Get some purpley bits on it, and
yeah.
we've got a
Big
big throbbing
throbbing.
vein.
Yeah, I love it, Bucks. I'm going to clip that, and that's going straight
Yeah,
to the pool room.
yeah, beautiful.
Now, I'll do 38 respectfully.
Hmm.
We have seen some other figures where we've had some similar feedback. Photography, a real challenge. There's some gaps there. We've got that really shiny finish, which usually comes from a wash or a Devlin mud, one of those type of things, which is actually dirtying up the model a little bit, which is unfortunate. There's some nice elements, things have been separated reasonably well. The colours are probably not quite showing enough value shift, and I would say that the yellow hair is maybe a little bit too yellow and not sort of tending more
Yeah.
towards blonde.
Sometimes when we paint something right, it makes someone who's viewing your stuff just think about something. And this has made me think about something, so I want to shout it out. But the base itself, like doing a really like garish red against this grey, it just makes me feel of like Castle Grayskull,
Yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
like a Thundercats. They had like a cool castle. It's
Thunder,
like real
thunder,
80s.
thunder,
I really like
cats.
it. Like it's just got an 80s vibe to it that
Yeah,
I'm into. So, for me, that's a highlight of this figure. I think that's pretty cool.
yeah.
So,
So look, keep chipping away. We provide the same feedback to a number of people at this point, which is, time with the brush, continue working, and continue enjoying the painting experience. And that is going to be the number one benefit when you are having a great time. This figure is Isn't this like Easter Twilight Night or something?
Yeah. Have we seen this? Did we see this one done in at High End Masters last time?
Nico Twilight Night,
Maybe we
yeah.
didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a similar pose with the sort of leaning over and having a peek.
Look, I just struggle, right? Here's a black photo, here's a white photo, and neither of them are right. um,
It looks like it's been edited onto the white.
yeah,
I don't think it has, but it looks like it.
it's such a shame because I'd love to be able to really provide some wonderful analytical feedback, and it's a real challenge because of the overall photography.
Let's do our best because we've done some ones that have probably been even more challenging.
Oof.
Um,
Great
so
breasticles.
yeah, great in that area. Love the little eye of Sauron vibe on the lantern.
Yeah, that's cool. Would like to
Actually,
see the orange.
I like the subtle shift between the arms and the legs. How it's kind of like it almost feels like the two-tone skin, where like that you see on certain animals. I like that. I think it's really cool.
God, I wish this was a better photo because this looks really quite smooth. There's quite some, this gem is really well executed. It pops, and then the skin, the subtle
blade.
blends, the blade.
The blade is very blown out, so that suggests to me that the exposure is way too high.
Yeah. I really actually like this figure. I think it's got a really nice
A lot of
shape.
potential.
What is the optimal viewing angle, do you think? What is it?
It's a 45-degree tilt towards her face, looking.
Yeah.
We will need to see more of the front on view of her
Yeah.
face, but not all the way. Otherwise, the sword line will kill it a little bit.
Isn't that a shame? So, hey, friendly tip for those entering events: send as many photos of your model.
Well, yeah, take 100
it.
photos of it. Like even if you are just taking a phone photo or whatever, take 100. A great tip if you
angles.
don't if you're like I'm not going to, I'm not investing in learning how to take photos. That's not for me. Get your painting lamp. Pull it out. Get it right over the top of where you're going to take your photo. Make sure your phone is absolutely dead straight on. Don't have your finger in the shot. Snap a photo with a piece of white paper or black paper on the table and go from there. You're going to get at least a serviceable photo that, for the most part, is renderable.
I would recommend going to your local stationery store and picking yourself up a piece of grey card. Grey card is
grey card works super well. Yeah, it doesn't reflect light as much. So
grey card is neutral. It's not too. You don't have to tweak the exposure as much. Your phone camera will recognise a bit better. It's a shame. It's a shame because I'd like to give this one more credit than I can. I think.
Yeah, we don't often look at the chat comments for feedback stuff, but yeah, it's highlighting that the legs, particularly around the stocking area, is quite nice. Those thin strings, they're usually a bit of a bogey on miniatures that are not easy to do. This has been done well.
Yep.
The little skull mask there also done pretty well. This is a tough one. This is going to sit right in that pool again, where it's probably just out of contention, but with a few tweaks and a better photo, we could have gone a long way.
This would be in the top. Unlucky.
The hair's really nice. The hair's really nice too.
Yeah, the hair was great.
That's a real bummer.
Yeah. All right, 41. Oh, this is from Echoes of Death 4 as well, I think. I don't know exactly what her name is. It's something Archer.
Are you sure we're at 41?
Yep. Yeah. There's a couple of folders missing. There's no 40 and there's no 33.
Okay, cool.
Archer Mage. There you go. Straight off the bat, great separation of elements. Great color palette. What's that you say? Yeah. Orange, purple, and green.
Very, very, very soft, dimly lit ambient glows coming from the little lanterns. Mm-hmm. Really considered, really well done. On all of the lanterns too. Very consistent across the piece. We had a piece before that we immediately looked at and felt that it was the best. You said, I think this is number one. Well, I think we found something that's sort of contending with it. Yeah. So this could very quickly just be put into we will be looking at this for the final positions. And we could go through stuff then. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I will say that this angle's wonderful. But I'm really jarred by that being the triangular point of the square base. But
Yeah, yeah. We'll leave those for
yep, that's in the conversation.
analytics. Was that 41? Did you say?
41, yep. And our last intermediate entry, another wonderful Eye of the Red.
I like this figure.
This is a great figure. Yeah, this is glorious.
Was it thick size save lives? They
Thick
say.
size save lives, mate. Eye of the thick. What we've got here is an example of what I was talking about before, which is having a dark color next to a light color really helps, separate that, and having that thick black stocking next to the lighter boots, next to the lighter skin, this really reads as multiple different elements, and I think that's a really a positive for this piece.
Okay, another stocking attempt with rips and things like that.
Yep.
Super cool. If you're ever looking for more inspiration on stockings and how to pull a little bit more out of them, if you go check out Honey Bunny Paints, I think it's or Bunny. And if anyone links her there, she did a piece recently that explores like stockings and what you can do with it. I think there's some real inspiration there for people. So if you're into that, follow it. If I'm going to say something about this that I just really like. Sometimes it's just about a color choice. It's not about like how you do it or the techniques that you use. But this carmine hair, I just love it. Hey, I just really enjoy it. I love it. It's fiery. It's soft in the right places. I'm a big fan of that.
I also like green eyes, green, red, complementary colours. We sometimes forget about that, and just having green eyes, it'll really help pop. The eyes probably have a few elements that need to be executed a little better, but the fact that they're green, I think that really just ties in with this story. Nice little rim light there you can see from that black there. Probably one thing that's really relevant to say at this point is light interacts with different surfaces in different ways. And so this yellow on this skin tone here is not accurate to how it should reflect that light. Whereas it is accurate on this little black element, right? It's going to reflect it almost back in that exact same color. Whereas this area here will actually be influenced by the color of the skin, by the reflectiveness of the surface, by how far away it is, and the same can be said of here. So what we're seeing here is a wonderful example of how this should look, juxtaposed beside some elements that are not as well executed in terms of how OSL looks. So my other call out, this is a wonderfully painted element on this tabard.
Yeah,
that is
I'm
absolutely
just going to say it. Red,
brilliant.
black, and white they love each other dearly. Those color, like the color and then the shades. They
Ivory
work
dragon
so well.
gauntlets.
Yeah, they work so well together, and this has been done really, really well. It's a big fan favorite for me. I really
Still don't know
enjoy
what Sideswipe does, but there you go. Ivory gauntlets. Great overall. Not in the medals, but
No, a bit of a distinct lack of contrast around the boots. Probably need to find a bit more value in there.
separation
We
in
need some more
this element
shadows.
here.
Yeah.
Lighter lights and darker shadows. But I think this person has a really good fundamental, grasp of things. And this is a paint more, paint more, paint more.
Yeah, paint more because you're definitely going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Now, this is our last one, right?
Correct.
So something I want to just highlight now as we get into the judging for awards for this category, and we get ready to move on to the next category. The 4 key points that I've got written down here that I find to be incredibly important as we get towards the sharper end of intermediate into masters. Number 1, how you represent light. Number 2, how light interacts with its surroundings. Number 3, how physical objects interact with light. And number 4, how different surfaces and textures respond to varying degrees of light. These 4 points here are incredibly important and I think are a heavy emphasis in Kingdom Death painting. So these are some of the things that we're going to look for a lot more as we get into the Masters category, and it'll be a factor in our judging for the intermediates. You happy with that, Trent?
I absolutely agree. So what numbers have you got written down, my friend?
All right, so the numbers we had 9 and 10 just because they were the first 2. I think we can just pop in and have a quick little look at
I did.
those.
I did do
You
so.
did that? Yeah, yeah.
I
Are you
think
happy to?
nine. I think nine is probably the better of the two, the murderer. But I think
Yeah.
it's maybe not quite in the conversation. So
Yeah.
we'll move
Okay.
on. Yeah.
I'm all good there. 11 and 15.
11. We'll come back to 11. I think 15 is definitely in.
Yeah.
So we'll find the right one of that. I think
Mm-hmm.
that one. Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
We had a 17 maybe.
Okay.
So that was
So
just
17. Yeah, I think the
gonna have a drive-by of that one.
photo lets
Yeah.
it down. So
Yeah.
yep.
We go to
Next
21, 22, and 23.
21. Okay. Let's find the best angle of the Marchioness. Probably. We'll use that one.
Interestingly, it's probably the back angle because of how good the cloak looks, but
21.
it's not your golden angle.
22 from Brave. Yep. 23.
Brave again, isn't
Another
it?
Brave. Yep. Brave, 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 so brave. We'll use that one.
Yeah.
Next one.
23 is a double up too. That's both and considered in ambience.
Yep.
24 is just ambience, I believe.
Yep. Okay. I won't download that one, but yep. Continue.
Yeah. 27.
Chopping Man.
Yeah.
I'm probably pushing back on Chopping Man, but I'll download him.
Yeah.
Continue.
28.
Cockroach Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Next.
29 ambience. I think that's our really intensely ambient.
Yeah. That's probably going to be hard to beat, but yep. Next one.
And then we've got 30, 34, and 41.
Yep. So that one's in for sure.
Yeah.
30, 34. Yep. And 31. So one thing I want to talk about that I haven't spoken about yet was something we did in the last event was we bumped people up and down in categories.
We did.
I've made a decision recently that I don't like doing that.
No.
You know, I believe that if a person has made a determination that they are at an intermediate level, that's a determination that we should respect. Now,
Yeah, I mean, we didn't like doing it last time. It's not, it wasn't. We in the instance of last time, we had a very, very glaringly, like in the beginner intermediate, I think it was from memory, right? We had
yeah,
something that was distinctly ahead of.
yeah,
But even with that, and as a learning experience, we decide to just honor where you've put your figure, where you think you're at. Results aside, if you yourself can see that the work you've done is clearly and evidently well ahead or well below the category that you've entered in it, I think you then know yourself where you should
yeah.
be next time, and we'll let you make
So
those decisions for
it's a
yourself.
it's a tricky one because by the same token, you don't want to devalue other people who've entered in a category when straight up and down, hey, you do not belong to be in this category, right? You are
Yeah.
better than this, and I think most people have a pretty good sense of where they are, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Well, more often than not, what we see is people who maybe their confidence in themselves isn't as high,
yeah.
or maybe they're extremely critical of themselves, and as such, they put themselves lower. And we know we can, for the most part, people are not trying to submarine to win awards. We understand this.
Yeah.
It's just that sometimes, the way that you see your the work might be a little too critical on the way it actually is.
How's the fucking quality of this photo? It's like fucking 50.
Yeah, you blacked out the whole screen. Then I was like, holy moly. I think that's what you're trying to say there. Yeah, there, Trent.
Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah,
I guess there's probably instances where people in the last event would have said, well, this one should be bumped,
yeah,
and we will still have that conversation, but I think we just need to also respect that for the most part, we don't think people are. I mean, it's a painting competition between some cool people in a Discord, right? We
yeah,
don't need to
yeah,
overcomplicate it and say, oh, people are out there trying to fucking break the game so they can win a
yeah.
medal. It's not like that. That's not what this event is. And so
Yeah, and
yeah,
I don't think any of the Kingdom and Death events that I've come along to even feel remotely like that. More often than not, I think it's just it's just being overly critical on yourself more than anything.
all right. So there's I'll just throw it out to the chat. Is there any that you think we need to include that we have missed that we had a look through that you yourself noted down? I'm happy. I'd like to go through and do another
Oh,
quick.
we need to bring the potato back as
Well, the
well.
potato's receiving an award. The potato has received an award.
Yeah, it's got the Saturation Generation Award.
Bucks, do you want to go and have a little bo peep at number 20 and just see if we've missed one there?
Let me have a look. Uh,
So we're in the home stretch now, friends. We've got Masters to go, but there's only I think it's only 9 entries or 10 entries in that. So we should probably be looking at just under an hour left of our glorious stream. I hope you've enjoyed so far. I know Buxo, I've certainly enjoyed spending some time with you, my friend. So
okay, number 20 was the conversion, the really ambient conversion.
yeah,
The
yep,
purple
yep.
and thingo like that. You did say you might want to bring it back. So
Well,
um,
I think that's been eclipsed by a couple of the other ones. This one here
mhm,
potentially, and I think the other elements potentially let that one down. So
mhm.
I think we probably are not going to bring that in. But good call out, Minnow. Well done. Uh, 22. Great. So you can start talking about these ones on screen, Bucks, and share your thoughts. Any that you
Mm,
think?
so I think that we can probably just start with doing atmosphere, and clear out atmosphere,
Yeah.
and then get on to 1, 2, 3. So um, the two atmospheric pieces, the two strongest atmospheric pieces right now on our view is the green lit lantern brave, and
Yep.
then the paladin with the backdrop.
Yep.
Um, I'm probably leaning towards, personally, I'm probably leaning towards the paladin just
Yep.
because of the overall atmosphere is quite strong, whereas we've got a concentrated atmospheric element on the brave.
Yep.
So I'm sitting there at this point with those two. Do you have any pushback on that?
So
Just cover me up if you want, pal.
no, I'm covering both of us up, mate.
We've
So
got more to come, don't
I think
we?
that was
Or
it.
is this
One, two,
everything?
three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I'm missing one, which is the Marchioness. I'm actually gonna say that based on what
Yep.
we're looking at there, the Marchioness is probably not in our top three. So
Is that the one with the axe?
no, that's the one holding the sword up like that with the red reflections in the metals.
Okay, yeah, but we need to bring the one with the axe that was on the Gorm one, because that axe was like the
Yeah, yeah,
back
yeah.
end of that axe was really, really, really
So
good. Like,
ambience, I think we've got three choices, right? We've either got
yeah,
Aya, the Paladin, or the Gorm. The one with the Gorm.
mm. I think the Gorm one has the best painted, like probably the best, if not.
All right.
Yeah, no, I actually think it's the best OSL that's been
What
painted
number
so
was
far.
that?
I believe is it 22 or 24? I think it might be 24.
I don't know about you, but I feel it is 24. 22. Yeah, yeah, okay. Let me download that and I'll just put that on here. That is a, oh, sorry, Archimage. That's a wonderful rendition of the atmosphere and the vibe of Kingdom Death, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I think these are our three picks for ambience, and I'm gonna say yeah, let's give it to Gorm. Let's give it to Morg. Morg
Yeah.
gets our ambience award, and the
Yeah.
Golden Potato gets the Saturation Generation award.
Mm-hmm.
So we can discount that Morg now because that is our winner. So I'm going to delete that. So now I think all of these are our
Now we're in. Yeah, these are our
one, two, three.
conversations now for our 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah. So unfortunately, when you have two figures side by side that are the same figure, you naturally compare them. And I think our Brave on the left is a stronger overall piece than our
I
Brave on
think
the
it
right.
dares. I think it takes more dare.
Yeah. So
And it's a different style.
yeah,
And I don't think even I'd like to not. Yeah, I know it's you can't help but sometimes compare things. But if we just separate them away from each other, I think the result's going to be the same. I
yeah,
think we've got one that's a really well painted figure,
yeah.
probably at the higher end of
Technical.
technical, whereas we've got conceptually strong understanding of light. If we go back to those four principles I mentioned earlier,
Yeah,
I think our Brave on the left is exemplifying those a little more.
yeah. So sorry, other Brave, you have been cut off. I love the wood chopper, but I don't think he's on the same level as some of
But
the
look,
other
I,
pieces.
I think that the next cut before the wood chopper is our final piece with the Craft Worldian style.
You think
Uh,
you want to cut Aya?
yeah, I want to cut Aya.
I think Aya's in my top three. Oh,
Yeah,
we're on
right.
for some
So
discussion.
we're on for some debate here. Okay, so if you look at Aya and Brave next to each other, um, maybe be fair. Can you please go get Aya's best angle? Because I don't think this is the best angle
How dare
for it.
you? How dare you? I think that is our best angle.
Well, if that's her best angle, then I think that's the cut.
You need to pull your head in. You are absolutely off tap. What was she, 12?
No, I don't. Oh, she was early on in the piece, so she might be.
15 maybe? 14? Let's have a look at 14. No, 15. All right, let me throw a different one. Cockroach Queen. There she is, 15.
Yeah, yeah. Cockroach Queen could well be the most individual of all the pieces we've seen. In the paint style, in the choice, in the way it's been done, in the color palette. Um, for me, we've talked plenty about having standouts and having points of difference, and then executing on those. I think the Cockroach Creed is really doing well. The only real direct feedback we gave for the Cockroach Queen was simply that the lighting around the hair could be framed better and that the styration on the leather could be more accurate.
Yeah.
We
So
had some pretty glowing reviews for it outside of that.
so I'm gonna say that cutting down to five, Cockroach
Yeah.
Queen and Lumberjack are the two that I would drop out of the top five.
Okay. If I'm cutting down to five, I'm cutting Lumberjack and the Craft Worldian one.
Okay. So we agree Lumberjack is gone, cut off.
Yeah. Yeah, but I have them in order of not the lumberjack first. I have the lumberjack being the second cut.
Okay. So let's try the other end. Do we think
Hmm.
we have a standout? Because I think the
Um,
ley line walker is probably a standout.
I think that if we're talking about the Leyline Walker, and then was she called the what was the Archer one called?
She's called Archer Mage.
The Archer Mage. I was going to say Mage, but I didn't want to look stupid.
No, you would never look
I
stupid, mate.
believe they are of a very 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 similar caliber of painting. If not, the Archer Mage might be slightly more advanced with some of the concepts that are tackled, but the photo of the ley line is better.
Yeah, that's a good call out.
So they can sit up
This
the
is
top.
these two I think are definitely in our top three.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on the Archimage. Maybe we'll come back to that. We might have a closer look at some of the photos.
Can we just pull the cockroach and the paladin all to the same side as the other? Like, so we've got a top 5 there. Just bring the cockroach one as well. So we're isolating the Craftworldian one.
So you don't want Craftworld in there. We
No, no,
keep
no,
using the term
not yet.
Craftworld, but
Let's not let's not make the cut just yet, right? But I think you can see a pretty distinct difference between the 5 that are there and that one.
you can, and that's why I think it deserves to be in there.
Well, I see. I think what it's doing is we've already got something in there
With
that's doing
Brave,
it better. Brave is doing it better.
I agree with you that the Brave is a better executed stylistic approach. There's just
I
something
think
about
it's
the eye that really hits for me, and I don't
yeah,
know
but
what
you're
it
not
is.
articulating it for me in any way. You're just saying it hits for me.
All right,
Like it's
all right, all right.
it,
We'll drop Aya. We'll drop Aya. She's out of the top 5. That's a shame because I do think that's a really great paint job. Whoever did that,
so do I. Like, I mean, it's you made it. You know, there's 32 entries in your top 6. Like, that's a great result. You've done really, really well.
all right. I'm gonna say Cockroach Queen is next to go.
Uh yeah, it's probably Cockroach Queen and the Paladin now. That is a discussion.
Yeah.
Although again, I'm going to feel the same way about the Cockroach Queen as you just felt, because I just think that the Cockroach Queen stands so far out amongst its own, and I really appreciate it. I think that there's a lot of great stuff happening with this model. Just look at the transition through color from base to the top of the figure.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Nah, she's out. She's number 5. Brave,
Under protest. Under
Brave,
protest.
under protest. Well, my eye was under protest
Yeah.
as well. All right, so
Yeah.
here's our
Yeah.
top 3 in contention. So what we want to encourage, what we want to celebrate with our judging approach is we want to celebrate ambience, we want to celebrate technique, and we want to celebrate effort.
And individualism as well, right?
Yep.
Like an individual something. So
I think
we
the
have
two
two
best.
pieces. We've got two pieces that are really close, Trent. They're really alike.
I think these two are both representative of effort and style and the thing. And then I think these two are examples of
Execution,
execution and
knowledge.
yeah. So I guess it's probably a matter of, well, what do we think is the best?
Okay, so let's go back to those 4 tenets that we had, combined with the 2 that we initialized at the very start of this competition. We agreed that ambience, atmosphere are critical to Kingdom Death
Yeah.
figure painting.
Yeah.
So we've got to keep that. And then if we factor those other four elements that we talked about before, I think that we're going to now have a discussion about 2 verse. It's going to be 1 verse 1 and 1 verse 1 to start with. So we're going to talk Brave and Paladin, and then we're going to talk the Leyline and the Archimage.
Okay. What I'm feeling right now is that one of these two, Brave and the Leyline Walker, is our number 1, and the other one's our number 2, and then one of these two is our number 3.
I agree.
So I don't know how we determine the 3rd place.
Okay, so for me,
I think I have a preference. So how about you share?
For me, I'd like to flip right now. I want to start the conversation with Brave just in the first place. Just don't. If you're in the chat, this is just communication. Let's just move that into the front slot just for the time being. And I want to then have a discussion about the 2 technical pieces, because these might just one of these is going to KO the other, I think. So we need to be diligent in this space. I think I'm actually considering having Paladin in the 3rd slot because it just has so much uniqueness to it.
Yep.
and it's doing so much individually for itself. We've got backdrops. We've got a very conceded effort towards
Yeah.
a palette type.
So we have this challenge at any time when you get to the top level, right? And, the
Yeah.
last thing we want to do is make people feel like their effort isn't appreciated and valued. And whoever's done this arrow mage, this is a wonderful paint job and an absolutely glorious example of technical ability, of basing, and absolutely of effort. How do you differentiate between
Well,
two
we're going to go around a bit. Like this tends
two
to be how it
pieces
goes.
of
What
yeah.
we're saying now might change with what we're saying in a couple of minutes. Like if you think about how much we went around on Masters,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 last year, things can
These are
flip.
these are
Something
chalk
can
and
flip from
cheese.
fourth to first
Yeah.
instantly.
These are chalk and cheese, right? It is
Mm.
completely opposite ends of the spectrum. So I guess we have to come back to there's always going to be an element of subjectivity, right? When I
Yep.
look at these two, there's one that just jumps off at me. I'm just like,
Yep.
yeah, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the arrow mage, it's the
Okay.
paladin. I
So then if we go to the opposite end of the spectrum, right, where
yep,
it's not now about first glance, but about really
taking a deep
poring over the
dive,
figure,
then the
taking a
arrow
deep
mage
dive,
is better
the arrow mage is better. And I
for
think
sure.
actually the arrow mage is better than leyline as well when
That
you
is
start to go deeper on it.
that is a potential observation. Let's have a closer look here. The eyes are glorious. So
Yeah.
I'll
So we've
I'll
got,
tell you my one challenge that I'm really having with the arrow mage.
it's just the photo. It's just a bit washed. And
Well,
maybe the plinth as well.
it's the photo, but we've got a base, right, that is grey faces, green plants, brown dirt. And in reality, all of those things should sort of be feeding into each other, and having these little bits of integration. And we should have some
Mm.
green moss on the faces. We should have some some grey bits of rock in the brown, and vice versa, right? So that to me is a great intermediate level of doing a base and elements where everything is just a little bit too separate.
Mm-hmm.
The technical ability on this is world class, and
Yeah.
for this level, it's absolutely spot on.
The lanterns and ambience on this one is it's the second best in the competition, and probably only because like in the intermediate, and probably only because the other one that we gave for the ambient award is just it's bigger
Yeah,
and it was an isolated area on the axe, like it caught that really well. But like the subtlety and softness, like also when we're doing a darker skin palette, they're not easy, they're
no, they're
harder
not easy.
generally.
They are hard. Yeah,
So we've got that. I think there's a harmony across both of those figures that's just really good. But I think that the Archer Mage's harmony with its base is probably slightly ahead. I think the plinth choice
plinth is a problem
itself
here.
is a problem.
Yeah,
I
let's have a
think
look at
that
Leyline Walker.
I I actually gonna say that I think we are probably going. I mean, I just think that maybe the Archer is number one. Brave is number two, and Leyline is number three.
Okay. Leyline is a wonderful photo. It's the best photo in this
Yes.
category by
Yeah.
far, and
Yeah.
it's a beautiful paint job. I could probably critique it further.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
we haven't really sat and critiqued Leyline.
yeah,
Like
the
we kind
the
of moved pretty quickly on it. So
yeah.
maybe we need to give it its time and its shine right now.
I would say that there are elements of Leyline Walker that are masters level, and I
Hmm.
would say there are elements that are just okay.
So are we saying high highs, low lows? Like,
Yeah. Where I think the Leyline Walker is let down slightly, the
hmm
hair's not strong. The gold
hmm
is just okay, but it does sort of showcase what I was talking about with that other one where the gold was too yellow. This is a little bit more of that old gold, and
do
that
you
really
think it's got
works.
an X factor? Do you think it's got? We
No,
haven't brought up
no,
X
it
Factor
doesn't.
a
It
lot, but we
doesn't.
do talk about X Factor when we start to get to the pointy end.
It's just
And
a wonderfully painted paint job.
yeah, it's just a really lovely paint. The best part about Leyline for me is the softness of the
Softness of the
clothing,
blends, yeah, everything.
and also I really like the smoke pipe
Mhm.
effect, and I
Yep.
think the face is painted pretty well too. But
Yep.
I think it might be lacking an X factor. So let's do something a bit fun. Can we go for these two? Can we pull a rear view, just a rear view of each? Just a fact. We might find a point of difference there. We might find that one is just clearly better on the
So
on the
which one was that
secondary
for?
angle. Leyline and Archer Archer Mage.
Okay. What number was? Hang on, I can look at that a different way. Good work, Dano. 41.
30 and 41. Thanks, PhD.
My man.
Thanks, Dad.
Okay. I think that base there is starting to fall into the territory of not working for me.
Yeah. How about
on
the figure?
Archimage. Yeah, well, if you're putting a figure on a base, you got to.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you on the base. I'm saying, how about the figure though? Like, how about the
Figure's good. Yeah, the figure's good.
Yeah.
I don't. Based on the base, I don't have Arrow Mage in my top three.
Okay.
And that's a very firm position to find myself in because it's a wonderful paint job.
I mean, the base rim on this is not even painted fully, mate. Look at that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it this way.
I like the back though. Again, so we found we've KO'd each other on bases.
All right, let's do it this way, my
views are
friend.
solid. I really like. Hey, so here's one because we seem to be going back and forth. I'm going to say positively about Leyline that I think Leyline's back is better than the
Agreed.
the Archimage's
Agreed.
back.
And
However, the lanterns are really doing well for the Archimage in having a bit of an X factor.
yeah. All right, we're going to cut it because we got a time.
Sure.
Which is your number one?
I don't have the Paladin in my top four. I think I'm probably like Archimage number one because I'm going to lean into benefit of the doubt in that this is miniature painting, not all about photography. Like not everyone is a great photographer. So I've got probably Leyline in 2 and Brave in 3. I originally had Brave in 2, but I think after exploring more on Leyline, I think at a point you get to how technically, like how well is something done,
Yep.
that has to factor in. So
Okay.
for me, it's probably 1, 2, 3
Going
that
back to
way.
something you
However,
talked about.
you can probably sway me still into Leyline 1, Archimage 2, Brave 3.
Going back to what is our philosophy of what's important in this,
Yeah.
I don't think that the Arrow Mage or
Yeah.
the Leyline
Yeah.
tell a story of ambience as well as Brave, or maybe even as well as the Paladin.
I disagree on that, but
So
I think the Archimage. I mean, the Archimage is a huntress archer in a forest with soft, like lamplight,
all right.
perfectly
Well,
done.
the issue with that is there's no fucking forest in Kingdom Death, but
Well, there you go. Then that's a problem. We should have brought that up a long time ago.
so let me. I think we make the call. So I think that the light placement issues with the Paladin is what holds it back. I think that's the piece that it's. Yeah, I know there's the Abyssal Forest. Come on now, just relax,
Yeah,
guys.
and there's a point that the bow has
I
been
know.
strung.
Yeah.
All little things.
All right, so I'm gonna make the call. We are gonna execute the Paladin from our top three. So we have our top three. We just need to decide on the placements. Paladin, you know, I probably on another day I could have made an argument to hold it and keep it, but
Yeah, well, as long as it's Paladin and Brave that are really sort of in a way warring off for what position they go in, and I think we've probably gone into the fact that although Brave's execution might be a little better. They're both real painterly, so you know what I mean. Like it's not really about it being more technical. It's actually just more that it's done its thing maybe a little better.
Okay, so your positioning is 1, 2, 3. Arrow Mage, Leyline Walker.
Yeah, that's probably my positioning. Although, like you show me yours, and I can change things. Like again, they're all great, and I can make an argument for
Yeah.
all of them right now.
This is mine.
Yeah. What does it look like if we take Brave and put it at the front, and then Leyline, and then Archimage?
Yeah, see, I was going to make that argument, but
Yeah.
I do think that the technical ability on show on the other two is higher, but there's just something about Brave that catches my imagination. I love it.
There is.
Okay, we will make a call and make your argument. What's your number one?
I think it might be Brave, man. It might be Brave based on that.
I agree.
When I look at it, I find it really interesting. But I have such a fondness for technical execution and what that does for a figure. Because I believe in the hand, Trent, that it's not Brave, and I this is
Agree
not
with
an
that
in the
assessment too.
this is
Agree.
not this is not an in the hand competition.
I agree with that assessment too. So I think I think it's Brave one, Arrow Mage or Leyline Walker two.
All right. Well, I've gone pretty hard on the first. So what are you doing for the second?
I think it's Leyline Walker number two. I think if you look at those two photos side by side, I think Leyline Walker is the stronger of the two.
Okay. So Arrow Mage in 3, and now one more look at let's just Arrow Mage in 3. Take it out of the picture. Arrow Mage is 3.
Okay.
We have
So
got Leyline and Brave for the top slot.
um,
We have got Painterly versus
yeah,
Technical.
I'm gonna go with an executive call here. It's Brave.
Okay.
It's just fun. It's just great. It just pops. It makes it.
Well, it has an X factor. It
Yeah.
still holds an X factor. So maybe it's not been done to as technically a higher standard. And I believe, look, you know what though, Trent, this has got this like it's got the dirty big mold line, mate, right down the front of the leg.
Where?
You can see it, like it's not been cleaned out properly.
All right. Well, the black rim's not been painted on Leyline Walker. Nah, we're sticking with
Okay.
it. Brave, Leyline Walker, Arrow Mage. Intermediate done. Our potato award. Our potato gets the Satgen award, and ambience was Gorm. Morgue.
Yeah.
Done.
Um,
Done. Done.
done. Probably that might be the closest one we've had to date yet with
Agreed.
these.
Agreed. We will take a short break, friends, and we'll be back to do the final Masters. There's only 9 entries, I think, so that should be relatively quick, but I'm looking forward to getting into the Masters.
Yes.
I'll see you shortly, Bucks. Back
See you
soon.
shortly, mate.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get into Masters.
Master.
Master. Master. Number 43. We'll kick off. So just again to reiterate, our focus on our first two categories was on supportive feedback, generally providing some tips and tricks and really looking at celebrating the high points. In this category, we will not be doing that. We will be ruthless. We will be looking at all the shit that you forgot to do, and you'll be cut to ribbons, and you'll fucking enjoy it. And that's it.
How many do we have? Just a number check for
14, I think, my friend.
14. Okay, so
we have an Indomitable Lord's Ruin Titus, which is a Indomitable white box.
all right.
Interesting.
We've got quite aggressive, we've got quite aggressive color shifting here, right? Like I should say value shifting, because we're going to white a lot, which creates, has a habit of creating quite a lot of visual noise. If we can kick back to the front view. Some concerns about this cloak here that I've got is when we get to that, So yeah, highlighting those areas there.
So I think this is an example of the gold being too saturated. You've got a very, very saturated yellow gold, and then you've got this desaturated pink purple armor.
Well, it's pushing the gold forward. Like they're working together, but this is going to force the gold to steal.
But where do you look when you look at this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like they
right
work
here.
together, those two, but they work together if your goal is to make your gold the focal point.
His head's getting lost in.
And you know why his head's getting lost? Because our skin is in the same wheelhouse color, like the same color palette as our gold, and our hair is in the same color palette as gold as well. So we're losing focus drastically on the face.
I'm not sure that I'm a fan of the colors chosen. These blue faces are very distracting for me. We've got purple and gold as that's a classic color combination, yellow and purple, and then we're introducing this aqua that is very strong, and is just dragging me away from. It's the second thing I look at after I see that little shoulder pad, right? So.
I mean, the colors work. Like it's very common to use purple, gold, and aqua or ocean bluish color together, right? This is not so much about those colors being together. It's about how they've been rendered, right? It's about how far you've taken them up in value, and it kind of they're clashing. They're really.
And then we're throwing some magenta on top while we're at it.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for simplifying when you get to this next level of the category.
What's happening between the cloak here? Like,
I don't know.
There's something that's happening where it's like the finish itself is either
Dusty
or has it been done with weathering powders, or has this been finished with some kind of varnish that is
what I
changed?
think has happened is the paint that they've used for the magenta has a slightly glossy finish. And if I'm guessing it's the Vallejo magenta, which does have a slightly glossy finish, but. This element doesn't work, right? The gold isn't reflecting enough, or what it does is the gold and the pink mix together, and that whole color shifts. You wouldn't see the pink; you would see a mixture of pink and yellow as the color reflecting on that, and then what's this weird spot in his head? Like, where is the actual light? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I've seen this effect with the cloak. Sorry to be there again. I think if you've used an oil wash, this could be something you've put over the top. I've seen oil washes react like this, but there's something really bothering me about that. So, the way the OSL, like moving on from it, you can see it, right? Like the way the OSL is impacting the different areas. Like when you're doing a light that comes from off cam, this is an off camera light, right? It's got to be, if it's that strong on the cloak, then it's got to be all over the ground as well,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like it's got to be all in that area.
yeah.
Um,
I'll
so that's
say right now that this will not be in medal contention without having seen anything else. So I may have to roll that comment back.
always open for a revisit when you're the first cab
Open
off
for a
the
revisit.
rank.
But there's nothing wrong with the painting. There's nothing wrong with like the application of paint. It's more stylistic choices and where things have, you know,
Where things have fallen. I think that you've painted the face pretty well. I think it's one of the from what we've seen so far in the event, it's a fairly solidly painted face, something that I would expect masters to start at. Placements, I'd like to say that although you've gone very high in your values, your placements are, for the most part, when it comes to the non-metal metallic, they're in the right place. That they are generally reading as metallics.
yeah,
So
yeah, agreed.
I want to give you some praise there. I think there was an opportunity to do more with the base
Yeah,
personally.
yeah, exactly.
I think also if we're going to do these little skulls, like these trophies on the belt, and masks in why have we got? I'm not sure why we got two colors. Why not just use the one color all the way across? And I think that there would have been more balance if you had have painted the smaller skulls in the
Purple,
same
there's blue, teal.
blue
Yeah, for
color.
sure,
Yeah.
for sure. Excellent, well done, number 43. Number 44.
Thanks for entering, of course. We have to remember that at Masters we might be going straight in for the kill on
Oh
things, but
yeah,
we will do our best to circle back around for some things that we do like as
I am
well.
going to be absolutely ruthless. So this is just actually one of the Crimson Crocodile armor sets, I think, which is cool.
How many fingers?
Yeah, it's covered in crocodile fingers.
Very unique palette.
Yep. So remember how we've seen a lot of white and red from the Crimson Crocodile? This is
Yeah, we've seen it again.
Yeah.
And we've seen this done in a completely different way where we're constantly blending those colors, right? Like there's no pure white, there's maybe no pure red.
So I really love this red shadows in the white fabric. I was talking to someone about another one that was done with white, where I was sort of saying, I really want to see more colors in your shadows of your whites, and this is exactly what I was talking about. What that does is that showcases the red reflecting in the white, and it ties everything together as a part of a one whole. The hair is actually really nicely executed. It's probably the best hair we've seen so far. The face is great character.
Yeah, great choice there with the way the eye's been shaped and the way the skin
Yep,
has been highlighted to bring a really sinister
yep,
glare out. The
yep.
interaction between the base and the figure is really
Yeah,
nice.
great
But
stuff.
from here on out, I'm probably going to say that the execution
Yep,
is probably just not high enough for me for
agreed.
Masters.
Yep. So there's there's a few little things we can talk about when we talk about execution. So if we look at this little leather, this red wrapping, right? So what we've got is a highlight on the thigh that tells us that the light's coming from this direction, right? And then for whatever reason, we haven't hit these elements with a highlight to indicate that that is exactly what's happening. And so what you've got is this very, jumbled feeling from these little elements here. We then tie that same sort of story up here and we look at this little part here. Again, we've got a highlight here, and then yet we've got, weird sort of shadows that are happening in spots where there should be lights. And we could tie that story across probably the majority of the piece. And when we're talking about execution, that's sort of what we're talking about. Yeah, we
So
will.
also about how the paint's been applied as well.
Yep, for sure. Yep.
The stringing of the bow, cool little touch, little X factor there. I think the rendering on the arrow, the quills of the arrows are probably a little bit lackluster.
Yep. Yeah.
I think the overall painting application itself is probably where this is falling down for me a little bit.
And it'd be great to see this in the hand, because auto sharpening on phone cameras and auto sharpening, it tends to do this type of look where things look a little bit less smooth and a little bit more
Yeah,
jagged
well, we
than they
can get
actually are.
closer to it, right, than they
Yeah,
are. But I think the big one for this is, again, those 4 points we made earlier. Maybe I'll just copy paste those. If you give me a sec, I'll put them into the chat.
yeah,
But how this whole model is interacting with light is actually kind of not
yeah,
consistent at all across the whole figure.
yeah. You can absolutely call out that those quiver arrows as being a little bit,
An afterthought,
yeah,
yeah.
a little bit sloppy. I would say a little bit sloppy jaloppies.
Yeah, so I'd probably I really like the way the base and the figure is
Yeah, the
interacting with
base
that.
is
For
great.
me,
Little
that's
blood glass call out there. A couple little blood glass throwing knives. That's great.
yeah. I'm happy
Drop,
to sort
dropping
of
it
drop
out.
out. Yeah,
Yep,
drop it out and move on.
agreed. 45 and feeling alive.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way on camera. I'm half in.
Oh, we have a Paladin.
Alrighty.
So this, I think, is possibly one of the best things we've seen painted so far in the competition thus far.
Yeah, simple but effective plinth design as well.
Yeah,
A carved front. Angles are important.
yeah.
Again, this is the next level on doing square plinth. Is like, how do you take a square plinth that you've
Make it
chosen for
interesting.
directional point of views? So how do you make it interesting? So the carve off the front is often the way this is chosen. I probably would like to have seen more color mixed into these rocks to add to the figure's ambience.
Yeah, we've got some blues there though, like you can see, and then some warm lights
Yeah, I
here.
think they just need to. There probably just needs to be a bit more
Yeah,
towards the bottom. I mean, when we
this is
see a
nice.
color transition occurring across the figure, when we see that factored in as well, temperature wise, it
Oof.
does so much. Now,
Rustle my jimmies there. Look at that.
yeah. Now let's get on to the talking about the painting of the figure. So some nice reflections there, some nice atmospheric reflections and environmental reflections. They're in the right place, definitely working. It's consistent on the lower half of the model. It's on the other legs too. It's
Probably
not just
needed
been
a
done
little
in.
bit more.
This is something that I don't know gets talked about a lot, but sometimes we're really gung ho when it's an easy place to put that reflection. You know what I
Yep.
mean? But
Yep.
coming back for the hard spots where it's not fun, and seeing that through is evident here as well. I really like the softness of the hair and the way the light has been
Yeah,
achieved in
the
the back
hair's
of the
really great.
hair. But the blue clothing on the back there, on the back view, was probably a little bit lackluster for me. It's better at the front, so I mean we're in a bit of a fuzzed view, but
Yeah, that's just not really
yeah.
taking enough time. You probably wanted to go the opposite. You probably want to go darker there. You know, you want to get darker stuff happening in there.
Yeah, everything's gone darker towards the back, right? The hair's gone darker and
Yeah,
then introduced light.
I think this is really lovely. I particularly think the non-metallic metal in this is really, starting to push into the realms of this is what this is.
Yeah, it's leaving intermediate and starting to
Well,
move
we
to
are in
advanced.
masters, so.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But from a even a technical perspective, the placement of the lights, the
Yeah, well, the
choices.
placements are really quite strong
Yeah, I mean, look
on
at
the
this. This
lance.
is great. Yeah, the lance is awesome. It's called a lance. Hello.
Yeah. Cylinders tend to be the most favorable shape, right, for non-metal metallic. Like it's the one that usually people break through first.
So I'll tell you where I would
It's
have
the more
gone.
technical shapes that people tend to struggle with. So
I would have gone with a different colour than this blue for the robes. I think the blue is just leaning a little too close to the metal, and it's
yeah,
when you're back at this angle, it kind of feels a little similar, both from a value perspective, but also just from a hue. I think if that was, I don't want to say a super saturated colour because I don't think the saturation is what was needed
yeah.
there.
I think this is a desaturated palette, right? So it's
So
the face is really nice. We haven't really talked about the face.
yeah,
Like
face is lovely.
the hair is solid. The face is solid.
This line may be a little sharp there, that dark line around the nose. That's oof.
Yeah, and this part here between the cheek and the nose generally connects. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? If you
yeah.
push it too deep into shadows,
You
it
generally
can
can see a highlight there too. So, but
yeah. Yeah.
I tell you what, this is right at the top for now.
For now, I mean, the back of the shield would have been an opportunity to put wood grain in and really
There's a
exploit
little
that.
bit happening there.
Yeah.
Where I would probably say this will fall down is
Well,
just that blue. But
let's leave that because that'll be a conversation later. Of what we've
yeah,
seen so far, we have now found a
that's our
sort of
benchmark.
benchmark at the
Yeah,
area.
that's
Yeah.
our benchmark. Very good. 46. Another Longclaw Lenore. So I haven't talked about one of my pet peeves, right? But I'm going to dive into it right now. Fucking cork, man. Cork
Yeah.
bases.
You
It's
can do it. You've just got to do more than just cork. There has
yeah,
to be
yeah.
more done.
Now, this is sort of very close to doing the more, but I can still tell that's a cork base. You know,
Yeah.
that is too flat and uniform for it to be anything other than a cork base. And
The cork has to be changed. The cork can make the structure that you're looking for, but it
yeah,
can't be the finish, is
yeah,
what you're saying. It can't be the final result, is that I can see that this is just cork.
yeah. Uh, this is some great highlighting of specular highlights on the hair. That's exactly what I want to see.
Mhm.
Skin tones
The
really,
lighting's
yeah,
consistent, by the
yeah,
way. Like the boots are matching up with the hair.
yeah. And then the gold looks great. This is a really problematic photo because
What do you think about figure choice with this one? It's a very fascinating figure because her whole outfit's made out of hair. And so,
so she's a
you
white
know,
lion hunter. In case you didn't know,
yeah,
she hunts white lions. So in the same way that chick with
sure.
the glaive hunts screaming
Yeah,
antelope, she hunts lions. So all
yeah,
of her stuff
yeah.
is white lion
Yeah.
fur.
So I think if that's the case for this figure, then the emphasis needs to be on really delivering on the hair and fur. And I think that it's fine at the hair, like of her hair, but I think it's just falling off a little bit for me at the
So
costume.
let's get super technical, right? Here's your specular highlight around here, right? So we're looking at it as a viewer from front on. Here is another area where there should be another specular highlight because this is hitting the same light and reflecting in the same way.
On the
So
opposite side as well.
yeah, both of these are elements that should have been hit with light, and that would have helped you frame the face even more. The highlighting on the skin is in the right spot, but I feel like
Is
is
it
it
a
just
cleanliness thing? Is it just lacking a bit of cleanliness in certain areas? Like the legs I feel like they've got it. I mean, we are quite zoomed,
we're
so
super
I'm
zoomed
happy to
here,
go,
but
happy to give the benefit of the doubt. But
I think this is partly a photo as well. Like I think
yeah,
this is a sharpening piece where it's really looking at all of the granular, you know,
yeah.
pigments and stuff. It's just
Let's zoom back out.
yeah,
But I like the knees. The volumes on the knees are quite nice.
perfect.
The softness really good. I think the gold choice is a solid gold choice too.
Yeah,
It's always is there a can you tell me, Trent, is there a reason for a gold blade? Like is that just a stylistic choice or does that
that's a
lean into some
stylistic
lore?
choice. Yeah,
Okay, that's all
which
that's unique. You don't often see people lean into like a full gold blade. So
yeah. I think this is where I'm sitting right now. This is at just underneath the medals.
the previous one that we saw.
Yeah, underneath the
Yeah, I
previous
agree.
one, and photos is a real problem there. I think that will drop out based purely on photography, which is harsh. It's the world we live in, friends. 47, imitation butcher. Okay, so give a pro tip, friends. If you are going to submit a piece to a miniature competition, at least have the front on angle as one of your shots.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, so um, I think on an overall, this piece is probably not quite in the standard that I'm looking for Masters. But
yep,
if I start there and work my way back, some of the things and elements that I am enjoying. I do like the consideration around the blades, doing the rusted axe into the polished
Yep.
axe tip. It's a very effective technique, and a very interesting element to do. It's one of the highlights for this piece for me. Um, I like how there's been thought about the interaction between what his quarry, like he's really like wrenching that face and blood's coming out. So that's pretty cool. Um, the OSL effects are probably some of the things we've talked about in our journey to this point of OSL are really points of learning here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we've spoken a lot about all of the elements
Mm.
on the journey of this stream. We've talked to the things where this is falling short.
Yeah.
You know, separation, value, shift, OSL, and some of the technical things on that.
Hmm.
I will say that I think the color palette is absolutely engaging. You know, there's
Hmm.
the purple into the yellows
Yeah,
and
purple,
oranges.
orange, sunset color schemes.
Yeah,
They're nice. Yeah.
it
They're,
would have been nice to see that taken further. Um, and
Interestingly, they're generally quite calming colors, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
these
for
colors.
sure.
So having them on such a violent,
Yeah,
violent figure is quite a unique
I
choice.
see
So
this water stain area over here, and I can
yeah,
see an element here which is very visible that's not been sanded or smoothed off.
yeah.
Um,
It's probably a distinct lack of contrast in the leathers. Like we're
yep, yep,
falling off and not having shadows. So
yep. So look, it's not going to
better. It's
be,
better on the back boot. I will say that the
yeah,
back boot there is a better example of keeping in some of the depth. And I like that there's some color nuance in the shadows with the
yeah,
purple remaining there as well. But yeah, it's probably just a little bit under what we've seen so far from the Masters competition.
yeah. I do like this little glinting reflection though. So, hey, look, if this person wants to message me or Bucks to get some feedback,
Yeah,
and you know,
absolutely.
happy to
Happy to chat.
provide. But we shall be moving on. Okay. Uh, is this this is? She came with the firecrackers. I can't remember what. Uh, it's like Easter Twilight Night or something like that. Lunar Lantern Festival. Yeah, there you go.
Right. Open this up, mate. I've got a mouthful of party mix.
Party mix, boo boo. Um, yeah, really engaging piece to look at. Um, we've got a waterfall. I'll come back to that.
Yeah. I
So,
think
so what I want to do is just show you this.
yeah.
What a great piece.
Hmm. I had a feeling
Oh dear.
that we were going to get to a stage where we might see a ripping come through, a Deno ripping, and that
This could be
it's
it.
usually this could be it, and it's usually I just want to preface with knowing Trent for a fairly long time now. A Deno ripping usually comes when you have done yourself a really strong disservice, uh, because the way you've painted your figure here is really solid. Like think that all the technical things that are happening, we've got quite an advanced version of OSL, really respecting and understanding the importance of the field of the field of shadow. We've got sheer fabrics done really well. We've got a really good expression on the face. We've got light coming in fantastically. We've got measured non-metal metallic. You've thought about your non-metal metallic and how glinty it should be for the atmosphere that's in the scene.
And then you
The
throw this
green,
dog shit at us.
the green on the little staff, like it's all, and then yeah,
All right. Now look, everything Bucks has said is spot on, right? There's so many things to like about this from this this sort of angle. Like this is a wonderful version of sheer fabric, which is not a. It's actually quite an easy technique, right? But people think it's very complicated, but
Mhm.
it's actually relatively simple to do. But
If you
this
know,
is
if you don't, you're going to whiff it.
absolutely. But this is great. This is a really great version of it. The green is like we've got quite a pastel vibe, and I think the green maybe stands out a little too much for me. I would have liked to see that taken a little more into that pastel sort of feeling. I particularly love this little glint on this dangly firecracker.
Anime eyes on an anime design, solid, just really,
But
and then let's go do the elephant in the room.
what is happening here? Like, what is that? The lantern's falling through the water, right? I get it. It's a real challenge, right? So when
we're doing water effects as a painted method rather than a resin pour.
When you enter a piece that has an elaborate base, the unfortunate truth is that the elaborate base has to be at the same quality as the rest of the piece, because the piece will get judged as a whole. And you would have been far better off putting this on a circular base that had literally nothing painted than what you've dished up here. Because first of all, where do you look when you look at that? I just look here, and I'm just like, what is that?
Well, it's the highest. It's actually the most dense saturation is in the water.
Yeah. So
saturation will steal focus.
It does. When we talk about value, right? You want to have your highest value areas, but you can trick the human eye. We are naturally scared by seeing red because it reminds us of blood, and our eyes are automatically drawn to red because it doesn't really happen in nature outside of, danger. So
insects and shit.
As soon as you have a high saturated area and you put it in this, right, your eyes are just drawn to it. Like, I'm drawn to this, and it should be drawn up here where we've got this great value happening, and to a lesser extent here, and yet this is just. And unfortunately, it's not really executed well.
Look at the non-metal metallic as well on the little box on the staff, on the firecracker, whatever it is. It's the other side too. It's just this. This is
water effects are really hard, right? I don't want to diminish water effects. They're a challenging thing to get right.
It looks like it's been poured. Actually, it looks like it's been poured.
Well, we've got poured here, and then we've got this. So there is a way to do water effects that works. This is definitely not it. And whilst I think that this up here is on par with probably some of the better pieces we'll see today, it's very much let down by this. And when you enter this, you'll be judged on this.
I mean, I'd be happy to say that this can stick around, but I know that it'll be the first cut thing. If we stay at this level, it's going to be the first cut thing because of the base.
Yeah. Oh, look at that too. Oh, just all right. I'm closing this because it's making me angry.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was coming.
Oof, Nightmare Adam.
This guy is a vibe.
Oh yeah. This is actually the guy who designed the game, Adam Poots.
Yeah.
He got a model sculpt of himself. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah, why wouldn't you at this point? Yeah.
This is a really great executed skin tone. Like, we've got the highlight down that channel in the middle, which is great.
Yeah.
We've got a really great 5 o'clock shadow. Everything about that feels really nice.
We've got some directional eyes too. Like, we've got some storytelling in eyes, which is kind of something I've not seen a lot of in this competition. It's sort of eyes have been put in the general direction, but like, you can do stuff with eyes. You can make us think and feel things with how you do eyes. So
don't love the fact that our lantern is the same color as our jeans, which is the same color as the smoke. Don't love that.
It's the same color as the headband as well. I think that the rendering of the texture on the fur is probably not quite to the standard that I look for Masters.
The jeans, so jeans are something that you can really lean into when it comes to texture, and we've got some elements that are doing that, and then we've got some elements that are
the bottom rip. I think is good.
That is great. That is awesome. But then this up here doesn't look like jeans. Doesn't look like anything. So
I like the skull, the crotch the crotch skull.
Oh yeah.
It's quite sizable. But no, I like it. It's how that's been integrated is quite nice.
It's
I
a
think the
good,
skin's probably the highlight of this
definitely,
piece.
definitely. It's a good model choice. It's different
Really good.
and it's dynamic too. Well, there's
Yeah.
there's some
I want
nice
to just
negative space.
just
Look at that.
just yeah, the back of the smoking entrail that's existing from the front view, getting to the inside of that and really selling it. Like these sorts of effects, smoky effects, swirling stuff, you see a lot of it in Marvel Crisis Protocol as well. You see they're not actually that easy to paint.
No, they
Um,
aren't.
because of the way often the sculptor has sculpted them as form and not necessarily thought about how it's going to look painted. Um, I think you've done a pretty good job of how you've rendered it
Yeah,
in the
that's
front side
impressive
back
actually.
piece.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
yeah,
Um,
down in there. Yeah, I really like that.
Eyes falling a little short, I think.
Yeah, like the directional choice, but probably could have been tightened up.
You also really need to see that dark line at the bottom to really create a separation. And again, let's just reiterate, we're talking about models that are very, very tiny.
Yeah,
So we're asking a lot, but hey, suck it up. That's why we're here. Oh, Stampede Glazell. Oh, yes.
this is really lovely.
Yeah, this is glorious. This is possibly
Can we
my...
just zoom in? Is this a bit of a potato shot still? Is it a little bit of a
No, no,
potato
no, no.
photo?
You just,
No, he's just went
no.
into
It
quickly.
took some time to load. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I do we want to go things we like, things that could be better, or do we just want to sort of say right now where we feel this one is at? Because I feel this is a pretty strong entry so far.
This is probably leapfrogged to our new benchmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. We'll move on
It's a
to that.
really
That'll,
it's a really sophisticated palette. This I
yeah,
really quite like it.
that's going to be talked about very soon in our
Yeah.
final discussions. Oh, it's Brave. Brave's back.
Brave's back.
He's so brave. He's got the heart of a champion. We've seen some great versions of Brave in this competition, and there's some areas in this that are just a little bit lacking when we compare those versions to this. I think the lantern choosing the blue light is great. It's also the highest value, which is great. The gold elements unfortunately aren't quite reading as gold. They're sort of looking more yellowy. The metal is also not quite landing as metal. And
I think the size of the eye is quite
yeah,
large. Like, and I know there's a bit of an anime approach to this, but it feels like it's biting into the cheek a little bit.
yeah. I'd like to see more time spent on this cloak, and that's quite a fun element to paint. So happy to basically take some conversations with this person off stream if they'd like to send me a message. I'm happy to provide them some feedback. I would say this is probably the first time I've said this person has maybe miscategorized themselves. This to me probably deserves to be an intermediate.
Yeah, there's been a few on the edge of it, hasn't there? But this one's probably the first tip over. Oh, maybe the butcher as well. Was it the
Yeah. And I don't say that to diminish the effort that's obviously gone into this. But I just
absolutely not.
I think you've probably put yourself in a category where unfortunately your piece is not going to be in any discussions or contention, and it's hard for us to go and step back into that intermediate mindset or that beginner mindset and have that type of conversation when we're just trying to be very direct and ruthless. So happy to have another conversation.
Yeah, it's not. When we say something like that, it's absolutely not a degradation of your efforts or what you've done. It's actually just where things fall in the competition and what the standard is. Every competition will have a different standard, and the spectrum of work that's done is going to create different intervals, and in this instance,
Well,
we've
look,
seen some things in Masters get pushed right out now, and we've seen some things sort of come back. So
without a last, there can't be a first. You know, like
yeah,
we have to have a range. Otherwise,
yeah.
the competition has no meaning. So, you know, we need to see people who are at the start of their journey putting their hand up and having a go, because it showcases to everyone, you know, the effort that goes in to get to that
Mm-hmm.
end, and also that it's okay to be at that point, right, on your journey. You know, Bucks and I,
Everyone's been at this point of their journey,
yeah,
or another point that we've seen so far. Like this is not like you don't just like people don't just skip levels. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It's not just like you're like, oh, I'm just a mad dog. I just like picked up a brush yesterday and now I'm a jet. It
yeah,
just doesn't work like that.
yeah,
Most people mature in miniature painting. If they, let's say they've been doing it for, I don't know, Trent, how long? 20 years? They
yeah,
start when they're 15 and they
yeah,
go. By the time they've done 20 years, they're probably coming into their best sort of work in their like
late
to the
thirties,
date in their
early
journey, they're
forties.
late early 30s exactly. So it's a long-term thing here.
So appreciation for entering, was that 51? I think it was.
Yeah,
52. Oh, it's another one. It's another girl. Oof.
another paladin. It's been a popular one.
Has been a popular choice.
I really like this base
Yeah,
choice. This
that's a very cool base. Hey, this lantern stands out to me. Look at that.
yeah.
That's really attention grabbing.
So immediately what comes to mind to me here is that this is another example. We saw an example of this in intermediate where it's not always about how technically good you are at painting. It's also about things like how you execute your ideas, your storytelling, your atmosphere. This is telling a great story.
Yeah.
Like I really quite like this version of the Paladin.
Yep.
I'm actually comfortable to say at this point now that this is probably my favorite version of the Paladin. So
Okay. The one we had earlier with the blue
I think
was my favorite.
was also really good. Like it's just that this has something else about it. So
This is a perfect. Look at that. That's great. That little element
yeah,
there. It's a shame because this looks so much like gold, and this just looks like, you know, yellow.
yeah. It's controlling the shine, right? It's like
Yeah.
we've got the shine really aggressively at the front, and I get why. It's a focal decision, right? Because you look at the face, like the face is getting rendered more towards the front, the shoulder pad, like it's all. These are decisions that have been made.
Hey, so let's just
I'm
quickly
happy.
talk. You remember how I was talking about the hair before? How even
Yeah,
though
yeah,
you have
yeah,
sculpted lines, you want to highlight those areas. This is a perfect example of that, right? This hair feels like one glorious volume,
yeah,
and it's because it's been painted in this way. You've still got your lights and your shines, but
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Now, don't panic if I say this is like my favorite version of this to date. This is going to go into the conversation, I think, as we move on, and then we'll bring everything back and start having a look. So this is not about making a decision, and we've got to factor in. We've got to factor in because I can immediately say off the rip, like there's some mold line areas that I just saw in there that are
yeah.
gonna come back to play. So
All right, this is another cockroach queen, and
yeah,
I,
what a unique and interesting take on it.
yeah, one thing I love about the cockroach queen, right, is the negative space. And I feel like this is just taking that and running with it in another even more. You know,
Yeah,
like you've got,
it's a real Hellraisery vibe here with all the
yeah.
chains like bolting around the back.
What immediately,
Is there a reason for pink trend at all? Is this like
nah,
something to do with the game or just a stylistic
nah, it's
choice?
a stylistic choice.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling with the gold. I'm
Yeah.
immediately just going, that's
Too
distracting.
glaring for you?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
distracting. Look at how wonderful the breastplate is, and look at how wonderful this little reflecting light is of you know, if it's from the lantern, it's probably not quite right, but you know, we won't
Maybe
be
it's
too
coming off the
critical.
chains or
Yeah,
something.
something
Yeah.
else maybe reflecting elsewhere, but that gold is just really pulling away from what could have been quite an interesting, almost Sin City palette. You know, like a monochrome with this.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with it. The weapons are really nice. Those bone weapons with the soft. Okay, like so they've got the little studs on it. It looks like the same little studs that are on the shoulders. I actually thought they were gems when I first saw it. They're actually a stud.
Well, what they are, I think, because you see them a lot there, I think they're actually the tops of lanterns.
Tops of lanterns.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think because that's lantern armor, so that's the top of a
Yeah.
lantern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, they resemble a study-like shape, right? So, hmm.
I tell you,
What do
I
you think
tell
about
you,
the hair on this one? Because
yeah,
this one
yeah,
has got the hair on this one's got the depth of
yeah.
shadow, but
So if
it's
you remember how I
probably
was
not
talking about that
impacting it. Yeah.
last cockroach queen, how you can see that it's
Yeah.
not actually sculpted in a way that is potentially harming you. So
Mm-hmm.
look, I really like this. I'm really let down by the gold. I love the chains. I love the execution, the idea. You know, I would have loved to have been a monochrome palette with the magenta, and then just using magenta in different ways to draw focus.
Do you think it doesn't have a dark enough spot on the figure? Do you think that's where it's getting hurt a little bit as well? Like, because the greys, the magentas, they're all like, if we slap the old grayscale onto this, I don't know that we're seeing a drastic shift through our volumes.
Yeah, we don't have enough
I'm
darks.
sorry, and our values. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have enough dark shadows. And a really fun exercise if you want to try. It's a challenging exercise, but I recommend it. Is try painting a model with just black and white, right? Nothing else, just black and white, and try creating enough separation in elements, and then using texture as opposed to color, right? So just start thinking about value and texture to create a different visual impact, right? And when you do that, you realize how important it is to have shadows that are very deep, and you realize how important it is to have lights that are very light, and the spectrum that exists in between those. You need to leverage that. And yeah, grayscale, this would probably be a little bit too high value across the whole piece, with the lantern standing out as a very bright point. Is this dropping out
All
for
right.
you?
I'm trying to think what we've got in. I don't think it has to drop out right now. I mean, are we over halfway through?
Yeah, we've only got 4 left, I think.
Yeah, I think we can keep this one around for the time
Okay.
being.
Okay. 3 left. Shadow Cleaver. Whoa! Oh no. She's chopped off some of the tentacle. That's cool. Cool
Yeah,
story.
that's cool. The big sort of
Yeah.
sickly, oozy blood splatter, like black
Yeah.
blood splatter.
Well, let me tell you a little bit of lore. So the
Yeah.
Sunstalker, which is the monster that this is representing, has ink blood. It's inky blood. So that's actually a little bit of lore
Points,
for you there.
points in storytelling. You know.
Yeah. Uh,
Always a challenge with resin pours. I mean, I think the goal here is to have like a muddy water, but
yeah. So I really struggle to get past the resin. Like, I think if you're doing resin, the reason you're doing it is so you can have this transparent effect. And I think, I'm not sure if it was intended to be cloudy. If so, it doesn't work for me.
yeah, I think when we think about it, it's like,
Yeah.
of course, tentacles erupting up out of water is going to create a cloudy effect.
Yep.
But not all things are aesthetically pleasing. You know what I mean? And this is, I guess, an interesting part about miniature painting. You sort of brought this up before, Trent, when you were talking about having a dark line under the eye.
Yep.
That's actually specific to miniature painting to help us like differentiate that area and separate things out so that we get a good look. If we look at people, they don't always have like, or very rarely have like super dark under
Unless you're
this
bunny.
point. So, unless you're bum. But you know what I mean? So we do make some choices that breach that breach reality in order to favor miniature painting. And sometimes we make decisions that favor what reality looks like that doesn't necessarily translate into a great choice for a miniature.
I'm gonna drop this out of contention. I think that there's very few things that are wrong, about this. I like the green
Yeah.
and the magenta sort of color. That's a nice little color combo, red
I
and
like the
green.
movement. I like the movement, and I
Love the
like the
movement of the
splashes.
model.
Love the splashes of water. Like that's done pretty well. Like so the top down. Like if we just straight, can you just scroll this down so that we can't see the front of the resin pour? I think that looks just flat out better. What do you think?
I agree completely. If that was all we were looking at, I think this is probably, having another look. This lets it down.
I think, the softness of the face, the eyes, all.
We actually talked about this in the last thing where, the height of the base, it actually has to factor in as well, because it needs to, your model needs to be the focus of your story. And here, the model is a little bit left behind by the big chunk of water. So we'll see. We may come back to that, but I'm probably not at this point in time. Ooh. Another arrow mage. Inside some stone columns with some faces.
That you can, take it in, take it out, it looks like.
Yeah. I like how we've got this here. That's great. Model engaging with the environment.
Yep. We've got some soft and subtle glow effects coming in off the hips there, off the lanterns.
Yep. So let's jump to critical. Unfortunately, the overall finish of these elements, I would say, is not at the master's level that we would be looking for. We've got a lot of detail here that is not, doesn't quite read as faces, but it also doesn't read as rock. It's just, it looks like half finished something.
How have they been made? That's not
my guess. Yeah, my guess is they've taken a mold of the faces and they've put a putty thing, and then they've tried to press the mold into it around, and it just hasn't quite caught the level of detail. So that's just really jarring for me. And whilst I do like the shape here of these things surrounding her, I think the overall
composition might still be a little bit distracting from her.
Yeah.
Not on that angle. On that angle, it's quite nice.
Yeah,
I think some painting stuff to point out. I quite like the vials on the leg. They're pretty sound. Like they've got the right kind of reflection. But yeah, I agree with your opening sentiments.
There's sort of.
Like the peach in the face. There's there's evidence of stuff that's quite. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a quite a nice paint job, mostly. That's sort of let down by a few key areas. This is a little bit too harsh here. This hasn't got enough attention paid to it. This hasn't been done. If I want to get super technical, drilling a hole in the horn is something that you could do.
Yeah. Or at least painting it all black apart from the rim of the horn to create
it does look like the way I paint the back of my models, absolutely.
It's a little bit of a deno move.
Yeah.
Although you've been opting out of that these days. So.
How dare you accuse me of such things?
Yeah. Of growth.
I think this is a fine paint job where this painter probably just needs to keep. Practice is not the right word. I think this painter has to start exploring value in a different way, right? And one of our challenges in anything in life is, we do tend to get stuck in our ways, and we tend to start doing things the same way, right? So you need to find something that challenges you, that creates a new neural pathway that forces you to do something different. Usually I recommend taking a class with someone who does things in a very different way. I don't know if that's what you need to do, but I just think that your painting journey needs a punch in a different direction to have you start thinking about things differently, because every element on this just feels a little bit too similar. So, yeah.
And there's probably there needs to be an emphasis on cleanliness as well around the figure,
Yep.
You can like I think it gets confused at times with like style cleanliness. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's like, oh,
yeah.
this is my style. It's like, well, style is not so much about how, in my opinion, is not so much about how the paint might be applied
Mm,
completely, and
mm.
more about the choices that you make when doing so. So
We
that could
move
be
on.
an
Our
advancement then.
last entrant, number 56, another Paladin.
Another one. Nice. This one's got a great eye.
That's
On that little
wonderfully,
stone. Yeah,
wonderfully
that's cool.
done. Yeah, some nice little bits here. That's a great face. I really like this
So,
red. See how this red's got that nice.
yeah, I love the red lance too. Great.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, this clearly the Paladin is probably the most popular choice
Pick
for
of
this
pick of the
this
model for
particular
this event.
yeah for this event.
So here's an angle that actually is a problem for me.
Hmm.
It looks like she's tilted forwards.
It does look like she's on an angle. Um, how is that occurring here? Because these are resin figures, right? So they don't have
No, no,
tabs
these
in the
these are all
face. Oh,
plastic. They're all
it's a
plastic.
plastic figure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Cool, cool.
So I think that I don't remember. I'd have to have a look at mine, but I know that she does have a backwards curve of her spine,
Yeah.
which
She
is
looks like it. She looks like she's pushing her stomach out. She's got the
yeah.
S going, but
But that angle is. I just want to. I want to get into fucking Photoshop and just turn it on the side so we can see
yeah,
it
just
better.
give it this. Yeah, just give
Yeah,
it the old whoop,
it's
and
actually
it'll fix
annoying the
it.
fuck out of me. Um, really nice, interesting colours in these metal tones, right? We've got some red there, which is great. You know, we've got some other, um, other
Um,
greens and stuff. I like it. This
I
white
like
though,
this. The facial expression on this one's really solid. There's a look of disdain in the face that I like.
yep,
It's
yep,
coming off how you've used the red in the shadows.
yeah,
Red
yeah,
red is an
yeah,
exhaustion color that we use in skin a lot, particularly in the face. Right, it shows that we're pressed and we're going.
yeah,
And so it's doing well for this figure, but it's also creating a bit of a hey, I'm an angry
yeah.
I'm an angry one. So
There's
I like
there's your
that.
there's your winning angle right there. That's the best
Yeah,
angle.
that's the best angle.
Yeah, and that's also showcasing her facial detail, which is great. It's
Yeah.
showcasing all of the nice colours and tones you've got in the metal, which is great.
Hmm.
Base, I love the eyeball and the rock and the tones in the rock. The rest of the stuff I'm ambivalent on.
I like the brown and grey in the back of the shield, and it feels like there's a bit of red in the brown too. So that's cool. I think we can bring this one back. What do you
Yep,
think?
yep, agreed.
All
All
right,
right,
so let's go to all of our.
I might just click on all of them and have a look. And since we've only got 11 or something, so Titus not making the cut. Uh, Croc Archer not making the cut. Paladin making the cut.
Hmm.
46. Longclaw Lenore not making the cut. 47. Butcher not making the cut. 48. Uh, Making the cut, but fucking get ready to get fucking dropped because of your awful, awful thing. Nightmare Adam not making the cut. It's actually not too bad, but no.
I mean, we could put that one on screen if we want. Like now that we're like, we can probably keep that around.
Uh,
Definitely.
Making the cut. We'll see how many we've got. We may come back to Adam.
Yeah.
Brave not making the cut. 52. Another Paladin making the
Yeah.
cut. It's Paladin Central, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cockroach Queen making the cut.
Uh, yeah, sure. For the time
Okay.
being.
54. Shadow Scleaver falling short.
Yeah.
55. Arrow Mage falling short, and 56. Aladdin making the cut.
Does the being that we've seen everything, does the cleaver one with the golden blade, does that make the cut for now? Do we bring that one back just for now?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. All right, let's have a look at
Fire it up.
some pieces, shall we? Start me up, but start me, yes, start me up, I never stop. You make a grown man cry. All right.
One Lancer.
Cockroach queening. So yeah, feel free to share your thoughts in the chat.
We'll just
You can't
remain
influence
quiet for a little
us.
bit as these come out. You've obviously heard our initial thoughts about it.
You won't influence our perspective in any way. Trust me. I
No,
have opinions already. So you can share
I'm
however you
probably
want. But I would
learning.
love to hear if you think we've missed one. We'd be happy to throw one in. Yeah, Paladin's doing well is not a strong observation from you, Cragzog. What are we up to?
That was a Seamus moment, not a Primus moment there.
Oh no, I've done it.
You've done it again.
I've done it, Dano. What have you done?
You've pushed us into. You know what's quite fitting for this system, isn't it? Kingdom Death. You've plunged us into dark.
I have. All right, let's try again, Dano. Don't fuck it. This is a huge photo. Well done, whoever did that photo.
Now, being that this is a smaller category, we might see some double up awards here when we do our ambience and basing awards. So be prepared for that.
We may. Look, we'll have that. We'll have that conversation, young man, in the
We
chat.
will. Who's this?
Topulus is just like, oh yes. Well, we know what's happening there. Yes, well.
Oh, Primus is returning in full in January. It's a good time of year to be in your prime.
Alrighty, wow, this is a big photo too. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but I'm sure you can like transform to. Fuck me. There we go. All right, I think that is our six in conversation.
We've been triple paladined.
We've been paladined all over. Someone's paladined all over my face.
It's a paladin party.
All right, I'm going to say something controversial. All right. This has the best ambience in this category when we don't look at the base.
Which one? The bunny.
When we do that,
yeah,
that's the best ambience and the best storytelling of Kingdom Death.
Not for me.
Okay.
Not for me. I think this Lancer getting pulled up by all of these hands is killer. Like holding lanterns. Like I'm all aboard this for its control of saturation in the right spots for focal points. It's the way the light is interacting with the hands, the movement of the piece. It's taken the most unique approach to the Paladin in regards to its storytelling. I think we can have discussions about that piece technically, absolutely, a lot of them. But I think when we look at all of these out, that for me is both very strong in atmosphere and very strong in basing.
All right, we'll give that the ambience award right there. So I think we've got a clear top two.
Mm-hmm. So I can probably say from here, like my first cut is Cockroach Queen.
Yeah, agreed.
My my next cut is probably between our Firecracker and top left
Yeah,
Paladin.
yeah. The rock on that eye for that paladin is really, really great. But in this,
Yeah, I mean, I can happily like if
so
we
if we
take everything into consideration and let's like you've got the image cutting out the whole base. It's a whole piece. It's the whole base comes along with it.
we'll come back to
Unfortunately,
that. Don't worry, we'll come
yeah,
back to that. So when I look at these two side by side, which again, unfortunately, we are going to be looking at things side by side, and that will impact on you. I think this one is a much cleaner overall, more readable image than
yeah,
this one here. Now, whilst there's elements of this that are probably better, that rock with the eye is wonderful,
yeah.
and
It's got like it's got some star rolls, but
yeah,
maybe it's lesser and not
yeah,
coming up to the same standard.
yeah. Okay, so I think these are our top two. Um, the question is, which one do we drop now out of these three? And let's just tell the whole story. But
Yeah. So I think the next two that are cut are going to be it's probably going to be the one with the eye for me first. No, actually, it's probably going to be the bunny base is getting cut now. It's too much. I call it the bunny base because I assume it's like a bunny on the base there. It looks like a rabbit head with like
yeah,
ears. I
yeah,
could be very wrong, but the firecracker one.
yeah. So if we do this though, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a better executed paint job than this one.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, it's only in the order that they're getting cut. So I think that the first one probably goes. I mean, how do you want to split these two? Feel
Well,
free to
let's
just
ask the question.
yeah.
Both of those are not as good as this, right? So are we just saying that
Correct.
both of those are out?
Yeah, and people like it. I think people like an order for the way that things go out, just because it's
Yeah.
extreme clarity. So
Well,
um,
I think this waterfall, even though the waterfall is tragic, that the painting on this is much better refined than the painting on the Paladin. So I would put Paladin out now, and I would put
sure,
her out in fourth. So
sure thing.
okay, those two
All right, we
are
bring back our top three now.
top three.
All right.
Um,
So let's talk about the two Paladins because one of them is clearly painted better,
mm-hmm,
but the other one is doing everything else better.
mm-hmm. Painting competition.
It is a painting competition. I'm always erring on the side that it is a painting competition. But is the painting that much better that we are disregarding the other thing, the other elements?
Well, I think we looked a lot more in intermediate at style and ambience. I think
Yeah,
as we get into masters, our first question is which is painted better, and
yeah.
this one is painted better. So I think that's
I
where.
think I think I think it does show a much higher technical knowledge
Yep.
with the way reflections and interaction is done. But these are like splitting a hair for me. Again, I like our pink haired one more, but it's not about always what you like more. you know, very often you'll hear that in competition from judges. They'll be like, I really like this. How come that didn't win an award? Well, it's not really just about what I like. It's actually about what is objectively better. So,
Yep. I think this is our three, uh, and
and I think they're probably in, I think they're, if we're going from, third to second to third, sorry, third to second to first, then we're in the right order with
yep.
first being the Zell.
So let's just have a closer look at Zell because we haven't really
Well, we,
talked.
we didn't even touch on it, so now's the time to appreciate it.
Um, this is just a phenomenal paint job by an artist at the top of their game. It just touches on so many of the things that we talked about. Separation of
Mm-hmm.
elements, softness of skin tones.
It's
Specular
really
highlights.
it's simple, right? But but it, I said it was sophisticated before. I think those two words can be used in a way. They might feel like they clash. I think it's a simple color scheme, but its execution is really sophisticated. I love the way the axe head looks, the bone axe head. It just looks fantastic in the background.
This is all.
Softness, a really good understanding of how to push things forward and pull things back,
Yep.
right? And by far the best interaction of the lantern to the skin.
Yep.
The back leg shadow is just on fire. It's
Yep.
fantastic. The way the lantern is interacting with her cloth, the softness of the cloth. This is white clothing, but what if it is white? Nothing. This
Yep.
is what we talk about when we incorporate colors into telling stories. Temperature changes, super advanced. Really well done. Just a really killer piece.
Yep. Kudos. That's a wonderful piece. So that's our one. That's our two there, and then our three. This one. So I think we will actually deliberate for a little bit on our other two. Maybe we're better served by going back to some of our intermediate
original
entries. No, some of our intermediate entries and giving out a few more awards there. So what we might do, friends, we might take a little break and then Bucks and I might have a little chat and we'll come back and wrap the stream up, I think is the go. So we shall return.
Give us what? How long do we want?
Probably
5,
10,
10 minutes?
10
10 minutes. So we'll
yep.
be back at 20 past 4 our time.
Yep.
Whatever it is, your time.
Very good.
A little powwow, as
chillax,
Jub likes to say, a little powwow.
Very good. All right, we shall be back. All right, friends, we're back. We've had a little chin wag and a few other things have happened. So we're here to wrap it up. I'm going to award our 2 final awards from intermediate. We will not be giving out any additional awards in masters. We're going to give 2 more awards. The first one is what I would like to call the Effort Award. And it is
Big Deno's Big Effort Award.
Big Deno's Big Effort Award. Is another Paladin. Why not add another one to the mix? So much time and energy gone into this, and so much consideration and execution. So we're awarding this a piece, an award. We'll call it the Big Deno Special Interest Award. Well done to this person. Kudos to you. And then the Buxo Special Award. What would you like to call your award, Buxo?
Mine's the Brooding Mood Award, because Kingdom Death to me really is quite a dark place, and the paint job and color scheme that I thought just really emphasised this well was the Cockroach Queen in intermediate.
And here it is. It's just taken me 15 months to make it small enough to fit on screen, but there we go. The Cockroach Queen.
This really spoke to me personally in intermediate. So.
So well done to those 2 entrants. You've managed to luck in to an award at the last moment. So,
look, we both felt pretty passionate about these 2 in the conversation of intermediate as well. So it's I think it's held consistent with our feelings along the way.
Hey mate, I appreciate you spending some time with me.
I always appreciate you having me on for these, and the Lantern's Reign for inviting me to come and do this with you. It's always a pleasure.
Look, I hope we hit our goal of value. We want people to feel like this has been something for future painters to look at and understand and have some transparency. And I'll reiterate, we're just 2 blokes sitting on a park bench having a chin wag about things that we like, right? We've our opinion is of no more value than anyone's when 100%. It comes to anything, right? But we both feel passionately about helping people be better, and hopefully we've been able to do that.
And we appreciate the trust as well. We appreciate the trust from you guys in us to make some of these decisions on behalf of the broader painting community.
Indeed. So we'll wrap up. I'll just give our usual shout out. So once again, just want to shout out the people that were responsible for organising the event. So I know we had PhD who took over the reins from Millennia because it was a bit of a challenge there for Millennia. She was organising and then had a few things pop up. So PhD stepped in. There's a few other people that also helped out, and I apologise I haven't written down their names. But to anyone that was involved in the background of setting up this event, I thank you for the time that you spent. To everyone that entered, it's sometimes difficult to put yourself out there. Not everyone's got absolute stone balls like I do, and willing to take any amount of feedback at any time for any reason.
While you're chatting, mate, do you want to just bring up the winners for each of the category?
I can, sure. We'll
celebrate them all together.
Yeah. But yeah, to all of those entrants, it's a wonderful privilege to be able to sit here and look at your painted entries. You all should be commended for your efforts. And
when we take our judging hats off and we return to just being community members, we appreciate everyone's efforts and everyone's painting, no matter where you are in your journey. We all, we echo this. We talk about it all the time. If you ever drop in and see Deno and myself streaming together or at a community event, or even, I believe this was a sentiment that we cast out at the last event, but, a painting journey is about one hand up and one hand down. And as long as we all continue to embody that, we'll all get better, and we'll also all be helping each other. So,
and we are very passionate about trying to deliver on that one hand up, one hand down through everything that we do. There's absolutely times when I get it wrong and say some dumb shit, but hopefully I've learnt enough now that I don't do it as often as I used to. But
I
I'm
think you're pretty
sure.
good these days.
Well,
And you got me here to
let's not.
keep the checks and balances on that one, and vice versa, right? So
I'm just going to grab our winner of beginners. Yeah. So look, hey, we just want to echo. Competition doesn't exist without without people at both ends of the spectrum bringing their works out and displays. So I appreciate all of you for doing so. I fucking hope I got this right. This was our first, wasn't it? Or did we go the other way? I don't remember. Someone tell me if I got that right. PhD, are you still around? Did I get that right? Was that our one that we ended up
I
putting in
think
first?
this might have been second, and I think the other one might have been first. But let's not get that wrong. We'll hold the line.
Imitation Butcher was first.
Imitation was
Deno!
okay. There we
Deno
go.
for the
That's
win.
correct. There we go. Well done.
So there's our three winners of our three categories: Masters, Intermediate, and Beginner. Excellent.
And I think I think just quickly and finally, you see a very clear line of delineation between the three there. You know, if you're going to enter a painting competition for Kingdom Death again, highly recommend checking out this. I'm sure Trent will probably upload it, or it might be uploaded elsewhere. Usually they are. This is a great place to reference for preparing for the next one of these that comes along, if there will be. So you can see kind of roughly what the standards are across the pools.
PhD, I would have to go and download them all again, and I just don't have the energy, mate. It's only been 6 hours of streaming, so we might just call it there. But once I've left this, I'll put this back up, and you should be able to go and see them on the stream very quickly. I know you're asking for that, so you can probably write down the results and what else. Yes, if there's one thing that I can leave with you all, it is that don't ever forget the reason that we do this. And it is not to get internet awards from people that we don't know. It is to enjoy our time that we spend in our wonderful hobby, whether that is painting, playing, whatever it is. Just have a fucking amazing time doing it, and you've already won. So
yeah, and clean your mold lines.
And fucking clean your mold lines, and don't put pink bottle caps as your fucking photos. Oh my god, killing me. Bucks, you're a wonderful man. I thank you for your time today, friends. We'll catch you all. I'll probably be back tomorrow night streaming a little bit more painting, so I'll catch you then. Big Deno out.
See ya.